what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Yeah, your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. Yeah, and show your eyes. Yeah. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny. And blow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny.
Who am I? Am I not unique? Maybe I'm not here at all. Look, the fakers blinding us with lies, the breakers of us all. Oh, it's useless. Do you know? What could it mean that we're here? What does it all mean? Can we make a difference? Can we really make a difference? If we don't break out here, wake up, get out there. Raise your voice against liars. Feed your anger like fire. Why does nobody want change? Just imagine you're out there. Swatting lies in the making. Can't move fast without breaking. If you hold on, life won't change. Yay.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is. I'm so confused, chat. Thursday, June the 5th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Tokyo this time. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyberbrain embodied like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump into it right here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. I'm realizing I really need to I really need to play video games. People don't know, what games any song is from. And it's because I never play video games anymore. People in chat want to know the name of the intro song of your stream. Please, the one that says "Open Your Heart" and other lyrics. It's actually called "Open Your Heart." Funny enough. But you might have trouble finding it because it's from one of the games that Atlas does not really promote. Maybe they'll do a reboot of Persona 2 someday, but that day is not. Oh, wow.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Yo, communists invading radicals already. We're starting off with a bang. Speaking of starting off with a bang, chat, the girlies are fighting. the girl, you should remember? I don't know. It's pretty obscure. Narwhal by Nature. Look, it's so obscure that, you know, they're not after the copyright. If you know, that's one thing I've noticed, right? You can tell when Atlas really doesn't care about a property when they don't come after copyright, I guess. But yeah, it's Persona 2. Yeah, the Persona 2 is actually split up between 2 games, right? It's a weird game because there's 2 games. Does that make sense? Is that weird? I guess it's not that weird. Final Fantasy 10 has a part 2, right? Are there other ones? Does 7 have a part 2? I feel like it's not entirely like out of, I don't think it's completely out of left field for role-playing games. It's Turds Day. Does it feel like Turds Day, Charlie Kelly? Does it feel like a Turds Day? Anyway, the girlies are fighting, if you don't know. I think most of you are aware already what's going on between Elon and Donald Trump. Look, look, there was little signs and symptoms. There was commentary about the big, beautiful bill that was kind of negative from Elon Musk. 13 has a part 2. Oh yeah, 13 has a part 2 and a part 3. That's right, Eidetic. Final Fantasy, that is. Dune has a 2-part. It's a movie, but has 2 parts. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's the same idea. The way that Dune, the book that's just called Dune, just to be really clear, we're not talking about Dune Messiah. We're not talking about Children of Dune. We're not talking about God Emperor of Dune. We're talking about Dune, the original Dune. When they made it into a movie, they split it up into 2 parts because it's a long ass book. And you got to give it, justice. You got to do it justice. Yeah, thank you for identifying it as Persona 2. You got it now. Yeah, I mean, like, look, Persona 2 had an album that came out. I don't know, chat. Maybe somebody else knows more about Japanese culture than I do. You know, if this is a normal thing for a video game to do, or maybe it's something that they kind of took from manga, which obviously influences like the art of the series a lot. But like that, they put out an album that's got the music from the game, and then it's got some extra songs that actually like really like they're not just like, you know, extra songs that like, oh, this could have been on the soundtrack, we could have put this in, or like, you know, anything like that, right? There's not like a reboot or something where they're like adding extra tracks to the, which sometimes they do, like with Persona 3, they added extra songs in the reboot, but it is it's actually, if you listen to it, it's the same melody as the main character's theme. So that's fun. If you ever figure that out, if you ever want to take a time and listen to both songs, I think your mind will be slightly blown at how they were able to rework the main character's theme into the melody of the song "Open Your Heart." But anyway, that is my video game segment for today. I really should play more video games though. We gotta figure out a way to do that. I don't have time for anything, and then I get worried about things that I need to do. Chat, I'm gonna have to go to Vietnam pretty soon. Right? I'm gonna have to go to Vietnam. I'm gonna have to start on my educational visa, which I've been looking into that, right? To see what my options are. And I actually looked at several Muay Thai gyms, and it was a little bit frustrating. It was a little bit frustrating in that there's one gym that looks awesome, and they train you like a fighter. In fact, I'm not even sure. I think they might like sign you up for a fight at the end of your year of training, like an amateur fight, of course, and you know, with pads, I'm assuming. But still, right? And you know, like fighting training is like when you do 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours at night, right? That is the level. And I've trained like that before. It's really fun. It's really, I don't know if it's good for everybody, but it's good for me. I enjoyed it, and I was really healthy when I was doing it. I didn't overdo. In other words, I wasn't overdoing exercise, chat, which is an easy thing to do as well. Yeah, 2 hours. I mean, it's intense though. 2 hours of because like the thing about Muay Thai that I found is that at least the bag work and the pad work, it's a workout for your muscles, of course, but it's also a workout for your cardio. And it's also a workout for your mind. Looks like Thailand is treating me well. Let's hope so. But yeah, so I was looking at these Muay Thai places that offer the same kind of visa as the language places do. And like the place that was really awesome and was going to have you there like 4 hours a day, which is honestly, let's be real, chat. I can't do that shit with a full-time job. I mean, I full-time job. It kind of is, right? As far as the hours go, right? I have too much. I am married to my work too much to do 4 hours a day and do it in the morning and in the evening. That would when would I stream, right? When would I stream? Like, you know what? Actually, I could just not sleep. Maybe I could not sleep and I could stream in the middle of the night and then get like 2 hours of sleep before going into the morning session. I don't know. That might not work out that well. But yeah, so I looked at that place and the drawback, right? In addition to it being like an insane training schedule, and I don't know, do they make you do that? Maybe not. Like, right? Because they're making money off of you, right? Both in terms that you're paying for Muay Thai training, you're paying more than probably a Thai person would be able to, and you are paying for they're also helping you out with your visa stuff, which is kind of cool, but also makes it kind of expensive. So I looked at the price and it was fucking ridiculous. It was I would like, pay for a year up front of Muay Thai at, that fight training level. Basically, that costs a lot of money. So that one's out the window. Then I look at another one and they're like, I don't want to identify who it is, chat. Because like, oh yeah, actually there's rules in Thailand about like saying bad like they kind of crack down on saying bad things about companies. I don't know, the slander and libel laws I think are a lot looser. Is that the word for it? Are they looser or are they less loose? I don't know. You can get sued for slander and libel a lot easier. That's the thing, especially for stuff like a Yelp review, right? That has happened. And so, there's a place that offers training and they specifically say, and it's way cheaper, right? In fact, it's the same price as my Thai language school, right? It's the exact same price as the Thai language school. But the drawback is that, well, I don't know if this is a drawback. They say you could show up or you could not show up. You can show up for all of the sessions. You can show up for none of the sessions. You could be in a different part of Thailand. You could be down on the beach this whole time and just like, and we'll make that happen for you. We'll let you stay in Thailand for extra long. Just pay us the money and you don't even have to come in for classes. We'll sign you up for classes. We'll make it look like you're training Muay Thai, you're learning Muay Thai, but you'll be off on the beach drinking or who knows what, full moon parties, whatever. Right. So, could you teach English to satisfy visa requirements? Maybe, Sarah. Yeah, I think I'd have to find I'd have to get a job from a, like, I think that would be a work. Wait a minute. No. I know this now. I don't know, actually. Because that's a work permit. The thing that allows you to work in Thailand is called a work permit, separate from a visa. I just found that out. But I think there's probably some visa that could go along with, there's got to be some visa that an employer could sponsor. I think that's what it is. It's like an employer sponsored visa of some sort. I don't know the exact name for it. But yeah, you could do that. You would probably be working full time, right? So, the streaming would go way down and then you'd be paid at a Thailand rate, right? So Thailand does not have a large cost of living, but they also don't have the cost of living is low and the pay rate is low, right? So any job that I could get in Thailand is going to be, you know, I'll be lucky to make, you know, nearly as much as I do on YouTube, which is not much, right? But it's enough. It's easy to get a permit. You can get the proper job through an agency teaching English. That's what. Oh, did you live in Thailand, Eleno? That's really cool. Looking at Waluigi, I'm wondering if anyone here has seen the old College Humor skit with Wadan. I don't think so. I was paid in US dollars. Well, now getting paid in US dollars is one thing. What I'm talking about is your rate of pay, right? Was your rate of pay commensurate for English as a second language in Australia, right? In other words, I don't know if you know the job market in Australia, right? But did they pay you the same rate as what you would get paid to teach ESL in Australia, or did they pay you a lower rate? Because my understanding is that, you know, you just got paid less here, right? I used to live in Nong Khai. It was awesome. That's really cool. I haven't been to Nong Khai, but I'll have to check it out. It sucks how a lot of countries just want you to pay a ton of money to be allowed to live there. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of that. Thailand has its own version of the, I don't know if it's similar to the Trump Gold Card, right? But it's called the Thai Privilege Card, and it's literally what it sounds like, right? Most of the time, if you want to have a Thai visa, you got to be doing something, right? You gotta have a reason. You gotta have a justification, right? What does Thailand want? They want their culture spread. So if more people learn Muay Thai from Thailand, that makes Muay Thai more prestigious, and that's valuable to them. If more people learn how to cook Thai cuisine, then that spreads, you know, Thai culture through food. If more people learn the language, you know, same kind of deal, right? But yeah, it's also probably to stimulate the economy too. There's probably some of that, and obviously you're gonna pay some fees to get a visa, just like you would anywhere, I guess. Is that you're gonna feel so silly for leaving the country when a SpaceX satellite inconspicuously... Micah is speculating about the fallout from the subject of today's stream, which is going to be Trump versus Elon. But yeah, the girlies are fighting, and the threats have been launched back and forth, right? The threats and possible, speaking of like slander and libel, Elon all but called Trump a PDF. Elon has claimed that the reason that the Epstein Files will not be released or have not been released, right? They promised to release those. They built that up. They were like, you know, yeah, the government's not very transparent. They want to hide stuff from you, but we're gonna be different. We're gonna give you the JFK stuff. We're gonna give you the, you know, the alien stuff. We're gonna give you all the stuff the government's been hiding from you. You will get under Trump. And what you got from the Epstein Files was a joke. Like, it's essentially, you know, information that's already been released. You're not learning anything new. And when Trump officials get asked about it, they're really cagey about it. And Trump was really cagey on Fox News. If you remember his interview, they ask him, you know, are you going to release the alien stuff? Are you going to release the JFK stuff? And he's like, yes, we're going to release that. Are you going to release the Epstein stuff? Oh, yes, we are going to. Well, yeah, you know, there's some fake stuff in there. In that, I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's reputation by releasing the fake stuff. There's a lot of fake stuff in that world. What world? What are you talking about? Like the fact that, like, Epstein was supposedly like an intelligence asset? What is he talking about? But it sounds sus as fuck. Trump and Elon are the kings of saying shit out loud that they probably shouldn't. Like, this is why this makes me think it's streamer drama. I, as a streamer, have said stuff out loud that I probably should have, you know, kept behind the scenes, right? Just in terms of like making my life super complicated, right? You know, the kind of back and forth, the kind of beef, the kind of threats to expose somebody. This feels like streamer drama. This strongly feels like streamer drama. Hassan on Doomscroll, any relation to MF Doomscroll? I don't know. Is MF Doomscroll here? Can somebody tell Joshua Citarella? Does anybody know who this is? I don't know who this person is. I don't even know what their ideology is. I feel like I've seen little elements of their videos, their interviews with people like Anna Kasparian, and I'm still not sure like what political side they're on. So I don't really know what to expect from this Hassan thing. And my mind is too fast for eyes. Oh my god, I gotta drink something, chat. My voice is scratchy. This made Hank Green finally say, this is all, oh god, we should watch Hank Green's video. We can't watch it first. I gotta cover, like, oh my god, I gotta figure out like what order to kind of go in. I sort of want to go through Twitter, but oh yeah, and this brought ContraPoints back to streaming. He's a lib. I mean, that makes sense. He's definitely...
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. Best thing I heard about this Elon versus Trump fight was someone said, this is Kendrick versus Drake, but both of them
are Drake. Actually, that works out really well, Joshua. That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes more sense than anything I've heard so far. And that does get us to a 1 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. Yeah, I gotta mention the goals that we got today, chat. One of the goals is to put a butterfly in my hair, and as you can see, there's very many different butterflies here. I haven't worn this pink butterfly in a hot minute. Drake versus Kanye. Did I say Drake versus Kanye? That's about the size and scope of it, Narwhal. Did I actually say that? Or did you just invent that? Because if you came up with that, you're a genius. And if I came out with that, I'm like a genius by accident, I guess. I wasn't trying to be smart. If I don't even know. I don't even know if I said that. But I do misspeak sometimes. It's just funny if your misspeak is better than your what you were trying to say. But yeah, we're 1 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal is. We got 10 teal super chats to get. And if we get them, chat, I will put a butterfly in my hair. I'm trying to decide. Ooh, I love that yellow one. That was just my 2 cents. Okay, that was awesome. Actually, that 2 cents? Jeez. I mean, we're getting a good deal then. We're getting a good deal. I mean, look, that's a good... I thought I just fucked up and like... When I thought maybe I said like Kanye instead of Kendrick. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. I don't think I could forgive myself. I don't think I could. It's a good thing that Narwhal is a genius. All right. Because if I had said that, that would mean I was unconsciously associating Kanye and Kendrick. And that's... I can't live with that. I'm not okay with that. I would be so I would be so ashamed of myself for accidentally like saying Kanye when I meant Kendrick. Jeez, the flying monkeys have been turned loose. Wait, which ones? It's more like Drake versus Drake. You didn't come up with that. Yeah, the Drake versus Drake thing makes sense. Oh yeah, because if you say Kanye versus Drake, well then what would it be? Would Elon be the Kanye? I mean, you know, Elon is fucked up on a pretty regular basis. Whereas Drake fucks up on a regular basis, if you feel me. Okay, no. I saw a clip of Hassan talking about this earlier from the AI bot run clip channel. Oh, that one. Yeah. Hassan said Jeffrey Epstein worked for both Mossad and the CIA. and the CIA was new to me. Yeah, I have heard people make accusations about the Mossad. I've never heard people suggest the CIA. It's a feud between Earth Karen and Space Karen. Like, oh my god, why do I have Jonathan Haidt on my screen? Oh yeah, because we were talking about him last time. There's other stuff that we gotta talk about too. Like, I want to show you this elephant that yeah, so chat, I was in the grocery store just kind of minding my own business, trying to get some seaweed snacks, some sparkling water, because here in Thailand I'm not poor. Exactly, I'm not as poor, and so I don't have to drink poor people water. I can drink sparkling water. Just like top G, I got the sparkling water, and that impression is not as good as it used to be. It's what happens when you don't work on it. But yeah, so I'm in this grocery store, right? And I turn around and there's like an elephant, like no joke. On God, chat, a fucking elephant staring me in the face, and I just like handed my snacks to it. You know, I was like, here's your seaweed snacks. And it reached into the bag with its trunk and started chomping down the seaweed snack. And, you know, luckily it didn't get my durian. But yeah, I got out of there with my life. I want to show you the footage, though, of the elephant. This is a thing, chat. Elephants do this stuff. Like they, in Thailand, it's really interesting. Like, because elephants are native to Thailand, Thai people have a tradition of, I guess, like understanding them and working with them and trying to, you know, deal with them. Because yeah, they can be really dangerous. They can be real. I mean, you can imagine how an elephant could be dangerous. This elephant, though, was just hungry and needed some snacks. And so yeah, what did he eat? Bananas, a sandwich. What else? Yeah, you would think there'd be some peanut snacks, right? But I don't know if the elephant can smell the peanuts inside the inside the package. The annoying thing about this elephant, the annoying thing about this elephant thing is that I know there's like a 52-minute long like video of this. Like all I'm getting is like little 30-minute or 30-second clips, and I kind of want to see more. Because if I start clicking on clips like at random, chat, then we're just gonna end up watching like the same clip like 5 times in a row, and that doesn't sound like fun. Wait, can you sort YouTube videos by like time or something? Filters. Over 20 minutes. Yeah, let's see what we got. Oh no. Well, there's tons of videos about elephants in Thailand. It is actually like a tourist thing too to go out and see the elephants. But you know, they're very revered. They're a very revered animal here in Thailand. So. Oh my God! Why? Okay. Can you do 2 filters at once? Upload date. Are we gonna have to go with the New York Post here? All right, this is probably gonna be the best version of the elephant video that I can show you here. I don't know, chat. Maybe we'll do the... There's a man on YouTube that plays the piano for elephants in Thailand. YouTuber search has gotten really bad lately. It's the shitification. Well, look, I mean, we're dealing with the shitification of the government right now, chat. The people that shitified the internet are now fucking up the government. They're fucking up society. They got too much power. Too much power for the tech bros, right? Somebody's gonna have to take their toys away. I don't know what else is gonna, you know, I don't know what else to do. I saw a chick on Twitter talking about how she uploaded the entire big beautiful bill into ChatGPT and it told her the bill would end democracy in America. Damn. Elephant on a junk food. Now I'm thinking of Stampy from the episode of The Simpsons. Look, well, I got the elephant thing queued up. Okay. I'm gonna have to try to go about this in... God, Twitter is, speaking of shitification, right? We're gonna have to use Elon's app. Oh my God, wait. No, we got to start off with this one, chat. I think I know which, okay, I think I got a good one to start off with. All right, so we're set. Let's get going. So like I said, chat, we got we got 2 goals for today, where one goal is to put a butterfly in my hair. The other goal is to feed the elephant of me being, you know, feed my elephant, right, chat? I made a deal with the elephant. It would let me go if I would feed it. And so that's why you have to pay me money so I can afford snacks for this elephant, because this elephant eats a lot of snacks, right? I thought I ate a lot of snacks. Look at this, chat. I've got freaking, I've got like sour mango here. I've got longan. I've got these things. Oh my God, it exploded. Wow, I'm really strong. Oh, too strong. Wait, was that a TYT thing? It's too strong? It's almost like cracking an egg. You do it wrong, you end up with eggshell everywhere. And that's what I did just now. And it's not just eggshell either, because the casing for this fruit is kind of like dusty. So you get the... get the dust as well. But yeah, I think I always think of myself as eating a lot of snacks, and I do. Oh yeah, and we got the durian here too. I wonder, I don't think it's ready yet, chat, but I'll show it to you for anyone who missed it the other day. This is my durian. I'm waiting for it to ripen up. Oh, it's starting to smell. Ooh. Smell that durian. Now, I've been told that what I should look for is cracks on the bottom. It's so sharp, too. No, but it's really starting to smell. So that's a good sign. My durian is starting to stink, chat. W durian. W durian. YouTube search was never good, says general public. I have always used Google itself and to search YouTube. Yeah, what a day indeed. We're about to get into that, Spicy Bo. Spicy Bo, I can pronounce your name correctly. Literally poisoning people to death via air and water with their useless data centers. Yeah. Like, I mean, of all the times to invent something as useless as AI, this is about the worst time you could do it. You know what I mean? We were still on, you know, carbon-based fuels, and we're sort of nearing peak oil. There's so many reasons. Describe the smell? Okay. It's so hard to describe. It smells like sweet, but it also smells a little rotten. And it's not. Durians can rot. Durians can, you know, get past their prime. They can get overripe, but it's actually not. Methane based as well. Yeah, there's a little bit of stink to it. Yeah. You can whack it lightly and hear dull thuds. If it's stinky, it might be okay to open too. People dying in South Memphis, Tennessee from Grok data centers emitting poison gas. What? Wait. Right from the... I would have thought it was from... I'm sorry, chat. This song is always a vibe. So wait, the Grok data center, like, do they have like a methane like a natural gas plant right on site or something, emitting poison gas? Like, I didn't know about that. Like, look, I know the data centers, they use a lot of energy, right? And, you know, anything that uses energy is going to get it from a bunch of different sources. A lot of those sources right now are not clean energy. So I could see, you know, that the connection between data centers and pollution, right? I just didn't think it was that directly. I didn't know they were, you know, had their own like energy source on site. I've never tried it. I want to though. Oh, what, the durian? David says, I find it funny that MAGA are turning on Elon after they defended him for months, right? They have literal generators using horrible... Wait, on site? Using horrible fuel? This sounds like some kind of... Like, it sounds like we're not talking about... Chat, are we talking about tech bros? Or are we talking about, like, the hordes of Mordor? Because they're sounding an awful lot like the hordes of Mordor. You know what I mean? They're gonna awaken. What is the dude that they awaken? Do you remember where the orcs go down and they do something with a tree, and then they make this big dude, and then he comes out and eats them? What is that called, chat? What is that dude called? Do I have to look this up in my own silly way? What is the big dude from Lord of the Rings called? Not Gollum. Treebeard? No. The big dude you're referring to... Oh, look at this AI answers. The big dude you're referring to in Lord of the Rings could be a few different characters depending on the context. It could be Treebeard, a giant ant, or potentially someone like Sauron, or one of the orcs, depending on which character you're thinking of. The word dude is very informal, so it might be helpful to know what big dude specifically means to you. Oh my god, what is the big orc dude? How about big orc dude? Gothmog? The big orc general? Oh no, it's Uruk-hai. It's Uruk-hai, right? Wait. described as the elite black orcs. Oh god, like fantasy universes don't have enough racism in their already implied in them. Am I thinking of the Urukai chat? It's the one that like eats the other little dudes. Like they like pull him out of they upturn a tree or something, and then they like pull him out of this placenta, and then he eats them. Oh no. Chat, like this fucking get me out of this. This Lord of the Rings is more racist than I realized. Looks like I got no Lord of the Rings fans in chat. Well, at least I don't feel silly for knowing less about Lord of the Rings than most people. Thought you were talking about Saruman overseeing. No, like the big dude, like the giant dude that they overturn a tree, and then they're like doing shit underneath the tree, and they somehow pull out this big placenta sack, and then they open it up, and he's like, and he comes out and he like grabs them and he's like nom nom and just biting their heads off and shit. Am I misremembering this, chat? Does anybody else remember? Like Sauron's like, go build the dude, go make this unit for me. I swear to God. I just walked back and I heard Lord of the Rings is more racist than I realized. No, I was just like literally how they're describing the orcs. They're using terms like slant eye. They're using terms like swarthy. Yeah, I think it's the Urukai, right? Anyway, I think that what I've heard a story where like Tolkien became aware of the kind of, you know, racist parallels from his stories. I thought that he at least like was felt sorry about that or something, unlike some other authors who just like I like Lord of the Rings, but I forgot. Yeah, I think it's the Urukai. The Urukai. Which sounds like a Japanese word. Urukai. Doesn't it? Urukai? It does not sound like... But then again, I guess like Tolkien was drawing for lots of different language. Tolkien was like a language nerd. The white orc guy, not the big goblin. I don't know. He's the dude that like they grow him under a tree or something. They grow him under a tree, and then that when they go to get him out, he starts eating them. He eats the like, you know, grunt orcs, like the infantry orcs or whatever. He just starts eating them. Lurtz is the first and largest of Saruman's Urukai to be bred, choking the first. Yeah, does he just choke it to death? Okay, I thought he was. It's Lurtz? Well, that's a great name for a... But he doesn't eat dudes, right? He just chokes them out? Not out, but like probably pops their heads or something. It's not like a rear naked choke or something, chat. It's more like a rear naked head pop. All right, so yeah, like I was saying, chat, we got to get started. That means I got to do the things that I got to do. We are 5% of the way towards getting some bonus content. 5 out of 100. If we get to 100 out of 100, I'll stay on a little bit longer. Otherwise, it's going to be a fairly short stream today because I've only got one thing to cover. Although there are so many things that are newsworthy. Let's just go over the news items really quickly, chat. AOC has finally endorsed Mamdani in New York City. There's also been a debate with all of the candidates, including Andrew Cuomo, who just got fucking rinsed. Like, rinsed, chat. Andrew Cuomo got destroyed on that debate stage. And it was a beautiful thing to see. There's also kind of like a new... who was the candidate that was popping off? There was like another candidate. Okay, candidates. NYC mayoral candidates. Now, I'm telling you this not because I'm going to be able to necessarily cover this today, but this went on. It's important. I'm going to have to cover it sometime. Candidates list. Can I just like, does that not like, yeah, YouTube, Google search does suck. Okay, who? Blake, that's who it was. Yeah, Michael Blake is kind of a new, I don't know, like, look, Cuomo, last I checked, Cuomo's still the front runner. Mamdani is in second, but Michael Blake had a very strong showing in that election, in that debate the other night. So don't be surprised if you start to see his numbers go up as well. Most people were focusing their fire on the former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, with his many scandals from the nursing home issues during COVID to the allegations of sexual harassment against him. And, I think Michael Blake, was it Blake that said this? Like they were asking about like the danger posed by something or something. And he's like, the biggest danger posed right now is the danger posed to the women and young people of New York by former Governor Andrew Cuomo. And there's this Brad Lander nerd guy. Of course, Mamdani. There were a few people that were trying to be like, oh, this social. We don't want to be a socialist, or like having a dig at Mamdani for his lack of experience. So he's definitely being regarded as a as a second front runner in some ways. But yeah, most of the fire, like I said, was on Andrew Cuomo, formerly of the DNC and is a pastor. I'm not holding my breath. Well, so he was saying what people wanted to hear, right? Michael Blake was. And maybe even more strongly and forcefully than Mamdani, which it's a mixed blessing, right? Mamdani is tagged with the radical label. Mamdani, they're trying to make it like he's too radical. He's not practical. He doesn't have experience. He's a socialist. Maybe he hates Israel. They're trying to do shit like that against Mamdani. And so anybody that can kind of take the heat off of Mamdani as far as like seeming radical, maybe that's a good thing. Tonight, MSNBC has Zoran Mamdani as a guest at the 9 p.m. slot. That used to be Rachel Maddow's show. What happened to Rachel Maddow? She was gone, then she came back, and then did she just have a summer vacation? Or is she like retiring again? I don't even know. UAW also came out against Cuomo and attacked him for his shady shit against unions and labor. Who was talking shit about? There was somebody that was it Cuomo that was trying to claim to be the candidate of labor because he has had a few endorsements. Blake didn't talk about taxing the rich nearly enough for my liking. They said the same about AOC. Voted for progressive challengers in every election for governor or senate. So the key thing, chat, is that if you're in New York, okay, it's important that you vote for Mamdani. And it's important that you rank 5 candidates. And, if you have time, like rank the 5, best candidates, right? But if you can rank, if you can rank all your candidates and have none of them be Cuomo, that is actually going to be somewhat helpful. And so it's weird, chat. You're getting these like double endorsements too in NYC because of the ranked choice voting. People seem to feel emboldened to endorse more than one person, since you can, rank more than one person. Rachel Maddow just retired, occasionally returns when she feels like it. So is it like a Jon Stewart thing? When she feels like the country's going to hell, she comes back? That's the kind of retirement. What? How old is Rachel Maddow? I mean, I guess she's I guess she's retiring because she can retire. That's kind of how that works. Ranking is needing all over the US. Yeah, 100%. Oh my God. She's 60. She's 60? Oh my God, chat. The Post wrote a piece on Zoran saying that he should be disqualified for not supporting Israel. Wonderful country we have where people think that it's just so ingrained, chat. It's the whole thing, you know, it's the movie thing, right? Like, you know, you Israel is good guy coded. Any Arab country is bad guy coded. And if you can, you know, if anybody resists, that's terrorism. If there's oppression, if there's violence against the Palestinians, it is considered somehow to be in defense, even when it is against civilians, even when it is against children. You can literally, you know, pull up video of Israelis talking about the necessity to eliminate the next generation, as in, you know, kids, right? That they are the enemy as well. So that's unfortunately the oh yeah, I wanted to mention something too, chat, while I have a chance here. Wiki says she's 52. That's what that makes more sense with Sibo. Yeah, I didn't think she could be 60. 52 says BCatK. Yeah, we got multiple sources confirming that she is 52. She still look, I'd say she looks good for 52. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've got to go over. Yeah, I feel bad not being able to cover when I finally do cover some politics. It is not the I mean, there's so much more politics to cover. There's a lot going on right now. And not a lot of people paying attention given that it's summer. People kind of tune out this time of year. If the United States were actually a good country, more politicians who support Israel would be a tiny minority. Most would support Palestine. Yeah, well, I mean, you'd look a little bit like the polls, which, you know, across the board, Israel has gone from having a very positive impression for most Americans to having a very negative impression. I would have guessed 40 or something. 60 wasn't too bad. She was on that Andy Warhol looking mature. Wait, what? She was Andy Warhol looking mature when she was in her 20s? Wait, Andy Warhol looking mature. Wait, you're saying she kind of reminds you of Andy Warhol? But like I said, chat, we got 2 goals tonight, and we're at 10% on one, and we're at 5% on the other, right? The first goal is to put a butterfly in my hair, which you unlock by doing teal super chats. We've now got 2 hours and 6 minutes left to unlock the 10 teal super chats to get the butterfly in my hair. So if you're interested in adorning my my newly colored hair with a beautiful butterfly, then super chats are the way to go, right? Anything that you do in terms of supporting the channel goes towards making this number go higher. It's at 5. You know, like when somebody says there's like a 5% chance of snow, you're not taking your like warm clothes. You're not taking your hat and your mittens with you, right? Because it's only a 5%. Well, that's kind of like where we're at right now. A 5% chance of the bonus content dropping, right? But yeah, if it gets to 100, I'll stick around a little bit longer than I normally would, and I will cover another topic, which is very much needed because there's so much going on right now, Chad. I don't know how I'm gonna Like, I don't feel like I'm doing the news justice right now. But yeah, if you want to give me a chance to cover at least one more topic, then if we get it to 100, that'll do it. Every time that you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, which right now we're at 65% complete for my Thai education visa fund, right? I'm trying to pay for language school, which, yeah, I can get an educational visa in a number of different ways. One is through Muay Thai, the other is through language school. The language school, unfortunately, in fact, all of this stuff you got to pay up front for. So if you want to help me out with those costs so that I can stay here in Thailand and not have to do some weird thing where I'm constantly going back and forth between Thailand and another country and missing a lot of streams at the same time, then you can support me on Throne, no comment or throne.com/nocommentchick Thai Visa Fund. I am raising funds for that, and hopefully we can get that fund filled pretty soon here, because I'm gonna have to yeah, my visa is only good until the 22nd, and kind of like the idea that I had was to leave Thailand, go to Vietnam, spend a little bit of time, and at the same time apply for my educational visa. So we're kind of running out of time to be able to fund that as well. All right, so that's that. And then if you support me on Patreon, that also counts towards this. And if you support me on Twitch, that also counts towards the bonus goal that will get that 5% number to something higher, to something that is closer to 100, which is the level at which we get one bonus content thing. What am I trying to do? This. What about my apartment? Well, see, that's the whole thing, right? If like that's why I need to get a visa, right? Is that it's definitely not efficient to be paying for, you know, two forms of housing at once, and that's what I'd be stuck with without getting an educational visa. But we are 65% of the way towards funding that, so I hold out some hope there, chat. Just as I hold out hope for this number. This 5 out of 100 number going higher and being able to stick out and cover some more content on stream. What content are we talking about today? Well, we've got a number of choices for you, and they're right up there, right? Ethan Klein corrected by his own crew. This happened again. And Hassan covered it, right? We've also got Hassan. Speaking of Hassan, we got Hassan on Doom Scroll. This is the Joshua Citarella podcast interview show. I don't know what exactly it is. I don't know much about Joshua Citarella. He does seem to be everywhere, so, you know, pretty popular, but I don't really know his you know, political bent or anything like that. I've seen a whole bunch of different people, some good people and some not so good people show up on the Joshua Citarella interview, so you know, that's I guess that would give us a chance to get a better sense of, you know, who Joshua Citarella is. We also have Matt Bender, Left is Best, Majority Report alum, Matt Bender, talking about the Palantir scandal. And if you don't know, chat, the Trump administration has contracted Peter Thiel. Is it Peter Thiel owned or just Peter Thiel founded? Palantir. This is the group that was. This was the group that was exposed as wanting to come after WikiLeaks back in the day, I believe, and specifically targeting Glenn Greenwald, another person who's in the news that we won't be able to talk about because I do not have time. I need more time, chat, but it's not looking good so far. Anyway, chat, we'll see what happens. Whisper of a Dream. And so, what am I saying? Yeah, Glenn Greenwald, I think, was targeted by Palantir in some released in some leaked documents where they thought that he was an example of people working with WikiLeaks who could be persuaded to prioritize his career over his morals, essentially. So they were trying to break. Glenn Greenwald did some, we talked about him a little bit the other day. Glenn Greenwald's done some good things and he's done some not good things. The good things were, in terms of supporting people like Chelsea Manning, and helping her get out the collateral. Oh my God, what was that video? Anyway, the Chelsea Manning leaks back in the day. So yeah, Glenn Greenwald has been on the right side of some national security type questions. He's also been on the sus side of a lot of other questions. He's a complicated historical figure. Yeah, he's also like he's a strange one, chat, because he's a TERF, right? He's hostile to trans people, but also annoyed by J.K. Rowling constantly talking about trans people. So anyway, and he got a sex tape released of his that we won't be watching or really talking about. And I mean, that's not the scandal. That's just what Glenn Greenwald gets up to in his, he's no longer married. When I first heard about this, I was like, well, is he cheating on his husband? And it's like, no, his husband passed away, I believe. Oh, I paid a year for my apartment up front. No, I paid 3 months for my apartment up front, and then I have to pay a year. Yeah, Narwhal, the thing that I got to pay a year up front for is language school, right? They don't make you pay. I almost got stuck paying a year in advance for internet, which is kind of a thing. But I got my landlord to agree to just like charge me more. And he would sign up for the internet, because if you're Thai, you can pay for it monthly, right? But if you're not Thai, you got to pay for all of your internet, like a year of internet at a time. So yeah, there's a few things that are like that here. But anyway, chat, should I even talk about the bonus content? I don't know if we're gonna be able to see any tonight. We got Ethan Klein corrected by his own crew. We got Hassan on Doomscroll, pretty long, in-depth interview. We have Matt Bender talking about Palantir and giving us all the deets on what Trump wants to use Palantir for, and it's a database. He's constructing a database that... Do you remember what the Patriot Act was for? Do you remember the justification? This is... I'm just realizing I don't know if I exactly remember this, or if just like, looked into it like after the fact. But the justification for the Patriot Act was that 9/11 was a failure of intelligence caused by multiple government entities not sharing information, not sharing intelligence. So how do you do that? How do you fix that? You get them all sharing intelligence together. You coordinate it. You create things like the was the NSA created under ICE was created. Like, there's a lot of bad things that are currently afflicting us that were created under the Patriot Act, right? So the general thrust, the justification for the Patriot Act was to, was to break down the walls between different governmental organizations that were sharing intelligence, right? And, by the end of the... What's politically thought of as the war on terror. I mean, look, until they repeal the Patriot Act, we're still in it, right? That really, there should have been something like Obama would have been a great time to tear down this bullshit, right? You could have actually abolished ICE under Obama had he been interested in it. You could have, you could have freed the prisoners from Guantanamo. You could have really done something to reverse all the mistakes that were made in that rally around the flagpole effect after 9/11. And instead, we're dealing with the same shit. And the government, the Trump government, now has the powers that the Bush administration took on, and they're trying to take on more. And they're trying to do something in this Palantir thing. This is very much in the spirit of the Patriot Act, right? They want to share. They want to have a database that has your student loan debt information, your tax information, like just like all this different data about American citizens. And I mean, like, the justification now is we're going to use it to go after illegals. We're going to use it to deport the illegals, right? But you know that it's not going to stop there. Is Donald Trump going to get the Musk loyalists from Doge out of the government? Those little muskrats are all over the government, infesting every department now. You know, that's a good question, general public. That's a really good question. There's a power struggle now. I would have said no. I was really under the impression that the noise, the back and forth between Trump and Elon was kayfabe. Was specifically kayfabe to one, benefit Elon Musk by reducing his association with the Trump administration, association which is causing his, stocks to go down, and for, the boards like Tesla to start thinking about replacing him, right? He is bad news for his companies now, right? And on the other hand, to also disassociate Trump with the toxic brand that Elon had created. As unpopular as the Trump administration is, as unpopular as their actions are, Elon is somehow even more unpopular, right? So this helps out Trump, this helps out Elon if they have a fight, right? Now, what does not help out Trump is when Elon is saying that he's in the Epstein Files. What does not help out Trump is when Elon is implying that Trump does not have a commitment to reducing the deficit and is like a big spender, right? What does not help out Elon is when Trump threatens to cancel the government contracts to his companies. Tesla shorts did great today. Yeah. So Donald Trump came out with a, essentially saying like, well, if we really want to take care of waste, fraud, and abuse, we could start with Elon's, the money that Elon is taking from the government. Which is a wild thing to say, considering that he didn't seem to have a problem with it before. I think Big Balls still works there. I know Donald Trump got rid of Elon Musk, chosen NASA administrator, and wants someone who, look, like, we don't even know what Doge is, right? Like if I'm being serious about Doge, we really don't know what Doge is yet. We really do not know. Like what its primary purpose. We know what its stated purpose is for, and that doesn't seem to be real. It cut $9 billion. It cut $9 billion out of the budget, right? So, it's not, getting a lot of savings. It's not promoting efficiency. In fact, it caused more, I would say that it probably caused more problems than it, than any sort of savings. I mean, like in terms of like, not even just problems, like things that I think are wrong, like cutting money that is keeping children from starving, which it did. I'm talking about even if you're like okay with that, right? It still they cut things before knowing what they fucking were, and had to hire people back, and that's just like, it's not efficient, it's not intelligence, it's not anything that Doge is claiming to be. But chat, let's be real. The main thing that they were doing seems to have been going into different government agencies, sometimes by force, sometimes with police, sometimes with a police escort, sometimes after court action, and stealing data, stealing yours and my data. Better speeds than the US. Wait, what? Does Thailand have better speed internet? I mean, I can't speak for the whole country, but I know that my internet in Seattle was a lot slower than what I'm getting here in Thailand. It's it's supposed to be 1 gig both ways. In practicality, I think it's like more like 750 gigs. Did I see Katie versus Lonerbox? No, I didn't. I'll have to take a look at that at some point. Ethan is still up in the poll. Are you serious? 44%. Look at that. All right, so let's look at the poll. I don't know if it matters, chat. The poll only matters if we hit 100 by the time that the stream ends. And like I said, I got 1 subject, so that end may come quicker than any of us realize. I'm going to try to just stick to the Elon content, the Elon Trump content for today. But yeah, if we did potentially get to 100% from, if it's just 95% further, then we would, it looks like right now, be watching the Ethan Klein corrected by his own crew, which he was, right? Second place is Matt Bender on the Palantir scandal. Yeah, Matt had a conversation. I don't know who the guy that Matt was talking to, but Matt Bender is a great source on stories like this, right? He was on the Majority Report, I think, at the time when all this Palantir stuff, like all the Occupy stuff, like this was a certain era of American politics, and so he's kept up on a lot of these stories that have fallen by the wayside for other people. That's in second place. Third place is Taylor Lorenz on Elon Musk. She's got a new video out, and it is literally about Elon Musk. It came out right before this scandal happened. And so good timing, Taylor, I guess. Like, she's going to get a lot of views on that one, given how many people are talking about Musk and Trump right now. Hassan on Doomscroll is in fourth place. Ethan Klein is a train wreck as a society, and we as a society like gawking at the damage. Look, there's a point to Ethan, right? There's a point to the Ethan content. And that is that if I put out a video about anything to do with Israel-Palestine, I'm going to have next to no views on it. For whatever reason, it's not because people aren't interested in it. It's, something, it's something to do with that. I mean, this shit really does seem to be, in a way, shadow banned, right? And when your content is about Israel-Palestine, but it's got that edge of like drama slop to it, for some reason your views don't get quashed in the same way, right? So are we doing a short stream tonight? Yeah, I guess so. I might as well. I'm kind of scared. I'm scared to try, chat. I haven't done a short stream in a long time, and I don't think we've ever done one really well using the OBS plugin. And the whole question is like, how do I get it to know which which stream to connect to? All right, anyway, chat, we should give this a try. Oh yeah, the other thing I got to do is thank my Patreons, because on days like this, when the streaming is tough, when I get on super late and just shit seems entirely fucked, I am very thankful to have people that support me every month with their Patreon donations. And I like to give you shouts out as well. Everybody at the $5 level and higher, you get a shout out. So shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zero Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. It's how Chris Kunstler popped off and got people to listen to him. But I also understand the Ethan fatigue. Like, as far as going over H3 streams, I've kind of gotten tired of that too, if you can't tell. And I really do want to, be able to cover things of substance. The last stream that I did, chat, hardly anybody showed up. And I thought it was one of the most important pieces of content I've covered in a long time. There's a right-wing operation, I guess, a group of Christian nationalists going around the country and trying to provoke LGBT accepting cities. And then portraying the protests that they provoke as being somehow anti-Christian, right? And you had Squid Tips as one of the only people I've seen covering this for the left. So I tried to add my voice to that. And we, had a nice, cozy, small stream with some real ones. So if you're one of those real ones, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching my content that is not about drama slop. Thanks for encouraging me to not get, stuck in the day-to-day of just like the constant drone of Ethan Klein bitching at people. Look, at this point, chat, he's talking about iDubbbz. All right, Ethan Klein is still doing his Warzone thing, but he's talking about the creator clash. I don't care. I don't care. Like, iDubbbz is probably getting a raw deal here, from what I can tell. Like, all iDubbbz did was try to get paid a little bit for his work, and that's being portrayed as him trying to steal money from a charity. Meanwhile, Ethan Klein's literally letting monsters on to put their dono links that, to promote their dono links right alongside with an organization that's supposed to feed the Palestinians, which after a little bit more looking into, it looks like that organization, that second organization, doesn't even really, they've got all the money they need. They've got all the food they need. What they don't have is the ability to actually get in there and deliver their aid. And Greta Thunberg is finding that out too, as she's Israel has announced its intentions to stop the flotilla before it reaches Gaza and is able to deliver its aid. The algorithm punishes YouTubers if they do something different than their usual content, like if someone usually does short videos, long videos. iDubbbz, that's such a waste of time. Ethan doesn't even care about his feud with Hassan anymore. That's what I mean. I don't want to cover Ethan like that. Like, I know there's a lot of interest in there. I know I could do a stream going over the drama between, like, doing the iDubbbz video, doing the Ethan video, etc. I got no interest in it, chat. Ethan versus Hassan does actually allow us to get Palestine out into the consciousness more. Ethan versus iDubbbz, I don't know what that does. I mean, other than maybe, I do feel kind of bad. Like, I do, like I said, I feel like iDubbbz and Anissa are probably getting a raw deal. It does seem like some mistakes were made in terms of their event, and the second creator clash didn't do as well as the first, and now the third, it's questionable whether it'll even go off. But yeah, I'm less. Ethan is so boring. I think so too. Yeah, pretty bored with Ethan right now, but he's still winning in the polls somehow, chat. So, like, the people in chat are saying no more Ethan Klein. People on the poll are being like, more Ethan Klein, more Ethan Klein. So, I mean, you can see what I'm dealing with, right? And he's just calling Hassan at this. He's just name calling Hassan. Oh yeah, he's doing what does he do? Hassan has small feet. Did he do the small head thing? Oh yeah, he did he looks like, Hassan looks kind of like, there's a character in Beetlejuice with a shrunken head, I guess. And it's wearing an outfit that looks like somewhat like a outfit that Hassan wears. So I think that's where that comes from. I accused Hassan of being Mossad on Instagram. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Anyway, chat, let's try this vertical stream. Let's see how this works. I'm hitting the button. Okay, wait, this might actually work. At least we will get gaming. Why does it default to gaming? Chat, is gaming the most popular like category on it defaults me to gaming, and I'm not sure why. All right, let's try it out. We're going to be streaming on Twitch, on YouTube, and on YouTube Vertical, YouTube Shorts. Let's go. Let's see if anything crashes. Seems okay so far. All right, let me take a look, and there we are. Wait, is it going off? I think I might have to hit one more button, maybe. I don't know. All right, here we go, chat. So we are ready to, oh my God, we are ready to cover this. I'm going to start you out with some copium from the Trump faithful. Right now, if you asked me a few days ago, do I think that this drama between Elon and Trump is real? I wouldn't have given you like a real definite answer, but I would have certainly entertained the possibility of it being kayfabe. I would have absolutely entertained the possibility that, like I said, Elon has got stink on him. Elon has ruined his brand. Elon has attracted a lot of hate, right? The Doge program, and it's just something that was extremely unpopular. Also, Elon Musk being a owner of an electric car company like Tesla, a lot of his success as a businessman rides on people that care about the environment having a decent opinion on him, and being part of being Trump's hatchet man, or Trump's chainsaw man, if you will, has not been helpful to Elon Musk in that regard, right? So Elon's, gotten hurt. His stocks have gone down. Everything is computer. Even Trump buying 3 Teslas from him, which he will not use, has not really helped Elon out, has not reversed his fortunes. And so Elon has a motivation to disassociate himself with Trump. Trump, on the other hand, given that Elon Musk is even more unpopular than him, has a motivation to disassociate himself from Elon. So although the wrap up Oval Office television broadcast was not hostile, it was fairly friendly. I mean, it was a little weird. The dude has a black eye and stuff, and not a very good explanation for why his eye has been hurt. But stuff like Elon coming out against the big beautiful bill, not entirely unexpected. That helps Elon because it distances him from Trump. That helps Trump because it distances him from Elon. So could this be kayfabe? Absolutely. I would have said a few days ago. Chat, Elon saying that a bill can be big or beautiful but not both doesn't hurt Trump all that much. And Trump taking the electric vehicle subsidies off that are benefiting Elon and Tesla. Elon for years has said that he doesn't really need those. He doesn't necessarily want those, right? So there's no foul with that stuff. But when we start doing stuff like accusing Trump of being in the Epstein Files and saying that that's the reason that he's not gonna.
Spasibo09 super chatted $10. I want to change my vote from Ethan to Taylor, please folded hands.
Okay, Spicy Bo, I cannot turn back time, but what I can do is this. All right, and I'm gonna do this for all of you if you donate. All right, when you donate, I will put your money where your mouth is. So you said you want to change your vote to Taylor Lorenz. So although I can't change the YouTube poll that's going on right now, not in the short stream, but in the regular stream, right? So we're streaming both in shorts and in longs, in the horizontals. We're streaming in vertical and we're streaming in a horizontal. The poll is on the horizontal. I can't change the poll, but what I can do is I can put your money where your mouth is, like I did right there, and add 10 points to Taylor Lorenz. So whatever Taylor Lorenz ends up with, she will have 10 extra points thanks to Spicy Bo. And I think that kind of gets, I think that's almost better than changing your vote. So there you go. I think that should work. All right. So anyway, I'm teasing this, right? What we have here is a MAGA fan. This is Liz Cronkin. President Trump and Elon Musk. I got to do her. I don't know what she sounds like, chat, but she feels like a Southern lady. I don't know. President Trump and Elon Musk's fake feud. Democrats took the bait and are demanding the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Checkmate. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is delicious copium. So like I said, they're doing damage to each other now, right? This isn't kayfabe. You know what kayfabe is? It's when wrestlers pretend to hate each other's guts, or they script something out where you're gonna pin me and then you're almost gonna win, and the ref's gonna be like 1, 2, and then they're gonna push out, and then we're gonna right. It's a planned thing. It's a work, right? The wrestlers have set it up ahead of time. The wrestlers aren't both trying to win. They have decided between them, or maybe Vince McMahon has decided which one of the wrestlers is gonna win, and they are acting this out in order to build heat and to stimulate the crowd and to make a good show for everyone, right? So I don't think this is kayfabe, because the difference between kayfabe, I don't know, this isn't a good example because wrestlers do really get hurt by accident, right? But they're not trying to hurt each other. They're not going into the wrestling match with the intent to hurt the other wrestler and to win at all costs, right? Whoever's going to win, they sort of know it already. This is different though. Like I said, when you imply that Trump is a PDF file based on the Jeffrey Epstein association, when you say that is why he's not going to, Cosmopolitics, thank you for the raid. Welcome streamer, welcome raiders. You've activated my stand. Spice Girl. Anyway, chat, don't worry. Spice Girl just makes things soft when she punches them. D, thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome streamer, welcome raiders. Good to have you along on the journey tonight. We're going to be talking about Elon here. We're going to start off looking at enjoying some delicious copium from Trump and Elon fans. These are people that want Trump and Elon to still be friends behind the scene. I don't think that's what's going on. Like I said, Elon calling Trump a PDF, that doesn't help Elon. Trump, threatening to take away the subsidies from Elon's businesses, those don't help Elon. I mean, like, his stock has gone down, right? There's been real damage done on either side, right? So chat, I don't think it's kayfabe. But you know who does think it's kayfabe? This amazing blonde woman who I'm assuming has a thick Southern accent. Let's see if I'm right.
Hey guys, I just wanted to do
Okay, no, look, chat, hogs come in all flavors. You don't have to have a Southern accent to be a hog.
quick video about this whole Trump-Elon feud because to do better first and get into the spaces this week. But I just want to fill you in on what I believe very confidently what really is going on. So I've been laughing during this whole Trump-Elon feud because this is a classic Trump move that he's used before, and it's been so obvious to me that it's a fake feud and it's not real, and there's different reasons why Trump has done this in the past, but here's what's going on with the fake.
Look, I'm totally believing, I do believe that Trump would do kayfabe. I do believe that Trump and Elon could work something else, right? I'm not thinking this is impossible. I'm just thinking, like, look, you could have said this up until 4 hours ago is when this got posted, right? You could have probably made an argument up until recently that this is a fake fight, right? That, like I said, there's a reason that Trump wants to be disassociated from Elon. There's a reason that Elon wants to be disassociated from Trump, and they could do something like a fake fight in order to be like, hey, Elon's not Team Trump, so liberals, go ahead and buy your Teslas again, and Trump is not a big fan of Elon's, so don't let Elon's unpopularity negatively affect Trump, right? I don't think we're there anymore. I think they've done real damage to each other at this point, but you can tell how thick the cope is here.
Particularly with the Epstein Files. So, for those of you who don't know, Elon Musk and Trump have been feuding about the bill. And today,
the big, beautiful bill.
Elon came out and he tweeted that the real reason that they're not releasing the Epstein Files is because Trump is in those files. And then he was like, have a nice day, JT. And I am just dying laughing because to me...
Because you trust the plan. You know the truth. Chat, people will tell you QAnon is not a thing anymore. They're wrong. QAnon is definitely still alive and well. QAnon, if anything, has gone mainstream.
This is such...
Like, look, if you believe that Donald Trump is not in court, has not been indicted multiple times, is not, got a gazillion charges against him, it's not because he is the most corrupt president in our history. It is actually because their deep state is also judges, including judges that he appointed himself. Because a lot of these judges are Trump appointees, right? Like if you're alleging a big conspiracy that the deep state is like got control of the judges that Trump appointed and all that other stuff, I'm sorry, that's QAnon. That is QAnon. And that view is the opinion of like 98% of Republicans. 98% of Republicans believe that. The fact that Trump has so many charges on him is evidence that he is that he has poked the beehive, right?
Obvious bait for the deep state, the satanic pedophile cabal, the Democrats.
Chat, did I call it? Did I call it? Or did I call it? Did I call it or did I call it? Chat, we got Q-Tent. Q-Tent is back. Where have you been? Big, beautiful Q.
Here's what's really going on. I believe that they're fake feuding, and the reason why Elon is saying that President Trump is in the files.
Frankie, for years, wait, sorry, I'm trying to read the right one here. Michael Bagwell, Joe Biden is the most corrupt in history. Michael Bagwell, continue to cope.
First of all, the reason why he's saying it is because it's true. President Trump would be in those files because that's what he did. He is on some of the...
Because he was undercover trying to catch those satanic pedophiles. That's what he was doing. He was pretending to be one of them. He went to Little St. George Island, Little St. James Island, chat, just to catch the, just to see the operations up close, right? No, Trump is a secret agent. That's what it is. He's Austin Powers. He's pretending to be part of the swamp in order to catch the swamp. And, don't worry. All the Democrats have been secretly executed and replaced with robots. Chat, Trump literally retweeted a theory that Biden was dead the entire term. Biden was dead and that he was like replaced with a robot or something. And this robot, like, it's very realistic, right? He debated the robot. Like, we saw the robot. The robot came out and said stuff, right? And apparently, like, the technology is really, really good on these robots because it looks just like a human being to me. There's nothing, there's no clanking, there's no beep boop, whatever, there's no syntax error. But, the only thing is they couldn't make a robot that wasn't senile. That's where the technology is right now, chat. They can make a really good, convincing robot, but they can only make a robot of an old man with dementia. So that there we go. We can keep on coping, can't we? We can keep on coping.
Fight logs going back through like over 3 decades, right? That's number one. That's a fact. We know that for sure. It's been out there, public record, right? So he'd be
Robots are everywhere. Everything is computer.
in those files because of the fight logs. Number one. Number two, we know that he would be in those files.
Yo, Joshua Keller, I did cocaine to catch the people doing cocaine, y'all. That's how you do it.
because
That's how you know. Yeah,
President Trump
that's a reasonable. If you use that defense and you get busted for something like that, right? You get taken to court and you tell the judge, Your Honor, I was only doing the cocaine to catch the cocaine users, right? Then the judge will be like, well, that's good on you. You can go free.
in the black book. Okay? And then number three, we also know that he probably would be in those files because who started the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein? It was Jeff Sessions who was working
Trump appointee Jeff Sessions. Okay.
under President Trump's
Yeah, because he chose Jeff Sessions. That's why.
direction during his first term. So the real reason why Jeffrey Sessions started the investigation
Jeffrey Sessions. We're mixed up, aren't we now?
was because of Trump.
She's gonna say Jeffrey Bezos before too long. We're gonna be in
And if you want to even go further, it's my very strong opinion that President Trump has been working as an operative for decades, running up and investigating
This is so good.
Jeffrey Epstein, going back decades. And so what I believe is happening right now is that Elon actually told the truth in that tweet by saying President Trump's in those files. Yeah,
Ah, so he didn't lie when he implied that the president was a PDF file. I see. The implication was untrue, right? Elon knows that Trump isn't a PDF file. He only said that Trump is in the Elon Musk. Trump is mentioned a lot in the Elon Musk files, and that's why they won't release them.
he
So it's only like a minor lie. I don't know.
those files as the man that's been working behind the scenes to take Jeffrey Epstein down. It's not a secret to the people in the MAGA community that President Trump, number one,
Narwhal by Nature says, good thing no one got hurt while he was undercover. Well, listen. Okay, Narwhal. He might have had to, like if you're an undercover cop that is trying to bust, drug users and somebody passes you the bowl, are you going to be like, no, thank you? Or are you going to be like, fuck yes, let me light that up, right? See, obviously undercover cops, they have to, do the drugs along with the perpetrators in order to catch the perpetrators. So Donald Trump might have had to engage in some less than moral acts with people that were less than the age of consent. But don't worry, chat. He was only doing it to catch Jeffrey Epstein.
ban Jeffrey Epstein from Mar-a-Lago before his first conviction, by the way. And it's also not a secret that President Trump was the only person in Jeffrey Epstein's black book who actually helped and worked with the lawyer, Bradley Edwards, who was representing dozens and
Isn't this lady a religious nut that used to read pages she claimed God told her to write with brown hair instead of blonde? I don't recognize her eidetic, but you could be right. All I can tell you about her is she is spouting, QAnon theories, which, if you don't know, okay, so the history of QAnon, right? QAnon was big during Trump's first term. It was very big, when COVID hit. And all up until like January 6th and after Joe Biden took office, right? These Q theories, you'd still hear them. At some point, they recognized the brand is trashed, all right? The brand is trashed, right? Because they'd say things like trust the plan and this is the storm and, all this stuff. And after all of Donald Trump's election denial lies were exposed after January 6th happened, it just, QAnon didn't have a good name. So they didn't call themselves QAnon anymore. but they still believed fucked up shit. They still believed all the crazy stuff. And they've just kind of been in, what do you call it? Hibernation. Q has been hibernating. Now that their big, beautiful president is in the Oval Office again, they can come out and give and regale us with their wonderful stories of cope.
Dozens of Jeffrey Epstein victims. So President Trump was the only person that worked with this lawyer to help with that Epstein case, that Epstein investigation. So of course President Trump would be in the files. That doesn't mean he's a pedophile.
That doesn't mean he's a pedophile. It just means he's in the files because he was trying to catch the other pedophiles. He was pretending to be one.
Right? That does not mean he was in there as an accomplice. If he was...
So chat, look at this. Look at this. You know, all the time that Trump has said sus stuff about, like, you know, minors, people underage, or even just straight up children. You know, like when he said, like, I'm going to be dating her or whatever, like all the weird stuff that he says about Ivanka. He was just doing that to ingratiate himself with the pedophile cult, you know, with the satanic pedophiles that, you know, in order to entrap them. Trump is just a honeypot.
He's in those files.
He just acts like a creep. He's not. He's doing that to catch the criminals.
As someone who actually was working against Jeffrey Epstein, exposing him, and then when he became president, it was because of President Trump that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, and so was Ghislaine Maxwell.
It was because of President Trump that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, and then what happened to him? Did he just get arrested, or did something happen to him in prison? And was that also maybe because of Trump? I don't know. Yeah, chat, you'd think that if Trump, look, if Epstein had the dirt on, if this would like what they want to think is that Epstein is part of the deep state. He's conducting this like satanic ring of pedophiles, right? And he knows where all the bodies are buried. He knows the names of people. He can give you all the information. Hillary Clinton, you know, just Bill Clinton, all the bad people, chat. And like, let's be real. Some of those people, like Bill Clinton, may have been for real way too close to Epstein in a way where it's not innocent, right? So I'm not exonerating that, but you know, if you want to think of it through their mind, this is. Let me rewind her slightly.
It was because of President Trump that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, and so was Ghislaine Maxwell and other associates, including Jean-Luc Bruce.
You would think, chat, that Donald Trump would, I don't know, would place, like, you know, would do anything to prevent Jeffrey Epstein from being murdered in prison. Or, I'm sorry, from killing himself in prison, right? You would think that they would protect the fuck out of him because he's got the information. He's got, you know, you just put the screws to that guy. Say, you know, you're going to go to prison for the rest of your life, and you're going to go to prison as a PDF file, and you know how, you know, other prisoners treat somebody like that, right? You're going to be in hell for the rest of your life, right? Unless you drop the dime on everybody else that you were working with, the people that you were procuring clients for. What happened on Little St. James Island, you know, who is the guilty one, right? You would think that Trump would have done everything that he could to make sure that Jeffrey Epstein survived till trial. And he didn't, chat. He didn't. This is like, I don't know what case she thinks she's making, but it really does, you know, kind of point towards Trump's guilt. Now, again, Elon made these claims without any proof. All right. So as far as Elon has not added any sort of proof to the picture, or even, you know, described himself as some kind of an eyewitness, you know, said that he knows things on a firsthand basis, right? He's just made the allegations that is why the Epstein files were not released, was because they mentioned Donald Trump.
Now, and the Mike Jeffries from Abercrombie's attached to Lex Wexner, who, you know, worked with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein ran all of his money. That's the Victoria's Secret guy. Blah blah blah. So what was the incentive? Like, why did Elon Musk say this. This was bait. What
Direful says she thinks she's cooking, but it's raw.
Elon Musk and Trump were trying to do is they were trying to get the Democrats to call for the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. And it's already worked. It's worked already beautifully. There's already Democrat verified accounts calling for the release of the Epstein files. Like Eric,
I'm trying to imagine this, chat. You can only release the Epstein files if Democrats call for them. Donald Trump has made campaign promises. Now he's a little bit cagey about this. We probably need to find the Fox News thing again, because that clip is just amazing. I'll try to find that in the background. Right, but you know, where they ask him, you know, are you going to release the JFK stuff? And he's like, oh yeah, I'll release the JFK stuff. Are you going to release the alien stuff? I'll release the alien stuff. I'll tell you everything we know about the government's, knowledge of extraterrestrials, right? How about the Epstein stuff? And he's like, yeah, we'll release the Epstein. Well, you know, on that one, I mean, there's a lot of fake stuff in that world, and I wouldn't want to hurt any innocent people by releasing that stuff. So maybe with that one, like, he's been cagey about it, but he has before said that, you know, he's going to be transparent. He's going to release the Epstein files. And you know, if you're QAnon, you think that Epstein was dealing like almost exclusively with the deep state, whatever that means, with Democrats, with satanic pedophiles. You think it's all connected, right? And it is all connected. It's all connected to Trump.
like, bang, 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 whatever, Swalwell, he's already calling for the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, right? And furthermore, this puts a bigger spotlight on Jeffrey Epstein and the release of those files. And when those files do come out, which will now be at the demand of Democrats and all the NPC libtards with TDS, they're going to start demanding.
TDS, everybody. You know who else has TDS according to Donald Trump? Elon Musk. Elon Musk, the latest victim of TDS. We'll get to that in a minute. Hold on.
For the release of the Epstein files, because they're so stupid, they still think that President Trump, you know, was a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein or one of the clients, which we in magazine know is not true. So, but here's the point I wanted to make that I haven't tweeted about yet. Trump has done this before, and this is not the first time he's done the fake feuds. He did it with Jeffrey Sessions, but here's something else that I want to point out that's important and that's relevant to this.
Wait, the Sessions feud was, I don't know about that. Didn't, like, Sessions is one of these guys that, like, left, that left, you know, the executive branch with you know, saying some pretty bad thing, with a very bad opinion about Donald Trump. Right? Like, and I don't know, that's a wild thing to say, that Sessions and Trump just had a fake feud.
Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. I firmly believe that when President Trump became president, the reason why he brought Alex Acosta, who is the person from Florida who gave Jeffrey Epstein the infamous sweetheart deal from the first time he was arrested, I believe, I believe that President Trump brought him in because he damn well knew that Alex Acosta actually did give him, Epstein, the sweetheart deal, and I believe that President Trump strategically him in, knowing that, because Trump could foresee and knew that the fake news would not cover the arrest and takedown of Jeffrey Epstein if they couldn't tie Epstein to him and his administration.
There's something about this woman's way of talking that really does. Look at those eyes right there. Right? It just says cult member to you. And look, I'm not, like, you could make an argument that Trump supporters are exhibiting cultish behavior. I'm not talking about cult-like, chat. I'm talking about an actual cult, and that is the cult of QAnon. And this woman is ticking all the boxes of QAnon. Trump is a secret agent designed to honeypot the pedophiles, right? That's a QAnon theory. The deep state is satanic pedophiles. That's a QAnon, right? She's ticking all the boxes of QAnon, right? This is another level, all right? When I say that, like, you know, the Trump cult, that's a figure of speech. That's cult-like behavior that I'm describing. That's a little different than somebody like, you know, a QAnon crackpot like this woman, or one of the Trump is actually the second coming of Christ people that, you know, the religious like the speaking in tongues people that will incorporate Trump into their religious lore.
So I believe that Trump did that on purpose, so then the media would be forced to report on it because they hate Trump, obviously, and they would only...
The media would be forced to report on it. He talked about, they did do a release of the Epstein stuff before. It was just underwhelming. It was a re-release of all the stuff we already knew about Epstein, right? There were folders, right? They photographed conservative influencers with little folders that they'd given them that were supposed to be the Epstein Files, and it turns out there's just nothing new in those, right? There's no revelation. So, you know, if you're following this stuff, it kind of makes you think that, okay, well, I guess, you know, he killed himself in jail, and there's nothing more to it. That was the you know, and the media did cover that. The media, just not in a favorable way, because again, there was a nothing burger. If Donald Trump had shit on Epstein that, you know, did not implicate him, and that maybe implicated, which I don't think is at all far-fetched, chat. I wouldn't be surprised if Bill Clinton was involved in a very disgusting way with Jeffrey Epstein. And I am fully willing to, like, I got no love for the Clintons, okay? I got a very low opinion of the Clintons, in particular Bill Clinton. I think he's, you know, got kind of a track record of, you know, interacting with people in a predatory and abusive way, just like Trump does. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all to find out that Bill Clinton, you know, had made trips to the Little St. James Island. I mean, I think that's maybe documented.
Right back to Trump. So by having Alex in there, that's how President Trump plays 5D chess to get the media to report on Epstein. And now,
lady, you are playing one-dimensional tic-tac-toe right now. I don't know if you would be able to perceive, like, this is like Flatland, chat. You know Flatland, the story about the story about people that live in a two-dimensional world where everybody's like a triangle or a square or a line, or it's a two-dimensional shape, right? And then when somebody comes in from the third dimension, they perceive them as like changing shape, like you know, and they're like, oh my gosh, are you God? And they're like, no, I'm a sphere actually, right? I'm in three dimensions, right? This woman is like existing in a very low dimensionality, let's just say.
This fake feud with Elon Musk, who's...
Chat, 7.3 likes on this thing. I would love to tell you that there was just a bunch of people making fun of this lady. That's not what I'm seeing, though.
Saying comes in the files. He didn't say he's in there as a pedophile, or as a co-conspirator. He just says he's in there.
Yeah, no, it's just the massive implication when you say somebody's in the Epstein Files. What do you think people are supposed to think? Look, if somebody's in the Epstein Files, but they're in there because they were trying to get Epstein, then you would say that. You'd be really specific about that, right? That's not what Elon said. She's trying to claim that he didn't lie, but he's baiting the media to cover this, which they wouldn't be interested in otherwise. They would run the other way, though. And when you say the media, please understand that the largest media outlet out there is Fox fucking News. Is Fox News in the tank for the Democrats? Is that what you're saying?
He's using as bait to get the Democrats to call for the release of the Epstein Files, and then also to get the media to report on it. Checkmate. It's brilliant. Trump's a genius, and this is amazing. This is all good. It's great, and it's only going to get better. So, yes, Dems are calling for the release of the Epstein Files now, thanks to Trump and Elon Musk.
Look, here's the deal. All right? If there's stuff in the Epstein Files that implicates people who have not been indicted yet, then yeah, justice should be served no matter who's in there. I don't care if fucking AOC's in there, right? I have obviously no reason to believe. In fact, I don't think she's the right age to be, to be involved with anything like this, right? But even if somebody that I was favorably disposed to, or was accomplishing what I thought to be some good political purpose, was implicated in there. If they're fucking involved with Epstein, if they went to Little St. James Island and took advantage of minors, then yeah, fuck them. They should be prosecuted. And that's the difference between between us and them, right? Is that this copium is all, well, if Trump's in there at all, it's obviously because he was trying to expose the cabal of pedophiles, and
that's all I got.
Like their guy cannot possibly be guilty, even though his fingerprints are all over it. Anyway, chat, let me show you some more fingerprints here.
Part of Donald Trump's answer about whether he would release files related to Jeffrey Epstein out of an interview that aired on Fox and Friends earlier this week. Fox News then aired.
Just so people remember this.
With Trump ostensibly without much editing on, I think it was Will Kane's podcast that was uploaded to YouTube.
So you remember the CBS 60 Minutes thing where the accusation was that Kamala gave an interview to 60 Minutes. There was a part of the interview where she looked particularly bad, and they cut that out in order to make her look better, right? That was, in fact, CBS got sued by Trump over this, and it looks like their parent company, Paramount, might settle the case. Again, another incident of corruption, because Paramount is trying to do a merger right now. This is Trump has no case. You can't prosecute a news organization for covering your opponent in a favorable way. Fox News does this shit all the fucking time. MSNBC does this all the fucking time. There's no consequences. This is not something that you can get sued for. Yet he's pressed his case anyway, and he is they're gonna settle the case with him in order to make it as almost like a tribute to Trump, to beseech him to allow their merger.
And people noticed that Trump's answer on Epstein was cut in a fairly interesting way. Now, before we roll the clip, I will say it's obviously common practice to splice up long interviews. So you might see a 10-minute package on 60 Minutes, for example, and then actually it was 20 minutes, it was 2 hours of talking, that gets condensed into a 10-minute package or into a 2-minute package for that matter. So there's a lot of splicing. There's a lot of chopping that's done in the editing process whenever you have a big sit-down interview on a major news network. That's common practice. But take a listen to the way in which Donald Trump answered this Epstein question. The way that it was originally cut off was just him saying, yeah, I'll release the files. Listen to what he says after that. Let's run this clip. This is E2 from Fox News.
Some people think that one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Yeah. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because,
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. Is the vertical ratio usually more NCC than video? Not complaining. Just checking.
Interesting. I did change it. I had to is this normal? I switched places, I guess. Like I switched places with so Trump's on the bottom now, and tell me if this is good for you, right? Because the idea was that the chat is on the bottom. Like if you're watching on short stream, there's a lot of stuff like on the bottom of the screen, and so hopefully now it'll be a little bit easier for you to I don't know. But yeah, the only way to get Trump to be bigger would be if we cut off the sides of the stream. But yeah, you will see more scenes. You will see more different like looks, right? Because sometimes we do want to kind of like zero in on the middle of the video, and especially if I watch a video that's vertical, I'll have to come up with a different scene for that. But yeah, good observation, Narwhal.
You don't know.
I think you're right.
You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
There we go.
But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly.
Yo, look at that. Look at that. So yeah, he, like I said, JFK, easy, no problem. Aliens, absolutely. We'll release all this stuff. Right. But when it comes to Epstein, he's kind of like, well, yeah, we want to be transparent and everything, but there's a lot of fake stuff in that world. I wouldn't want anyone who's innocent to be, implicated. Chat. He's thinking of himself, right? I'm willing to make this assumption. I'm willing to jump to this conclusion, right? Given what Elon has said, given the Trump's cagey behavior around Epstein, and given all the weird connections between him and Epstein, given his own statements about Epstein. Let's see if I can find this. There's a famous quote here. Let me see if I can grab it for you.
About the way he died, it would be interesting to find out what happened there, because that was a weird situation, and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would.
So that originally aired on Fox and Friends, but was cut off right when Donald Trump said, yeah, I would. And then everything else he said was a major backtrack. By the way, it's incredibly significant news anytime Donald Trump talks about Jeffrey Epstein, anytime anyone in a position of power talks about Jeffrey Epstein, for what it's worth, for a news outlet, I think, actually, to get Donald Trump.
Okay, let me read you this quote. I've known Jeff, he calls him Jeff, for like 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them on the younger side. That is a real Donald Trump quote right there. That if you start putting, I don't know, Chad. I don't really think, I don't think you have to, go full QAnon to entertain the likelihood. I think that there is something in the Epstein Files painting Donald Trump in a less than positive light. What is this? Oh, this is Snopes. Okay, so Snopes is here examining the claim. In 2002, Donald Trump called Jeffrey Epstein a quote-unquote fun and quote-unquote terrific guy, and added, it is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them on the younger side. Rating correct attribution. On June 5th, 2025, online users claimed that U.S. President Donald Trump once called the now deceased financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein a fun and terrific guy, adding, for example, so they're giving examples of lefties bringing this up and analyzing their statement. On July 6, 2019, federal authorities arrested Epstein and then indicted him on charges of sex trafficking of minors and conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors. 3 days later, on July 9th, an unidentified reporter asked Trump in the Oval Office, do you still think Epstein is a terrific guy? In response, Trump said 3 times that he was not a fan of Epstein's. Well, I knew him like everyone in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him in 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago, I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his, as you can tell. I was not a fan of his. Jeez. Cagey as fuck. Oh wait, do we have film of this?
And again, it was a decision made, I think, not by him, but by a lot of people. So we're going to look at it very carefully. We'll be looking at that very carefully. Okay? Okay, anybody else?
It's loud enough?
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago. I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his. So I feel very badly, actually, for Secretary Acosta, because I've known him as being somebody that works so hard and has done such a good job. I feel very badly about that whole situation.
So this is just to drive home the point that Epstein's death in prison, whether done by his own hands or done in some other way, did occur during the first Trump administration.
But we're going to be looking at that and looking at it very closely.
You're gonna be so what? He never follows up on this shit. We're going to be looking at that and looking at it very closely. Yeah.
We're also going to be signing a big contract in a little while, so we're going to see you in a little while.
Here, let me change the subject real quick.
In a different part of the White House where we're going to be signing up a big deal with Boeing.
Okay, so yeah, weeks later, August 10th, guards found oh wait, no, this is before he died. July 9th, right? 2019, he's still alive at this point. Weeks later, he's found dead in his jail cell. Autopsy rules he died by hanging, self-inflicted, setting off a wave of conspiracy theories. Oh, there's the I wish her well on Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach.
So again, even a weird thing for somebody that wants to distance himself from Epstein and quote unquote that world, to say that he wishes her well. The only reason that you'd see, that I can think of, that you'd see someone, in the president's office trying to, what I interpret as like placate Ghislaine Maxwell, is that he is maybe a little worried what she might say about him.
I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
So chat, this is from Snopes, right? This is, a website that's favorite thing is to debunk stuff, even stuff that is not real. Like, they debunked the claim that Trump called the Trump statement that they're good people on both sides referred to the Nazis in Charlottesville, right? If you know about the Unite the Right rally and you know about the contingents of the right at the time, you know that people that were not white supremacists did not show up in Charlottesville. So good people on both sides absolutely does imply. But yeah, Snopes wanted to, they just kind of denied it out of a lack of like 100% like closed chain of logic of like what he said of, if you don't analyze it too deeply, like you can think, well, maybe he was talking about the other people in Charlottesville, right? There were no other people in Charlottesville. And he was, anyway, the Soy Pill has a video on this. It's not really the subject that we're tackling today, though. Days prior to her convention, Miami Herald published information about flights that Trump had taken on Epstein's jets. According to reporting, flight logs showed Trump had flown at least 7 times, with all the flights being between Palm Beach, Florida, and New York City airports. So just understand, when we're talking about the flight logs, we don't have logs showing Trump going to Little St. James Island. All right, so at least there's that. Meanwhile, former President Clinton had flown on Epstein's jets at least 9 times. In a statement, a spokesperson for Clinton in 2019 that Clinton knew nothing about Epstein's crimes for further reading. Anyway, I kind of thought that maybe Clinton had been confirmed on one of those flights to the island. The Snopes isn't saying that here, but regardless.
Talking like that about Jeffrey Epstein is a pretty big story. So again, they cut that off. We can put E1 up on the screen. Sorry for going out of order here, but they did cut that off. And some people in media noticed it I want to highlight another part of what he said. I guess I would. I think that less so because you don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would. I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others, certainly about the way he died. It'd be interesting to find out. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. So sort of a typical Trump answer. You don't totally know what it means. It's almost effectively hard to make out. But the editing, I think, where you're just going rapid fire through JFK, yeah, I already did a lot of it. And you get to Epstein, yeah, I would. And immediately, well, there's a lot of phony stuff.
So I think what she played for us first was the unredacted version. Now, just to be really clear, chat, Fox did eventually put all this up, or maybe it was that part of it didn't air on Fox. Maybe part of it was was online only, right? So, they weren't entirely burying this stuff. It was on their website, but I don't think it was included in the original live broadcast, right? And for somebody that has made such a big deal about Kamala's 60 Minutes interview, there being a segment cut out of that isn't a particularly strong performance from Kamala Harris, it's pretty wild. But remember, with Trump, the standards only apply to other people. They never apply to him.
Less so with Epstein than others. Ryan, obviously, Epstein
it's too loud.
In that Palm Beach world. Obviously, there's that famous footage of him with Donald Trump kind of partying at Mar-a-Lago. Some people have claimed that there was recruitment happening at Mar-a-Lago of girls who were sex trafficked, essentially. So I think it's fairly significant. I think it was a great question from Rachel Campo-Steffi. What happened here? Is this in a way, is this a defense of Fox saying we ended up putting up the whole thing, there was nothing to hide? Or is it them sort of being caught editing it by later uploading the whole thing, maybe not realizing that people would know?
Michael Bagwell reminding us about the plane that Trump rented. I think when his plane broke down, he ended up renting another plane, which was Epstein's old jet.
Discrepancy.
I mean, I think they got caught. But I think different people made different decisions. I don't think it was, from the top. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to edit this to make it palatable for our seniors who watch on Fox, and then we're going to let the whole part go out on Will Kane's podcast. I don't think they exactly did it that way, but a system is what it does, and the interests of the producers that cut that clip are clear. Like Trump says yes, but I think you could even just, you can't say it's a time question, because you just say, right, but less so on that one. Like, at least if you put the but less so on that one, you've at least let the viewers know, and you've let them see the beginning of the backtracking, and you can see where it's going from there. Because whenever, if you know what Trump's going to do. In other words, he's not going to do anything. And that was clear. You didn't need the other minute of rambling excuses about why he's not going to do anything. He's not. But yeah, so I think they wanted to. I wouldn't think they wanted to keep that from the audience. There's no other way of understanding that. But I think there must be different kind of editorial processes that play out at different levels. Like, you can't completely keep an interview out from, say, a podcast or whatever. And then, to your point, right, there's that great quote from, great isn't the word, there's a quote from Trump in the Vanity Fair article that people can find, where he's asked about Jeffrey Epstein. He says,
I'm noticing the Twitch chat, apparently, or at least some people in Twitch chat, do not think that I read Twitch chat, and yet I am reading your chat nonetheless.
Jeffrey likes him young.
Just understand that there's a lot of comments from YouTube, and a lot of there's 2 YouTube streams going on, right? So I do see your comments, but they're just interspersed with everyone else's comments. So comment something good, and I will reply. Can you imagine living in a mansion, having multiple other mansions, yachts, and thinking, yeah, selling out to fascism is worth making an extra $10 billion? Wait, like Elon?
Likes him pretty and likes him young, or something like that. And he really likes to have a good time. You can even hear Trump kind of dictating the quote to his secretary. Like, it's a very Trumpian dictated type of quote. and you're like, oh, okay, this Trump knew what was going on here. And so it gives credence to all of the other stuff that you hear about Mar-a-Lago and the recruitment.
There's that quote, and there's also another thing that turned a lot of people's heads. You'll remember this, Ryan, when he said he was asked about Ghislaine Maxwell and said something to the extent of,
yeah, they're going over the exact same stuff I just did. Let me fast forward for you.
Wish her well. I think that was the quote. I just wish her well.
Read this. Wait, you just flipped me off, Oglobitz?
Again, it sort of gives you pause when you look at someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who reporting, not suggests, but reporting really has documented, had links to Mossad and Ghislaine Maxwell as well, through her father or through other channels, was collecting videotapes, was putting other powerful people in extremely compromising positions, potentially to extract policy favors out of it on behalf of other people. Donald Trump hedging on that one compared to others is obviously, I think, a very significant bit. And for a news outlet,
so Breaking Points noticed it too. This is Breaking Points, Ryan Grimm and Emily. God damn it, what is her name? I always forget her name. Ryan and Emily. They don't give her last name here, but anyway, Breaking Points is one of these shows that, much like The Hill used to do, tries to come at you with a conservative host and a liberal host. Ryan obviously being on the left, Emily being on the right. Ryan's not your standard Democrat by any means, and Emily is not your standard Republican either. So it's kind of a they're trying to capture both audiences as much as they can. All right, let's see. Oh my God, we got another Breaking Points video that just came out. That's an old one.
On to what's going on with Diddy here, because you've been, blowing up on TikTok talking about this trial. What are we now? What are 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in?
Now, chat, I missed this because this headline says that Trump saving Diddy floats pardon as sick details revealed. Trump did used to be friends with Diddy. I think Obama did too. I think a lot of mainstream politicians were very, Diddy was like a huge, first artist and then producer and super influential. People were, afraid of him. And that's why this stuff didn't come out sooner. He's actually apparently, or if you read the case, allegedly hurt people before. So, but yeah, this is wild if true.
The end of the third week.
Okay, so let's put this Business Insider tear sheet up on the screen that had some of the key details here. And, I think most people will be familiar with the horrific hotel video of Cassie being, beaten and dragged by Diddy. And they played this pretty early in the trial to sort of set the stage, the prosecution did. And it is also critical to their case about, hey, this was an act that was taking place.
I'm sorry, we really need to drill down and find the Trump-related.
We received $20,000 from Cassie's father, which happened after Puffy said, I'm mad at you, and I'm going to put out this sex tape if you don't give me $20K. And so they took out a home equity loan so that they could access $20K and sent it to Diddy. But the other part of that story that I noticed, she was a recording artist at Bad Boy for at least 4 years when the $20,000 extortion request was made, and her mom takes out a home equity loan. She was not liquid enough to come up with $20,000 in an absolute emergency as a recording artist. Clearly, she's kept with no money. So this is how he's coercing her. Because you get, as a recording artist, you're going to get money when your album comes.
Suddenly, they love Donald Trump, and they're the biggest MAGA fan ever. And this is the deep state.
Okay, here we go.
This question for you, Tori. So Trump has floated he might be open to a party.
A party. Yeah, he was like, we should throw one of those parties. We should throw one of those freak-offs here in the White House. Call Zelensky. Get the baby oil. Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. Trump is going to have a freak-off in the Oval Office anyway.
Pardon.
Maybe
party too, you never know. For Diddy. We've seen this play out so many times of suddenly, someone who's in trouble with the law, suddenly they love Donald Trump and they're the biggest MAGA fan ever. And this is the deep state coming to get them or whatever. Has he made any of those attempts to kind of appeal directly to Trump in order to, try to be able to get this.
Wait, so has Trump floated the idea? He has been offering a lot of pardons to a lot of people who look very guilty, right? Even people who were convicted of stealing from their employees have gotten pardons from Trump, which not only prevented them from serving any jail time, but also prevented them from being forced to make restitution to the employees that they had ripped off.
This pardon.
We don't know. Obviously, Diddy cannot speak publicly right now. I saw a report that said that his group, his team, his allies were trying to back channel to Trump. And then, of course, Trump said he had not heard anything about that. But, we take all of Trump's words with a grain of salt. I imagine that it could happen. Trump is a total wild card. He pardoned NBA Youngboy and Kodak Black. Alice Johnson may decide, Diddy would be another good one to bring in some black voters, right? I mean, it's this bizarre okey doke of.
They should know better than that.
We're going to pardon.
I know that Trump is very much, the way he courts, black voters or Jewish voters is always awkward and racist, right? But I don't know that he would pander in such a ham-fisted way as to offer Diddy a pardon. I don't even know. Chat, are there I don't see team Diddy people, right? We talked about Drake and Kendrick before. You don't really see the Drake supporters, although they are out there. But I feel like Diddy supporters are even less, if they are out there. I just don't hear very much from them, right? Nobody wants to claim I'm a Diddy stan over here. He did nothing wrong.
Specific individuals while we're taking away your rights over here, but that's the game we're playing. Trump's a total wild card on this. I don't expect him to look at it and say, there were actual problems here, actual miscarriages of justice. It'll be like, do you like Diddy or not?
Right.
And
how much are you willing to pay me? And what do I think the political benefit will be?
Yeah. And I mean, the release of Diddy at this point would be extremely dangerous for a lot of people. A lot of people would be looking over their shoulder for quite a long time, myself included. And I'm sure I'm not top 99 on his list. But if he's petty enough to be making a list, I'm probably.
Okay, so wait, the one thing I'm going to complain about here with breaking points, Trump has floated that he might be open to a pardon of Diddy. If this is true, I haven't seen this. I'll have to look for this, chat. Let me see what we got here. Oh my god. So look, that's the podcast. Elon threw the Epstein bomb at Trump. So this is Daily Beast going over this. I'm going to look and see if I can substantiate Trump floating the idea of pardoning Diddy, because even for Trump, I feel like this would be beyond the pale.
Man in the world, Donald Trump, and them now just firing salvos at each other. Elon.
Oh, also chat, if the stream goes out, let me know in chat and let me know immediately, okay? We're going to be watching a lot of different news sources. Some of the news sources will fuck with live streams, right? And if that happens, the stream will die, and all I'll have to do is get that news source off of the screen, and hopefully YouTube will let me proceed. That's usually how it works, but just let me know, because if I play something that YouTube doesn't like for an extended amount of time, I'll get in trouble. So, pardon Diddy before the trial? Well, no, I don't know. I haven't heard this claim before. I haven't heard the claim that Trump is floating the idea of pardoning Diddy. I know he's been pardoning a lot of people, particularly famous people and connected people that can be helpful for him, or people that are, he thinks are loyal MAGA people, right? But as far as Diddy, I haven't heard anything about this.
Elon Musk has now introduced the theme of Jeffrey Epstein. He said, mark your calendars, basically saying there will be blood. Who better to talk to about this than the man who foresaw this meltdown coming? It's Michael Wolff. He's back for an emergency Daily Beast podcast.
Okay, what is this? Washington Post. The president won't rule out a pardon for Sean Combs, who's been charged with sex traffic and racketeering conspiracy. Oh my God, it's another paywall. Everything is paywall, chat. Everything is paywall. On Friday, okay, Fox News. On Friday, Trump floated the possibility. Where the fuck did this go? On Friday, Trump floated the possibility of issuing a presidential pardon to Diddy, saying it's not a popularity contest. I would certainly look at the facts if asked. There we go. So that's real. Friday. When did this article get written? June 3rd. Yeah. So on Friday, it must have been last Friday. There we have it, chat. I guess he is talking about
Michael of the big, beautiful bill. Now we seem to be into a full-on WWE fight. Explain what's going on.
You know, well, as we discussed yesterday, everybody comes a cropper with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to screw you, and you're going to be screwed. So there has never been someone in a position to try to screw
Mylan says he literally shot Tupac.
Trump back. So we have a new paradigm. The richest man in the world and the most powerful man in the world locked in.
50 Cent said he's going to pressure Trump to not pardon.
A blood feud.
Definitely looking out for his guy there.
And who's going to win? It could go either way. It has escalated into nuclear territory within the last 30 minutes.
So this is what I meant, chat, when I said that this is beyond like the possibility of kayfabe. I really did think up to a few days ago, right, or up until really a day ago, right, that there was some chance that this beef was a clout beef, that this beef was kayfabe, right, that this was set up to distance Trump from Diddy, Trump from Elon, right? Because Elon's unpopular, and Elon from Trump because the association with Trump is hurting Elon's businesses, right? It makes sense for both of them, even if they don't hate each other's guts, to put some distance between each other and at least feed into the perception that they are not simpatico anymore. However, like I said, when he says nuclear territory, what we're talking about is Elon implying that Trump was, Trump was involved with Epstein and his illicit activities with minors, and Trump threatening to put the kibosh on some of the subsidies that Elon's businesses really, I won't say rely on, but benefit from.
Right. And as we're talking, Elon Musk has just fired back at Donald Trump, who accused him of missing the glamour of the White House. I mean, you made a very good point in the podcast we dropped today, actually earlier, saying no one leaves the White House voluntarily. Donald Trump then today, possibly having heard you, makes the point that Elon already misses the glamour of the White House. This is what happens when people leave the White House.
There was a carefully on the part of the White House, no suggestion.
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. Check your Discord.
Oh, thank
you. I sent you the NYT article of the same subject.
Oh, okay. We got the NYT covering that. Yeah, I'll take a look. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. Although if I click on it, it says like there's 10, you can send me like 10 articles. Do you think there's more in there for us to glean? Do you think it's worth it to, like, because I think if I click on it, I've used up one. We used up one, and speaking of things like out of 10, we are 3 out of 10 of the way towards putting a big beautiful butterfly right in my hair, folks. We got a big, beautiful butterfly, and it's going to fly around, and it's going to... I can't do a Trump. My Trump impression is pathetic, but we only have 30 minutes left. That's why I'm mentioning it. If you want to see my luscious ginger hair adorned with a big, beautiful butterfly, then super chat of... I think it's $5 or more will make it teal, and if we get 7 more of those, then I'll put a butterfly in my hair. If not, oh well.
That Elon had been forced out, that Elon had been fired. I mean, this is the way men of affairs do this. There is no "you're fired." There is no reality show denouement. But now Trump is saying, yes, I fired him. We pushed him out. Forget him.
But Elon today dropped an absolute bomb. It may not be a total nuclear bomb. That's in Trump's camp. But
look, it'd be a nuclear bomb if he had some evidence, honestly. Right? That's all we're kind of missing on Trump. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence tying Trump strongly to Epstein. And I will say also, same thing with Bill Clinton. I'm not just saying this because I have Trump derangement syndrome, all right? And I'm an NPC. I also think that Bill Clinton is sus, right? And whoever's in those files, I would like to know.
He dropped the bomb of Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. What does he mean?
I mean, it is the nuclear. I mean, I think it has been, and it is that I mean, it's an issue that I'm particularly interested in because I've been involved in it. And actually,
Freedom 90 says that's actually a pretty good Trump impression. Really?
I've been the one who has dropped the bomb or tried to drop the bomb because it's absolutely true. I mean, Donald Trump, here is the story hiding in plain sight for a very long time now. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were the best of friends for a very long time, for 15 years. They shared girlfriends, they shared airplanes, they shared...
There's stories about Trump, like, what is... There's stories about Trump like being involved in, like, I guess, would you call it swinging? It's just like a old fashioned, I don't even know if I'd compare it to polyamory, right? But the idea being that, people, married people get together and they say, it's okay if you have sex with my partner, if I get to have sex with your partner. And just for a little variety, spice things up, I guess. And there's stories about Donald Trump, getting into these arrangements with other people and somehow having his women go and lure the guys away so that he can have sex with the guy's wife, right? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if we have substantiation about any of this, but it has been said. It is out there.
Business strategy.
It's more like an open relationship.
They shared.
I feel like it's different. I feel like it's a 7. The swinging thing is almost like its own thing. It's very much of the moment of the. It's like a 70s thing. It's pretty old school. And I mean, like, that's probably when Trump was in his young 20s.
Tax advice, or it's actually they shared how to not pay taxes. They were inseparable. And as I've said on the Daily Beast podcast and in other venues, I have seen the pictures of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's girls together.
Last November, just before the election, we ran tapes that you had provided us of Jeffrey Epstein talking extremely intimately about Donald Trump. What are the specifics in the files that they won't release?
I mean, the files, and I don't know if Elon knows, the idea of files may be, I mean, it may be something specific, including those pictures, which were in all probability in the safe when the FBI came and raided Jeffrey Epstein's house after he was arrested. So perhaps that's one of the things that Elon is very specifically referring to. But I think in general, it could also be the Epstein file writ large in the scope of the Jeffrey Epstein life intersects.
I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves here, chat. I want to check in with the Majority Report. I know they released something where this is kind of cheating, but the other option is just to go Actually, they've been doing a lot of coverage on this. Let's see, Majority Report. They've also got a story about Ro Khanna. There are some Democrats apparently that are kind of welcoming Elon back with open arms, despite the fact that Elon's contention, as far as I know, with Trump on the big beautiful bill is not that it cuts Medicaid. It's not that it cuts SNAP. It's and maybe not even necessarily that, you know, it gives, you know, huge tax cuts to millionaires. It's the deficit, right? He's kind of lining up with Rand Paul and people like that. And, you know, Rand Paul's idea of dealing with the deficit, as far as I know, does not include raising taxes on the wealthy. It would be more along the lines of making things painful for those who rely on Medicaid, which is a large part of our country. Is it this one?
In the White House. Maybe it was last week, I think now, that the New York Times had this report on Elon Musk's drug use, and it noted within the first two paragraphs.
I kind of think it's this one.
Speaking of awkward, Elon Musk left the administration the other day. He was a special advisor, special government employee. And
I pick Hassan and the butterfly. All right, Omega Star, I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it to the Hassan Doom Scroll interview. Chat, we got a bonus content going on. If we hit it, I will stay on stream a little bit longer, cover an extra topic with you. If we get to 100, if we get to 200, I cover 2 extra topics. The other thing that's coming up is the butterfly goal. Putting adorning my hair with a butterfly is something that can happen if we're at 5 out of 10 on the butterfly goal right now. We've got, what, 20 minutes left, 24 minutes left to make that happen. Thank you, Omega Star, for those 2 super chats, and very smart of you to divide those chats up into 2. You get, yeah, instead of just getting credit for, yeah, because you know how it works. If you super chat $10, it gives you like 1, like, you know, right? But if you divide it up into $5 and $5, it gives you 2. So we're at 43 now. Wait, are we at 40? I feel like we're, oh yeah, you're right, 43. The other thing you can do when you donate is let me know in the chat which of these topics on the YouTube poll on YouTube horizontals, which of these topics you want to see covered by me. And I will do just like I'm doing for Omega Star here, and I will put your money where your mouth is. So look at this. Hassan on Doom Scroll now has 10 extra points. And with that, let's see if this is I watched their coverage of this earlier today.
And you can only stay in that role for 130 days, according to statute. And Musk the other day said, I think it's really hard to have a bill that's beautiful and big simultaneously. I'm not even, I don't know. And Elon Musk posted this yesterday at 1:30 in the afternoon, I guess it was. I'm sorry.
Eastern time.
Eastern time. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. The massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. And then he also tweeted, it will massively, because it wasn't quite clear what he was talking about. He's not talking about is he talking about like all of the upward distribution of money going to wealthy people via tax cuts? Or how all of those, that upward redistribution of money going to wealthy people is on the backs of people who don't have the money to have health insurance?
So long story short, so that we don't have to listen to Sam and his way through this, which we love Sam Cedar, right? But like, let me just make this real quick. No, Elon is only concerned, much like Rand Paul, with the fact that there are not enough cuts, right? And trying to use the idea that he did something good with Doge. Now, in reality, the top estimation I've seen of the savings that Doge provided is $9 billion. You got to couple that with what they messed up and what has to be fixed and stuff like that. I'm not really sure they made much of a dent at all, but he wants to claim like he did something really amazing with Doge. You know, it's the first time that the federal government got serious about cutting spending, and that Trump's big, beautiful bill is not so beautiful because it's going to blow a hole in the deficit that's way bigger than the savings that he got. Well, I mean, that much is true, right? But the savings are that's another question. Let's see.
That are involved in the marketplace coverage, the disenrollment of.
So there's the actual effects. Sorry, these are the actual effects. Key findings: loss of coverage for 7.7 million people. This is the House bill. Disenrollment of 1.38 million low-income Medicare beneficiaries. Oh yeah, so they've got, I guess, like Medicare is actually being discussed now. It was that they were going to put work requirements and a lot of red tape around Medicaid in order to de facto kick people off of it. And they claimed that this wasn't cuts, that they were just doing, you know, the goal of Doge, like they were eliminating waste, right? That the people that were going to be kicked off, in other words, were not, should not have it in the first place. But now they're talking about Medicare to, let me see. I think this is like from earlier, because
in the White House, and then noted pretty quickly that Elon Musk has not made good on his promise to give $100 million to Trump organizations for the 2026 midterms that he had said he was going to do. And I found that to be like, oh, it's still 2025. It's early. The fact that they said that in this article, and it was likely Trump people who were sourcing it for the Times, just made me raise my eyebrows a little bit. And then we get into this week, and Elon Musk is just like all out criticizing Trump's bill that's being currently negotiated in the Senate. And Axios spoke to some other Trump people there, and they said that the issues that Elon has are as follows, is that the bill cuts EV tax credits. We talked about this before. Tesla is in free fall. They need some of these EV tax credits if people are going to be even interested in buying those things anymore.
That's how it's still a company. It's
yeah.
not because
let me show you Elon's. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to. I blocked Elon Musk, so it's kind of hard for me to find his tweets. Look at this. Even when I type in his name, let's try it like that. Elon Musk. If I put it, Elon Mush? No, Elon Musk. There we go. That's the Elon we're looking for. No, okay. I don't even know what's going to be on here. All right, there's Elon's. There. I'm not verified yet. Damn, I've got to pay $8 to get verified. Chat. Just kidding. All right, so here is Elon's timeline, right? And I don't know. I guess we should just like roll it back. This is a cursed feed right here. We've got Scott Adams on there. Okay, so look, this is what Elon's trying to say about this, right? Trump's claiming that Elon only had a problem with him, only turned on him because they cut the EV tax credits. That's what Sam Cedar was just talking about. And so his counter example is him.
We don't need the $7,500 tax credit. I would say, honestly, I would just can this whole bill.
So this is in 2021. Oh wait, sorry. This is me in 2021. He says, right? Yeah, December 7th, 2021. So he's saying he doesn't. This was under Biden. He's saying he doesn't need the tax credit. He wants the bill that Biden passed, the infrastructure bill, to be killed, essentially, right? And he's trying to use this as proof that, like, no, I didn't get mad because you canceled my EV tax credits. Look at me, I'm on tape here saying I don't need them.
My recommendation.
What about the support though for the charging network? I mean, there are parts of this bill and no.
No, I mean, do we need support for gas stations? We don't. So there's no need for this for support for a charging network. I would delete it. Delete.
Okay, all right.
I'm literally saying get rid of all subsidies, but also for oil and gas. We don't need the $7,500 tax credit.
Okay, so anyway, that's Elon's argument right now. Sam is saying that maybe things have changed. Sorry, Sam is saying, wait, sorry, I'm so confused here.
We talked about this before. Tesla is in free fall. They need some of these EV tax credits.
So yeah, things have changed at Tesla. Tesla was doing really well in 2021. Tesla is not doing nearly as well now. And, with a free fall that has come from Elon Musk's association with Donald Trump, with the amount of, with the way that that's harmed Tesla, maybe those tax credits are, more necessary now than they were before.
Credits if people are going to be even interested in buying those things anymore.
That's how it's still a company. It's not because of all the cars they're selling.
And so he's pissed about that. The other thing is that Trump had wanted Starlink to use for.
Emma H says it's very strange seeing Elon being right and also justified on this one issue. He's right for the wrong reasons, right? It's a bad bill. They should kill the bill, right? So I agree with kill bill. But in terms of why he wants to kill the bill and what he wants to do afterwards, right? He wants to redraft new legislation that cuts Medicaid, that maybe even cuts Medicare, right? If you're really talking about the whole deficit hawk thing, and you want to do it without raising taxes on millionaires and billionaires, or at least closing some loopholes, you are going to necessarily harm and just like in the Joni Ernst clip, maybe kill some the people who need these government services, right? That we all die sometime, says Joni Ernst. Well, you can die even sooner with this big beautiful bill, and with what Elon wants, it's going to be even worse. I mean, that's the problem, is that there are Republicans, all right? I can think of one, Hawley, that has expressed concern over the cuts, right? Probably because it's going to hurt him in his district. There's people all over the country, especially in red states, that depend on Medicaid for their medical care. So, you do have a few examples of that, but for the most part, the people that are holding up the bill in the Senate, the people that made it hard to pass in the House and that actually made the bill worse in the House, were people that thought that the bill was not harsh enough. Like, they wanted to save some of the, cuts to Medicaid for after 2028. So they're like literally, it's like Looney Tunes. They light the extra long fuse and then they run away, right? They light a long fuse saying, essentially, your program is going to be cut in 2028, but don't worry. There's like no chance that that the Republican will be in the White House at that time. So you'll have AOC or Pete Buttigieg or Tim Walz come into office with an immediate disaster that they will be blamed for, because the American people have no media literacy.
For the FAA, and the administration was a little uneasy about that. In part,
Trump or Musk wanted Starlink.
Musk, did I say?
You said Trump wanted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Musk
yes,
wanted it, yeah.
Musk wanted Starlink to be used for the FAA, but planes are crashing all over the place, and
already
there's so many difficulties. I'm sure they were just like, maybe we back off of this. We'll give Starlink some other goodies, but that wasn't enough. And then Axios reported that the final straw that broke Elon Musk's hunchback was over the weekend when Trump withdrew the nomination of this guy, Jared Isaacman, who is somebody that Elon Musk wanted, to head NASA or be a top official at NASA. Now, again, Starlink is dependent on the privatization of NASA to give them more contracts.
Starlink wouldn't exist if we hadn't been privatizing NASA like we started after 2008.
Right. So this is what sent Elon on the warpath. I'd also say that like generally capitalists and rich people don't like this bill because because the dollar has weakened significantly since the tariff announcement. And when you compound that with it exploding the national debt, that actually creates like financial precarity for the entire United States economic system. And that's why Moody's said that like they started downgrading the United States credit rating. It wasn't just in response to the tariffs. It was the tariffs and then this bill, which would exacerbate the problems that we're already seeing with both like economic uncertainty in terms of the job market drying up. There's some really concerning private sector job reports that are the worst they've been in years. And then also just like what this does to the national debt and the interest that would accrue for the United States to continue to borrow. So with all of that context, Elon and Trump are going at each other on social media. Matt, can you explain how this has been going down here?
So this is the newswire_US, which is not an account I follow, and I wouldn't recommend it, but they have a pretty good update here of what's been going on. So first was, looks like this morning, Elon Musk retweeted a dozen-year-old tweet from Trump saying, "I cannot believe the Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I am a Republican and I am embarrassed." And Elon Musk quote tweeted that in was words.
Oh, you don't want to do that to show that Donald Trump's been a hypocrite in the past. I mean, pick any issue and you'll find it, but highlighting this.
Then Trump says he'll be going to China, which, good. Trump, Elon is mad that I took his EV credit away. Continues here. Trump on Musk, disappointed. Trump, would have won Pennsylvania without him. Trump, I don't know if we will have a great relationship with Elon anymore.
Wow.
Musk following the criticism, whatever. Elon, quote, without me, Trump would have lost the election. And then next 4 minutes ago, Elon Musk unfollows senior Trump advisor Stephen Miller. I wonder if Katie,
is his wife is still
is
working
Katie
for
stuck
him?
in the crossfire here? But that's basically the newest volley is Elon Musk has hit the unfollow button.
Wow. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I remember a few weeks ago, we were saying with, Elon Musk's time as the head of Doge, as like a special government employee coming to an end, that we were surprised that his relationship, at least on the surface level, with Trump was going to end without any kind of messy drama. And it seemed like it wasn't going to have any messy drama.
Well, it seemed like they were in a they had some financial deal together. And that's why we said like that even if they break up, they'll still be cordial because they're making money off of each other.
They're still on the same side. Yeah, that was my assumption up until today as well.
Yeah, and it also seemed like, Elon leaving.
Like that there might be some differences of opinion, right? Like there's a lot of different people in Trump's ear. Obviously, Elon Musk doesn't agree with the likes of Peter Navarro. And when Trump does, tariffs, Elon Musk, is not in favor of that. But in general, they're like on the same side. And yeah, look, they kind of kept each other out of jail. If you listen to Elon Musk, he was worried about being investigated. Like if the Harris campaign had won the election, he was worried that he might actually be investigated. And what was the first thing that he did with Doge was disempowered the parts of the federal government that would have been responsible for doing those investigations. So, you got that. And then you got, on the other hand, Trump, who only escaped, more convictions and very likely some more severe punishments, including possibly prison time, by being elected president. Those suits were only dropped because Trump was elected president again. So they both kind of, watched each other's back.
The Doge with more of a symbolic and branding deal, with Elon Musk just not being popular, which I think goes to your point about why they made a point of pointing out that Elon was not putting his money behind any candidates in the midterm elections, where it's like, right, Elon is just not very popular, broadly speaking, anymore. And so we thought, at least I thought they were just going to, minimize his position in the White House, but perhaps that was enough, along with these other things, to like make his ego, hurt.
Yeah, I think it was simply like the fact that this clearly undermines the entire project that he set out to create and do. Like, I do think he still had ins with the Trump administration, and that he actually did. Like, I agree with you that he actually was just, to save face specifically for like Tesla. He was saying that he was leaving, but he still very much was going to be working with the administration. And I think combined with the reports of his alleged drug use and him hearing all these things about
Ashkid even says he survived political prosecution. See, this is the whole thing that makes me think that you got some quasi-religious beliefs there, right? Trump didn't get prosecuted exclusively under Democratic appointed judges. In fact, there were Trump judges that were ruling against him. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, Cash Kid, this is just fucking brainworms. And you're not dealing with reality when you've got those worms in your brain, like controlling things, making you see things like a political prosecution, like lawfare, where there is none. All right. If anything, Merrick Garland handled the Trump prosecutions with kid gloves, right? As if he was afraid of being accused of political prosecutions. Trump has gotten away with more shit than anyone in the history. He is the most corrupt president that we've ever had. The reason that he's got so many charges against him is that he's done so much fucked up shit. You know, like something like retaining the documents. And I'm not like in a stupid like Biden way where it's like, oh, were we not supposed to take those? Here's the documents back. Trump is like, they're like, you took the documents. We need the documents back for the records. Trump just ghosts them. Just refuses to do anything about, basically daring the federal government to raid Mar-a-Lago to take the documents back. There's so many things that, you know, just to believe that every single one of those things is like representative of, you know, Trump is an exceptional politician who's going after the deep state in ways no other politician has before. And he's completely clean. This guy is completely clean. He did nothing wrong. Every single judge, including the judges that he himself appointed, including the officials that he himself employed. I mean, like, you've got multiple Trump officials, you know, confirming his corruption, right? It's like a strange type of brainworm to be living with, to be cohabitating in your cabeza, Cash Kid.
About, you know, there was a lot of people, we know how thin-skinned he is, and there was a lot of people mocking the fact that Elon's job was done, and lo and behold, the 2025 budget sees the federal government spending more than they did last year, which completely makes a mockery out of Musk's whole being and project. Right. So I think he couldn't handle that. And he was ready to face the consequences of losing that inside, track he had with them to voice his opposition to it. And now we're seeing the consequences of that with Trump attacking him.
I would say there were also a lot of indications.
Yeah, we have some video here, Brandon. If you just want to
put a pin in it for a second. Yeah. Trump, I guess, acknowledged this at the White House. He was doing this briefing about his meeting with President Xi, right?
Yeah, and this is the newly gilded White House with a bunch of new gold leaf put on over stuff. I don't know if people saw that detail, but
yeah,
a little bit classier, okay?
He knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody, and he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about
it, oh my God, Cash Kid, this is delicious. If he's so corrupt, wouldn't he have appointed corrupt judges? What do you think that means? Can you please describe to me what does corrupt mean? Does it mean it's just like a bad person? Does it mean it's just an unreliable person? Does it mean that the judges, like, their mental process is affected? What do you think corrupt means? If you're corrupt, it's because somebody corrupted you. It's because you're in the tank for someone, right? So you're saying that if he's corrupt, wouldn't he have appointed corrupt judges that would then go after him? No, you see, like, he did appoint probably some corrupt judges that decided in his favor when they shouldn't have. But even with all of those, there were still some judges that, you know, have some sort of sense of their own career, their own reputation, and that don't want to go along with his corruption, right? This is and you've seen this time and time again from Trump, people that he has selected, he himself has selected. Right. It's just like at this point, Cash Kid, corrupt means I don't know. I don't think you know what that means. Please define corrupt. Please tell me what a corrupt judge is. And like that you think that if Trump, like that if a president is corrupt, in other words, if he commits crimes, if he is involved in things like, you know, deciding in favor of people that benefit him, right? That's the, you know, that would be part of my definition of corruption. That the judges that he appoints would somehow, like, that every single judge that he appoints has to be corrupt. Obviously, he appointed some judges that weren't corrupt or weren't in the tank for him, let's just say.
Which I'm sure you can get very easily. It's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad.
They were corrupted for sure, not by him. What did he get psyoped? Did he have people working for him that were trying to fuck him over? They were like, yeah, appoint this judge. And then behind the scenes, they're like high-fiving the judge and like, you're gonna go forward with this prosecution you're gonna let this case against Trump go forward, aren't you? Yeah, we are, because we're corrupt. We're team corrupt. We're team satanic pedophile.
About me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
That is probably okay. So I've now long suspected that there's so many daddy issues wrapped up in Elon's obsession with Trump, like the way he would talk about how he loved him and things like that. You know that Elon Musk doesn't have a relationship with his father, and his father goes out publicly to say how disappointed in him and how not proud he is of him and how he's a bad person all the time. Now his surrogate daddy says he's disappointed in him.
So disappointed in you.
I mean, all these guys have daddy issues. Trump has daddy issues too. This is like the defining attribute, the defining feature of these right-wing conservatives, right-wing oligarchs, and right-wing billionaires and right-wing elites. They all have daddy issues.
Know what a condom is?
Sorry.
Well, that and also like weird psychosexual obsessions. But Elon definitely falls into both of those buckets. I will say, I was going to say before the clip was played, there was also a lot of stories throughout the past few months that Elon was butting heads with a lot of other Trump cabinet officials, and this might be that bubbling up too. Like we know he didn't particularly like Peter Navarro, although again, a broken clock can be right twice a day.
Right.
And he wasn't like getting along with Besant either. Like he wasn't very popular internal to the White House either. So I think there's a lot of hurt feelings that can
sometimes some comments that I get sometimes make me want to go over some really basic concepts like corruption. Like what a quid pro quo is. Like I feel like there's such a I feel like our critical thinking faculties as Americans have been hit and hit hard in recent years.
Come out now.
And Besant and who was the first guy you said? Navarro. It's not like they got along either.
No.
So he's like this is Dunning-Kruger to such a huge extent. It is like, oh, look at the richest billionaire, and he'll know exactly because he must be a genius. And he doesn't know like basic politics of like maybe don't fight every faction at the exact same time, including ones that are at each other's throats about say tariff policy or whatever.
Right. I mean, maybe don't jump around on stage and as you're talking about like buying an election in Wisconsin. Do you think people like the idea that billionaires are buying our elections? The smart guys do it. That's why they hide behind super PACs and dark money organizations, you dumbass.
The optics are clearly what upset Trump. Go ahead, Bender.
No, I was going to say like Musk especially clearly thinks of himself in a very very highly. He's obviously a narcissist, and he thinks that others view him that way too because he surrounded himself by yes men. And I'm not even just talking like the people he.
I don't know, Brody Johnson. You might get your will. You might get your wish, right? That's what Elon wants. Brody, I gotta ask: Are you Team Vance here? Are you Team impeach Trump and replace him with Vance? Because I mean, that's essentially what Elon's called for. We're gonna get to this in a second, right? I'm trying to unfold this whole story of how this whole thing went down from from Musk's failure in Wisconsin. To corrupt some judge seats by putting money into that race, to his dismissal from the White House under Trump, and his dissatisfaction with some of Trump's policies, to now his open allegations that Trump is guilty of the same crimes as Jeffrey Epstein, and that essentially what he's doing now is he's calling for the Republicans to impeach Trump and to put JD Vance in there. He just kind of went from he went from being fairly cool with Trump to being like, no, the dude's a pedophile and he should be impeached also. Really quickly.
Hires, the Doge kids who like looked up to him as some sort of like idol. I'm talking about like just like his entire daily.
Okay, like Cash Kid, I'm going to introduce you to a concept. All right, it's this. Now let me break it down for you, and I'm going to give you some vocab too, so you can sound smart to your friends. All right. This concept is a heuristic, which means it's good for logically deducing things when you don't have time to think about them super systemically, right? It's called Occam's razor. And why I'm emphasizing that it's a heuristic because I don't want you to think it's a, it's not a rule, all right? But in general, the simpler explanation is the more likely explanation to be true, right? Unless you've got like information, unless you've like, captured a screenshot of a group chat of all the corrupt judges. They're in the group chat with the satanic pedophiles and the WEF people. Unless you got some receipts for me, okay? You kind of got to assume that the simplest explanation is more likely to be true. So tell me, Cash Kid, what is more likely to be, what is a simpler explanation? That one person, one politician is more corrupt than any politician that we've had before. And it's the politician that doesn't have a track record of being involved in government. No, he's actually a failed real estate mogul turned failed casino mogul turned successful reality television star turned conspiracy theorist who insinuated that Barack Obama was not born in this country because he doesn't like the decisions made by the Obama administration, right? That guy might be a little bit corrupt, or that every single judge, a ton of people that Trump has worked with, like everyone, including his friends, including people that are on his team, including people that have no reason to say shit about him, right? All those people are corrupt. All those people are dirty. All those people are involved in a conspiracy, is what you're saying, is more likely than Donald's dirty. Then the Teflon Don is a dirty, rotten liar, a con man, a cheat, somebody who's been documented to have stiffed his workers, who is contracted for services and then refused to pay those services, right? Somebody whose corruption would not be an aberration from his life story, but would be a continuation of that story, that person might be a little bit corrupt, or that everyone else is. Which of these is more likely, Cash Kid? Which of these is more likely? Now go impress your friends with that heuristic.
When he logs into his own website, he's surrounded himself with these people who like call themselves like who would use.
None of your business says Barack wasn't born in this country. Everyone knows that. You're right. None of your business. Of course not.
Their names like the Doge Father or Elon Musk facts. And
his parents planted a story in the Hawaiian newspaper 40 years before he would become president, in order to establish the faulty notion that he was somehow born. They faked the birth certificate, and they planted a fake story in the newspaper of a birth announcement in Hawaii, right? But he was really born in Kenya. He was really born. He was really out there doing the tribal thing in Kenya. That's the real truth, right?
And that's what he sees. That's what he knows to be the reality, because that's all he sees. So like he thinks that like he's going to go out and everyone's going to feel the same way about him. Like
they didn't like it. See, Cash Kid, your mind's fucked up. All right? Your mind's fucked up. When you say they without thinking, who do you mean by they? And you're like, oh, well, the they that have to exist for my guy Trump to be good, right? I need them. In other words, everybody that's saying is he's not good, which is like most of the people, which is most of the judges, people that he's worked with, right? You know, his friends and family, like, right? And they're like, yeah, and I literally mean that. Mary Trump, go look her up, right? His friends and family, right? They are all in a conspiracy to get, you're conspiratorially thinking by default with no fucking proof, right? If you got receipts, then fucking drop them. If you got some information where like actually there is a big satanic pedophile cabal, you understand with a conspiracy, the larger a conspiracy is, the more likely it is to be outed. In other words, if I get together with my friend and I say, you know what, at lunch, we're going to take an extra portion, right? And I'm going to get in front of you so the cameras can't see you. And like, right, that's two people conspiracy. That's pretty easy. As long as I don't narc out my friend and my friend doesn't narc out me, I get away with that conspiracy. That's a conspiracy that can pretty much happen, right? Pretty fucking easily. But if I've got a conspiracy that says, no, I got to bribe I gotta bribe the woman at the I gotta bribe the cashier. I gotta bribe the cooks. I gotta hack the cameras. I gotta, you know what I mean? Like if I've got 10,000 people that have to be involved with that conspiracy, somebody's gonna tell on me, right? And so your whole thing is that like there's a giant conspiracy against Donald Trump. What you've done is unintentionally like taken his grievance as your own. I think that he symbolizes something from you. I'm sorry I have to psychoanalyze you, chatter, but it's for your own good. I think Donald Trump symbolizes something for you, and that you're unwilling to deal with the reality of who he actually is, which is a very historically corrupt person.
I truly think he was really caught by surprise and shocked by what happened.
Because I don't think otherwise you'd think like this. Think in terms of a they, it's the deep state. It's like, you got to have this giant conspiracy and nobody, it's like climate change, right? If climate change, let's say it wasn't real, let's say that some scientist had gotten together and tried to fudge the data and convince us it's real, right? Well, okay, if there's only like 2 scientists looking at the data, then maybe, but if it's like every climate scientist looking at the stuff and coming up with the same conclusion, except the ones that are paid not to, then you can pretty well, there's not everything is a fucking conspiracy, and conspiracies are actually pretty hard to organize, right? So maybe don't default to like, it's ghosts. Maybe don't default to it's aliens. Maybe don't default to the most complicated explanation possible that would require a whole bunch of people being in conspiracy with each other and nobody outing it to be true, unless you got the receipts.
The Tesla, because he could not foresee it happening. He had no idea.
Well, he's created a social media. He's bought a social media Well, I said more headroom, but thank you for it. It's okay. No, it actually works out. This is what it's like for me to sit up like this. Shoot, what was I saying? Ah, dang it.
He bought his own platform.
Oh, he bought his own platform because he was so upset about criticism from the outside. So he created a multi-billion-dollar cocoon for himself and for other right-wingers. And there you go. Like, of course he's sensitive to any information that might contradict his priors.
He's denying that. He's like, I never saw the bill or whatever.
Right.
Nobody showed me the bill, which doesn't mean he didn't know that he was getting his EV credits or not. So that's a little bit of a lawyer thing. But here's a little bit more from the Oval Office. Here's Trump.
He's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a...
Dr. McCribb says truth generally takes the shortest path. And remember, this is a heuristic, right? This isn't like a hard and fast rule. There have been conspiracies. Like, I mean, look at JFK, right? There's something going on there. Fuck knows if we'll ever find out what it is. But then again, it's There's things with JFK that just don't match up, right? You can't like really make a claim like it was Alan Dulles or it was, George H.W. Bush, although those two names have, been proposed as people that were involved maybe in the JFK assassination. But you can definitely say that the Warren Report's findings are not logical, right? Do you get me?
Man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval Desk, and even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you should make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship.
Wait, can you pause it? There's nothing that...
All right, let's look on this. Let me rewind him.
Know that he was getting his EV credits or not, so that's a little bit of a lawyer thing. But here's a little bit more from the Oval Office. Here's Trump.
He's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval Desk, and even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you should make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship.
Wait, can you pause it? There's nothing that makes him more upset than the idea that he turned down an opportunity to be camera ready.
You don't want a little makeup? That's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. On The Apprentice, everybody wants to look their best, but you want to come out there with a shiner like that? I don't know about that.
And when he says Elon was looking happy behind the desk, what he's saying is he looked like he was on drugs, because that's what everybody saw, including Patrick Bet David was like, do you think he's on drugs? And they're like, well, I don't care what he does. His privilege. But this is so beautiful, man.
Yeah, and even with the black eye, I said, "You want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is interesting and very nice.
What does that mean?
So you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know who well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best thing. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great...
I gotta say, Trump is right about one thing here, right? If Elon thought that Donald Trump was a pedophile, if Elon thought that Donald Trump was involved with Epstein, right? This knowledge that he claims to have. If he thought that, why was he working with the guy? Why was he okay with Donald Trump? You know, up until I guess he found out about the EV credits in the bill. I don't know exactly what it is that's made Elon Musk go off on Donald Trump. We can talk about that. We can theory craft on that because there really isn't a good there isn't like a obvious explanation. There are, a lot of explanations that could be true, but figuring out exactly which ones of those are applicable and to what degree is definitely a discussion that we need to have.
Big beautiful bill. We call it a great big beautiful bill because that's what it is.
Big.
And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it.
No.
So yeah, I will grant that both Trump and Elon Musk have some points in their accusations against each other. Trump's point here is that if Elon thought that if he thought that the bill was so bad, then why did he work with Trump? If he thought that if he thought that Trump was this horrible monster that's going down and abusing kids at Little St. James Island, like why didn't he say something earlier? It's only when he doesn't get what he wants that he's like dropping this nuke, right? That's pretty sus. Let me see if I can find you the tweet that I'm talking about here. Oh my God, chat, there's so much here. There's so much on Elon's timeline today. It's the fun thing about Twitter. When somebody tweets as much as this guy, oh my God. Yeah, this team Elon Rand, I don't know, we'll have to come up with a name for Musk, Rand, Musk, Paul, Elon, Rand, I don't know. Okay, so there's him posting kill Bill. He wants to kill the bill. I'm gonna have to like literally search for the word nuclear, I believe is the word that we're looking for. Oh my God, really? He's making fun of the Republicans' inability to to make spending cuts. Republicans do tend to blow up the deficit. That's That's true, but I would say it's more because of their penchant for tax cuts and tax loopholes for millionaires and billionaires. Did he delete this tweet or something? I cannot believe that it's this much of a slog to find a fucking tweet. All right, let's try searching it on X. There's Elon Musk retweeting somebody, 1992, Trump partied with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, wow, this is really interesting. Okay, here we go. This is what I was talking about. Can you see this? Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein Files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. So he's making a prediction that eventually it will be outed that Trump was in the Epstein Files, and that this is the reason that he didn't want to release those. Donald Trump comes back with the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. I wasn't surprised that Biden. I was surprised that Biden didn't do it. So yeah, here we go again. Hypocritical Donald Trump, right? Hypocritical Donald Trump. If you had a problem with Elon's subsidies, you should have canceled them. If you think this is wasteful, which I would agree with, then you should have done something about it. If you think that the space program should be in the hands of NASA instead of fucking SpaceX, you have been president twice, sir. It's an incredibly hypocritical thing for Donald Trump to say here, right? Elon's response here is, in the light of the president's statements about the cancellation of my government contract, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. So he's leveraging the government's reliance on SpaceX technology in response to Trump threatening to cancel his contracts.
Just some notes on the CBO scored the bill recently, and Trump was touting that it said it's going to raise a certain large amount of money towards the deficit. What he didn't say is the other things that the CBO found, which is it's literally going to shrink the economy and drive inflation up massively. So
Yeah. Right. I mean, he leaves out the fact that it's going to throw over 10 million people off of healthcare, that we already have hundreds of hospitals, rural hospitals that are at risk of immediate closure. And this basically ensures that that's going to happen.
President Trump's sweeping tariff plan would cut deficits by $2.8 trillion over a 10-year period. And that's what, of course, he's touting. They didn't continue, which is while shrinking the economy, raising inflation rate, and reducing the purchasing power of households overall. Really, the Malay treatment on America is what's happening.
Shock therapy, basically.
I want to know, we could just be written off as one of his Trumpisms, because it does sound like that. But it also could be that he's trying to hint at something. And what that is, I want to know when he says, Elon turned down the makeup, which is interesting.
I'm telling you what it is. It's TV. He wants people out of central casting. He wants you to look good on television. And he thinks it's interesting. You don't want to go and look your best on TV. That's what he means.
Well, for Musk, probably, I'm not wearing makeup. I'm not going to be I'm Mr. Masculine. I don't wear makeup. That's probably what Musk's thought process is.
I guess.
Well, I mean, I hate to judge anyone for not coming on camera shy or camera ready, I should say, in the sense that like Musk does like to go on to large platforms without like shaving, and does like to go on large platforms without makeup. I think in the case of the black eye, though, what made it extra like noticeable and weird is that there's no good story for how he got it. Like, I think the obvious conclusion you have to come to is that he got really high on ketamine and fell. But he tells this story where like he was teaching X how to do like roundhouse kicks or something, and he got kicked in the face.
He said, I asked my son to punch me in the face, and he did.
Yeah, that's
normal.
is so normal. And also,
really
we know
bad
you don't
excuse.
spend time with your kids, so
Right, yeah. Your all your baby mamas have to like try to harass you on in the replies of your app in order to get your attention. To your
right,
children.
unless that kid's being used as like a shield to deflect from the press asking you tough questions. It's classy.
Just one more little snippet from this.
I just saw what the headline is, and I almost burst out laughing.
Things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration, and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it, and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it.
Oh, no.
We have it with others, too. They leave, they wake up in the morning, and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile.
Now, what he's talking about is what I was just saying, that there's so many people that have worked with Trump that have blown the whistle on him, right? That, you know, in addition to the judges that have, you know, found him that have decided against him, in addition to the justice system pursuing him up until the point that he's able to somehow wriggle out of it. Like this is like, you know, we have this story that happens over and over again. They come into the office, they come into the administration, and they're very friendly, they're very nice, and then they leave and they tell stories about bad things happening. I don't know. I guess they're just jealous that they're no longer employed for the White House. So everybody who's been, you know, even left on good terms with Trump, that's, you know, blown the whistle on shit that he's doing is, I don't know, jealous?
I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know. Yeah.
It's like a drug come down. You know, sometimes some people, I'm not saying who, but they're weaker than I am.
What am I eating? This is sour mango, right?
Like to take ecstasy, they like to take ketamine.
Sometimes the morning after, people feel a little bit different.
Yeah, they want that drug again, but they're not gonna get it.
Ew, Dagger, have you ever tried sour mango? It's really good.
I want Trump to reference that old post when him and Elon were originally on bad terms, and he was like, Elon came into my office on his knees like a dog.
Yes.
I think it's a mistake for Elon to pick a social media or publicity fight with Trump at a time where he is incredibly weak, and that's reflected in like Tesla's tenuously priced stock. I think this is like a not smart move. Even if he is feeling hurt or disappointed in Doge, this can only really relate or result in him having no home politically in America, because like the far right is going to align with Trump. Because if it's a posting battle, like Elon's going to lose. Elon's going to lose the posting battle. He's going to lose the posting battle. He's going to lose the battle on his own website, which is going to depress him. You know, I would love to be Elon's cat dealer right now. You're going to really be in the money.
I don't know. I guess, like, I don't know. Sour mango probably sounds bad if you, like, have only had sweet mangoes. It's an acquired taste. You can also dip it in sugar. Like, I got this powder that's like sugar, salt, and hot pepper. You can dip it in that, and it makes it a little bit sweeter. But I don't really want to eat sugar, so
in it right now.
Just eating the mango.
Jeff Bezos' space company suddenly has all the technological advancements to get all those NASA contracts now. Maybe.
I don't know if we want to give contracts to guys who are on trucks, okay?
So here's this. Elon, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. What?
Yeah, kind of like Sour Patch Kids, Emily. Yeah, if you dip it in sugar and salt and stuff, or wait, does Sour Patch Kids have salt? I think it's just like sweet and sour.
What's he saying there? That he got 2 of those seats? One, I would imagine, is Sherrod Brown getting ousted, but that was the crypto money, basically, explicitly.
Yeah, like I don't know how rich guys who buy elections understand how it looks to be.
Oh yeah. I was about to bring this up next, right? There's let me show you that tweet in context. So this is an Elon Dick writer account here, Autism Capital. New, Trump speaks on Elon coming out against the big beautiful bill. I would have won Pennsylvania regardless. Oh, wait, I don't understand this. Wait. When did he make his first allegations that Trump would have lost without him?
So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up and campaigned for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy, that poor guy.
What? Even if Shapiro had run as vice president instead of Tim Walz. That's what he's saying.
I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions.
I will say, in Elon's defense, the larger a bill is, and the harder the side proposing it tries to pass it quickly, the more likely there's going to be stuff in the bill that people aren't even aware of until after it's passed, right? So in other words, if there's there's fucked up shit in the bill, and in this case it's the EV credit, but I feel didn't Marjorie Taylor react to, oh my god, what? Okay, chat. That may be a fire alarm. It only went off once though, so that scared the fuck out of me. Marjorie, how do you fucking spell her name? What was the part that she now says she wished she didn't? Okay, so here's Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Full transparency, I did not know about the section on page 278 to 279. Does anybody have a page count for this bill? Of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is actually what it's called, the OBBBA, that strips the states of the rights to make laws or regulate AI for 10 years. Now this one I'm a little bit suspect of, because this one did get talked about, right? This wasn't just buried in there and like hidden. I do think that, she should have known about this without having read the bill, but she's now saying she's adamantly opposed to this. Well, don't worry, Marjorie, you will get another chance to vote on it. You will maybe get several more chances to vote on it. Let's see what she does. She's now trying to pretend like she didn't know anything about the provision that makes that bans like regulation of AI for 10 years, right? And that if she had known it, she would have never voted for it. So now don't worry, you got another chance to vote it down. I doubt she will. I very much doubt she will. But I mean, there is a point to be made that 278 to 279, when a bill is like multiple thousand pages, and bills are long anyway. You want them to be specific, so that you know how they'll be interpreted. You want them to be thorough, right, et cetera, et cetera. But past a certain point, passing a large bill quickly is generally what a side does when there are provisions in there that are unpopular, that they want to go ahead and pass before anybody even sees that they're there. The bigger the bill is, the more likely there actually can be stuff hidden in there that nobody talks about, that nobody even gets a chance to read, because it's literally like the bill goes out and then you got a million people like pouring through it trying to find, is there anything interesting in here? The bigger the bill is, the harder that is to do. And the harder it is for representatives to know what they're voting on, especially if they're kind of hurried, as the House was.
Like, oh, this awful political situation we're in right now that even I recognize sucks. Yeah, my checkbook is responsible for it.
I mean, Trump in 2016, there are two things that people never talk about his political appeal. One is that.
Okay, so yeah, here is Musk all but admitting that he helped Trump win the election. There's some other quotes that seem to imply that seem to imply something else that he did in Trump's to help Trump win the election. But here he's saying, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and Senate, and the Republicans would be 51-59 in the Senate. Trump is denying this. The only thing that's confusing me about this is that it seems like Trump is reacting to something here. It seems like Elon must have said something earlier.
Millions of dollars. And it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have we want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost.
Was that the alarm? Yeah, there's the elephant again.
And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office.
So wait, we got a bill, the one big beautiful bill. It's supposed to do several things. One of them is cut the deficit. It doesn't. It blows at least a $2 trillion hole in the deficit, right? The other thing is, it's supposed to cut waste. Trump has already said that he feels like the subsidies that Elon's companies receive are waste. So obviously that's waste that didn't get cut, other than the EV credits. They're just every single claim about what this bill is going to help the economy. No, the economy is going into recession, and we're cutting the parts of the government that might help people survive that recession, right? We're kicking people off of Medicaid. We're kicking people off of food stamps, right? And as Joni Ernst said, everybody dies, and a whole lot of people are going to die based on this one big beautiful bill. It's just it is bullshit, right?
Office, and it's just a special place. It's World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things.
Wait, what did he say that he thinks Elon Musk is from Germany? Maybe he thinks Afrikaners are like German settlers in South Africa.
Big comes right from.
Well, the tariffs I don't think are in the bill, Dr. McRib, although it may give. I mean, like, given how big the bill is, it's hard for me to say something's not in the bill. But the tariff actions were executive orders that he did based on, I believe, powers that the Congress gave him in the continuing resolution. So do you remember that? They did a continuing resolution to continue to fund the government. There's a way to do that, a clean version where you're just saying, all right, we're going to fund the government till September, right? And then there's a dirty version where you put a bunch of, you're trying to extract stuff, right? And they did the latter. And part of what they extracted was the giving up some of Congress's purview around tariffs to the president. In general, the president's not supposed to fuck with tariffs. The exception to this is when he's like negotiating a trade deal or something. And even then, the trade deal usually gets ratified, usually has to be accepted by Congress. So, the Congress under MAGA Mike Johnson and John Thune has essentially given Trump powers over tariffs that a president normally wouldn't have. And that's the reason that he's able to decree these tariffs unilaterally. Now, there's some issues with that in court. One court put an injunction on that. He appealed the decision to another court. So the tariffs are going on for now. But this court may eventually decide that the way that he implemented those tariffs that's not a power that he has. He does have other ways of implementing tariffs, though. So one way or the other, unless the, bond vigilantes come out and force again, it does look like, we're going to get tariffs. It does look like those tariffs are going to hurt the economy. They're going to weaken the dollar, and they're not going to do the thing that people want to do, right? Tariffs could protect a burgeoning industry. If you had a new industry in your country and it just couldn't get off the ground because there's all these like European companies and Chinese companies that they're competing with, well, you can put tariffs on that sector of the economy in order to enable that, industry to rise up in your own country. So tariffs do have a place. It's not always a bad idea. And anybody that tells you tariffs are universally bad either doesn't know what they're talking about, or they have their head so far up the ass of neoliberalism that they're, the view from nowhere regardless. But in Trump's case, the problem is that the industries that he's tariffing, the sectors of the economy that he's tariffing, often just don't have any industry in the United States. And so it's kind of like, look, if you put fertilizer on crops, so in other words, if you've already got the industry, it's just little, you can fertilize that and the corn will grow bigger, the corn will grow faster. If you don't have corn planted and you put fertilizer on it, the fertilizer is the tariffs, you're not going to grow anything. You're going to have some well-fertilized dirt is what you're going to have. And that is what the president's tariff plan is promoting, well-fertilized dirt. In other words, pain and suffering for the American people, higher prices, and possibly more global instability, because when nations don't trade, they do tend to be more, more disposed towards conflict, right? So there's not really an upside to this unless what Trump really wants to do is like long-term weaken the dollar, which, so I mean, there's a lot of, I'm not going to get into all the theories of what Trump is really trying to do with the tariffs. You can check out Yanis Varoufakis, right? He is somebody who has done a lot of content speculating about what Trump might really, what the real goals of the Trump administration. The problem is that the goals that are stated, they conflict, right? So one goal could be to raise funds, to raise revenue for the United States. Trump has talked about, like, we don't want an IRS, we don't want an internal revenue service that's going to tax you. We want an external revenue service that's going to tax the companies that want to do business with the United States. Okay, well, if that's the truth of if that's what you want, then you got to have a small tariff, right? Because a small tariff will, people will continue to sell their product in your country and people will continue to buy the product, but you're going to be taking a little piece of that action every time, right? So if you're doing it to raise revenues, then you'd want it to be small. Well, they're not small, so they're not to raise revenues. Okay, what else could they be to do? Well, punish nations that have taken advantage of the United States with unfair trade practices. And it's just like all of the potential goals for the tariffs are kind of mutually exclusive, right? If you have a large tariff, then what you do is you shut off trade from that industry, right? So in other words, like 150 or 145% tariff on China, the people making those products in China are no longer going to sell those goods in the United States because they know that nobody's going to buy something that's marked up 145%. And so then you don't make money. You just shut off that trade. And like I said, if the United States has industries that are trying to grow and their only problem is that there's too much competition from abroad, that could be a sensible plan. In a lot of cases, we don't. I mean, we're tariffing things like mangoes, chat. You can't really grow. There's not a lot of places in the United States that can grow mangoes, right? There's not a lot of places in the United States that can grow avocados, right? So when you're tariffing things like that, it doesn't even make sense from a And then the other, proposed explanation for the tariffs is that he wants to get nations to come to the table to negotiate with him. He wants to use that as a stick and then offer a carrot of like, hey, if you, make these changes in how your economy works, then we'll cut off the tariffs. And again, has not been, he was supposed to be like, we're going to make deals. The deals haven't come true. The Chinese negotiations especially seem very, very strained.
This beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room. And I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us.
And then they don't. I wonder why.
And then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome.
It's Trump derangement syndrome. Look, this is the boy who cried wolf, all right? That might have been like, if you say like one or two, if you say like Rachel Maddow has Trump derangement syndrome and there's nothing to the allegations about Russia, that might be believable, right? There were a lot of Hillary Clinton surrogates, which, you know, I would consider Rachel Maddow to be that, who tried to utilize the specter of Russian interference in the 2016 election as an excuse for Hillary Clinton's terrible performance during that election, right? So if it was just one or two things where you're like, oh yeah, this person's just hates my guts unreasonably, so then that might be believable. But God damn it, Trump makes you believe that Trump derangement disorder is an actual disease and it's a pandemic. It's out of control. Everybody's catching it, especially everybody in his cabinet, especially everybody who's worked with him, everybody who's seen the inside of the Trump administration. They somehow contract Trump derangement syndrome. I wonder what that could be. Yeah, it just, they're all crazy. I guess they miss the office so much and they get jealous that they're no longer in the office. And, you know, for some reason, it just happens to me. For some reason, I'm the only one with like a gazillion people lined up on my political side, including my former vice president, with these kind of complaints.
I guess they call it, but we have it with others too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know. Yeah.
Mr. President, speaking of ending wars.
Someday you'll write a book for us. You know, he's speaking to the new press pool there, chat. That's not, if you don't know, Trump has kicked a bunch of legitimate journalists out and replaced them with the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband, who works for OAN. If you ever listen to a press conference, sometimes you'll get real questions, right? The kind of questions that the president's supposed to be asked by press in any situation, right? And sometimes you get questions that are like, Mr. President, how is it that you are so smart, so wise, and yet the fake news media gives you no credit at all for this? How do you explain that? Oh, I don't know. They're just terrible, I guess. I don't, right? You know, you get just ridiculous waste of time. It's a glaze sesh. Like half of press conferences are a glaze sesh. So when he says you'll write a book about it someday, he's expecting his Pravda. He's expecting his state media, which is what this is at this point. You know, a good portion of the press pool are absolutely in the tank for this guy. And they'll write a theory. They'll write a book about it. They'll explain why everybody hates Donald, why he's treated so unfairly by so many people. It doesn't make sense. So we gotta lorecraft.
In the 2016 primary, he hit everybody for being pro-Iraq war, particularly Jeb Bush, where he was saying about how insane it was, how I was against it. It's part of why he still has this like kind of default I'm anti-war thing, where it's more about corrupt deals, although still sometimes better than what we were seeing in the final 2 years of Joe Biden, for now at least. And then the other thing is the corruption thing, where he said, I am the guy that has been in those rooms. I'm the guy that has paid politicians to do what I want, and I know how the sausage gets made, and I'm going to change things for you. And so if this is not the fight Elon wants to pick with Trump obviously is lying about all of that stuff. We don't need to talk about the sincerity because it's basically irrelevant to him, to the conversation. Yeah, like, I mean, to the conversation, it's about how he's sold himself to the public, unfortunately, successfully. Trump has actual charisma. Elon Musk is somebody who, without all of his money, would be weirding everybody out.
Elon is a black hole of charisma.
Musk is a great experiment in like how much money, how can money convert into charisma?
Right.
And the answer is not very readily.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. And
oh my God, chat, I didn't realize that. I played the rest of the video with anyway.
So we've done a great job.
Oh wait, I was actually trying to get his account here. Let's see if we've covered everything. I kind of hate how Twitter feeds are. I mean, obviously there's a reason for it, right? But when I'm trying to tell you a story with Twitter, it's generally from how it started to how it ends. So in other words, from way the fuck down here to like way up here. And can't really do that super easily. Yeah, so he's reposting people that are agreeing with him, that are on Team Elon against Team Trump, reposting. Again, this is stuff that was available. Look, Elon Musk is reposting this. These videos were available, like have been available since like around, I don't know, probably around 2016. This is not new information, in other words. So like the idea that Elon just figured out that there was something dirty between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein is kind of, hard to believe. So yeah, instead of, strangely, chat, I'm finding myself agreeing with both Trump and Elon Musk about their criticisms of each other in some places, and and disagreeing and seeing, it's like, yeah, this is real. This is Trump and Epstein hanging out. This is fucking cringe Lord Trump back when he was not exactly cool. I don't know. It's like the late 80s or something like that, right? And you could see what is you could see how close he was with Epstein. But this stuff has been out there for a long time. So yeah, in other words, if Elon had a problem with this, you shouldn't have bought the election for this guy. That's your money, and he even brags about it. Without me, Trump would have lost this election. The Democrats would control the House. He's even bragging about it and calling him ungrateful. So I mean, this does like lend credence to the idea that Elon is crashing out. He's seeing his world fall apart. His drug use has been revealed by investigative journalism recently. His stocks are tanking. His companies are going to hell, and he's got to lash out, right? And given that his input wasn't listened to on a lot of the recent decisions that Trump has made, he's lashing out at Trump. Oh God, do we need to watch the Rokana thing?
People like us would say, okay, this is a great thing to see this breakup.
Okay, chat, this is the last MR clip for today.
Because you won't have Elon Musk's money in the primaries. It's fun to see them fight. Also, we want to see billionaires suffer defeats like this. It's fun to see. But then there are others in the Democratic Party, really particularly one person who's decided to go into, we could go to the Politico article I sent earlier. I think, or
Mylan just noticed that Epstein and Trump have the same dance moves. I mean, I'm guessing everybody their age had the same dance moves back then as well.
I sent it in Slack, actually. Maybe I gotta send it here. Yeah. There was an article in Politico, Dems eye a villain to ally arc for Musk.
This is so fucked up, right? So look, we got a little bit of joy today. The girlies are fighting. Elon's exposing Trump a little bit. Trump's exposing Elon. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. But at the same time, you've got, oh yeah, the thing I didn't show you about Elon, God damn it, I keep on having to go back to Twitter here. Let's show you this one more time. Here, I'll just scroll up. Oh my God. His endless fucking feed. This guy tweets way too much. Well, I mean, it's This is like saying water's wet. Elon tweets a lot, right? It's like the... Yes, he tweeted so much he bought the platform. All right, so here we go. So after all this back and forth, you got this poll from Elon Musk. Is it time to create a new political party that actually represents the 80% in the middle? Yes or no? So, oh my God, I want to find you the retweet he did of impeachment. Let's see, Control F, impeach. I love how search is like not, it doesn't work on Twitter. Epstein, what is this? Still gray. Oh, here we go. Thank God. Oh, that's why I didn't see it, because wait a minute. I typed in impeach. It's in the quote tweet. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's because I blocked Ian Miles Chong that I didn't see the tweet. But yeah, President versus Elon. Who wins? My money's on Elon. Trump should be impeached and JD Vance should replace him. I love the, like, there's no thought of like, look, chat, Trump's a terrible president. He was a terrible president in 2016. He's a terrible president in 2025. He should have never been like considered for election. The dude's just a reality star. He's a loser. He both in terms of his real estate business and in terms of his casino business, which if you know about the casino business, you should understand that it's kind of hard to be a loser in a business where the house always wins. But if Trump's going to be impeached, it should be for high crimes and misdemeanors. That's what impeachment is. Impeachment is not, I don't like this guy, I want a new president, let's re-roll, right? That's not impeachment. Impeachment is high crimes and misdemeanors. If you're saying that Trump should be impeached, what is his high crime and misdemeanor, right? No, this guy just wants JD Vance. He just wants JD Vance because he thinks JD Vance would play nice with Elon Musk. That's all it is. And he's probably right. I don't know. I mean, they are both part of the tech sphere, so there's some chance he's right about that, right? But yeah, he's retweeting Elon with the big bomb about Epstein and saying that Trump should be impeached. And what is Elon's response to Trump should be impeached? It's yes. Yes, he should be impeached. And then his pen tweet is, should there be a new political party that actually represents the 80% in the middle, right? Yes, definitely, Elon. There should be a new political party. It should be centrist as fuck, and it should have a Nazi that Sigs Heil as its leader, as its titular leader. Right? That makes so much sense. Yeah, let's start a new centrist political party with a fucking, apartheid lifestyler as its leader. That's. Anyway, we're going to get into these sus Dems. And chat, who do you think it is? Who do you think the sus Dem is? Who do you think we're going to see? Is there any Democrat that you always find in sus places? Is there any Democrat that sometimes comes out with good takes, that sometimes does the right thing, sometimes says the right thing, but just as often he is trying to ingratiate himself to some of the worst people in the fucking world? Does chat know by chance who the fuck I'm talking about here?
Immediately. Last night.
Terrible instincts.
After all of these clips here, but I gotta say, they're being a little.
Alan Olive says Trump represents this country well, losers. I don't think the country deserves that kind of insult, Alan Olive. And I've got a lot of problems with it. I left this country. I'm no longer here. I'm gone from the United States and I'm not coming back. But I still think you're going a little hard on the good old US of A, all right? It's not all trash. I mean, it's trashy, all right? But it's not trash. I will not sit here and have you call my former country trash.
Generous with the plural thing, although there are two people.
Wait, same surveillance state as China coming soon? I mean, I wouldn't say same surveillance state, but Alan Olives, I'm actually going to agree with you here. Do you know about Palantir, Alan? Have you read about Palantir? Trump's contracted this company that did, this is the same company that went after the WikiLeaks people back in the day, right? And he's contracted them to make a database of like all of our data, all that data that Doge stole from the different departments is going to be collected together, and the government's going to have your taxes, your student loans, your criminal record, your this, your that. But don't worry, it's only to go after dangerous, violent, illegal immigrants. It certainly would never be used against American citizens. It will never be used to send your ass to El Salvador. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think we do have I think we already lived in a surveillance state. I think that this country has not succeeded in rejecting the overreaches of the Patriot Act. And I think it's going to get worse under Trump. Yeah, absolutely.
Together.
I honestly would rather ally with Trump than Musk. Like, I'd rather ally with Trump to take on Musk than the other way around.
100%. Elon Musk has been the Democratic Party's boogeyman since shortly.
I love it. Alan Olive, you think I love being COINTELPRO'd by Doge? Like, what the fuck? What do you think about me?
After President Donald Trump deputized him as a top advisor, but the billionaire's recent...
Yeah, Peter Thiel, you're correct. You're correct. That is, wait, please tell me that your problem with Peter Thiel is not that he's gay, right? That's not your problem with Peter Thiel, right?
Breaks with the GOP, Musk ripped Trump's big beautiful blah 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 blah, are complicating the party's portrayal of him as a chainsaw wielding bureaucracy breaking villain. A few Democrats are eager to welcome Musk, who said he voted for Joe Biden in 2020 and gave a tour of SpaceX to then President Barack Obama back into the fold. Representative Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley and has known Musk for over a decade, said Democrats should, quote, be in dialogue with Musk. Given their shared opposition to the GOP's mega bill, we should ultimately be trying to convince him that the Democratic Party has more of the values that he agrees with, Khanna said. A commitment to science funding, a commitment to...
So there we go. Elon Musk, his one of the most unpopular political figures in the country, right? But according to Ro Khanna, the Democratic Party needs to chat him up, get him on our side, maybe even give him some concessions. Right? Yeah, we'll continue to pay those subsidies to your companies. Yeah, sure.
Clean technology.
Just finance our campaigns instead of Trump's campaigns. I don't even think he could do that. Can you imagine, Chad, if Elon Musk tried to do a face turn? I mean, this is what they're wanting. They're trying to help Elon Musk do a face turn. I'm not sure if that's what he's going for. He has traditionally been more appealing to liberals, to particularly environmentalists, because of the nature of Tesla as an electric vehicle manufacturer. He has traditionally been more appealing to the left than to the right. But like, would anybody trust him at this point? I guess Ro Khanna either would, or he just doesn't care. He just wants that. He just wants that sweet, sweet donor money.
Commitment to seeing international students like him. This is insane. And then next up, we have the Democrat who's...
The government literally has all your information. Why fear now? Because unlike you, Darkslayer, 1 million? That's a lot of zeros there, Darkslayer. Unlike you, I know history. Unlike you, my brain isn't zeroed out, and I understand what the original overstep, what the originals, where the modern surveillance state started, and it's from the Patriot Act. What did the Patriot Act do? It enabled greater cooperation amongst different agencies in the government. And ultimately, it ended up spinning out things like, Palantir. Ultimately, it ended up with warrantless wiretaps, right? Some of that stuff got pushed back on. Some of that stuff got exposed. But the fundamental, the legislative architecture of the Patriot Act is still in effect, right? So, yeah, I do think that when they put this information together, it becomes more dangerous, and they can use it to quash free speech, to go after their critics. That's what I'm afraid of, right? Just like Palantir went after the people involved in WikiLeaks, right? I'm afraid of whistleblowers being persecuted with this kind of stuff. I'm afraid of people, of dissidents, of people speaking their mind, of people calling out what the government's doing wrong, being disappeared to fucking gulags in El Salvador. Yes. And I do think that this is an escalation, right? The government has all your data, right? But the government is a large and unwieldy organization. When they can put it all in one place, when they can put it all in one database, and then give it to a corrupt Department of Justice, give it to a corrupt NSA, give it to a corrupt, all of our intelligence apparatus. Like that's just such a, like, this is the mentality of a cow. I'm not trying to call you a cow, by the way. Cows are beautiful and dignified animals, but they are domesticated, and they are trusting of the people that are giving them food, and not recognizing that they're giving them food to eat them one day. And unfortunately, Dark Slayer, that cow is you. Moo.
On the wrong side of every issue, Richie Torres.
Yeah, of course, yeah, Richie. But like,
I'm a believer. I'm a believer in redemption, and he's telling the truth about the legislation. These people are a cancer on the party. Go on, Matt. Sorry.
I mean,
oh God, fucking Richie Torres. Yeah, I didn't realize he was. The second that Elon starts fighting with Trump, and these guys, their first thing is, we got to get him on our side. We got to get. What can we do to appeal to him? What can we do? How can we? How can we grease his palm?
Commitment to science funding a service. He's been in the Trump White House as Trump has decimated all that stuff. Commitment to see international students.
So what is the Patriot? Oh my God, is he banned already? I might not be able to inquire further. I would love to prod further into the beautiful mind of Dark Slayer 1 million, but Dark Slayer 1 million does not seem to understand that the main purpose of the Patriot Act was to be able to centralize intelligence, be able to centralize information, and that people thought that this was going to be used to prevent terrorism, right? When in reality, what would have prevented terrorism was George W. Bush listening to his fucking memos when people said bin Laden determined to attack the United States. That was something he was told and he ignored, right? 9/11 was a huge failure of the executive branch to protect the country. And their remedy for that was like, just give us more power. Just let us centralize intelligence more. Just let the agencies work together. And we promise we'll only use it for good. We'll only use it to go after the bad terrorists. If you just give us this more power, we'll totally use it for good purposes. And what did it end up with? Warrantless wiretapping of American citizens. Just like Trump's, anti-immigrant prerogative is going to end up with American citizens rotting away in gulags in El Salvador. Thank you.
Students like him. What is
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's really done.
In February, Ro Khanna missed a vote to subpoena Elon Musk, and then pretended that he got his schedule mixed up or something like that. Yeah, he said I was unaware that it was happening.
Yeah, I read your comment, Dark Slayer. I just don't get your point. Right? Yes, it has been going on for 2 decades. You and I agree on that. But I don't know. Are you just black-pilled at this point? Have you given up? Are you chiding me for thinking that we can fight this in some way? For talking to people about it? Should I just check out?
Please. Well,
that was especially weird because he was the one.
Trump derangement syndrome at his finest. Star Fox E, is George W. Bush Donald Trump? Real question there. Real question, though. This Palantir thing that Donald Trump is doing is straight out of the George W. Bush handbook. I thought that Donald Trump didn't like George W. Bush. I thought that Donald Trump didn't like the Bushes. I thought that Donald Trump opposed the Iraq War. I thought maybe that was the one good thing about him. Is that he's not bad in the same way as the last Republican, right? There's a lot of shitty things about Donald Trump, don't get me wrong. But I thought that was... I thought maybe that was his one good point. Biden lover. Oh my God. Biden lover. Biden stole the primary, Star Fox.
Who tipped the press off that the NLRB vote to get in Biden's.
Biden never should have run for a second. Biden never should have run for a first term, let alone a second term. What are you talking about? What are you smoking?
Lame duck was squandered.
Do a barrel roll
by Kamala Harris doing the same thing about a vote.
Yeah. So basically, he's lying, and this is pretty disgraceful. I can't believe this guy gets to call himself a progressive.
There's no
Darkslayer. I don't know if you're new to the stream or not, but I have a lot of criticisms for the Democrats.
There's no aligning with Elon Musk.
That being said, the Democrats aren't the ones trying to gulag, dissidents, people who disagree with the government to fucking CCOT.
After all he's done, like he has honestly,
like in other words, my current problem is with the administration in power, not with the with the previous administration.
Like we lived through the first Trump administration. There was a lot of harm done, but what Elon Musk has done to broader society, there are we thought the Charlottesville thing that happened under Trump's first term was a big deal. Those guys are walking around on all corners of the internet now, thanks to Elon Musk, spreading their shit openly. It is the neo-Nazi stuff, the far right-wing fringes are much worse than they've ever been, and they're not really fringe anymore.
So look, we got a very mixed chat today. I'm curious. Does anybody want to tell me about the? I've heard about this thing called the good people on both sides hoax. Anybody want to explain that to me? What the media they did a hoax where they made it sound like Donald Trump was describing neo-Nazis as good people, but he wasn't. And
Elon Musk is, if not the single-handedly biggest...
I don't know if we have time for the soy pill video. I kind of want to watch it. I mean, I don't always agree with soy pill on everything. There's actually some real bones of contention I have to pick with soy pill, but I think, he makes a point in terms of this video, in terms of refuting the idea that Donald Trump did nothing wrong in his statements about Charlottesville.
Factor there, he's a very, very large one.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. And I think there's also two other things at play. I mean,
Darkslayer, his own people voted for him, are turning on him fast. I am seeing some of that.
Obvious one is that they want Elon Musk's money.
The question is, will it be fast enough?
Elon Musk still, for the time being, has tons of money.
Matt Blender? Wait, what? Where did we get Matt Blender from? Did I call him Blender?
Given to Democratic Party consultants, can be given to Democratic Party special contractors, can be paid out to McKinsey consultants they hire, and so they want that. They want that money. They want that money back sloshing around on their side. And I also think that Elon Musk, in this case, for these two, is a useful vehicle to signal to the rest of Silicon Valley tech CEOs that you can always just leave Trump and come back over to us. You can always just leave Trump. We know you went over there in 2024 and maybe things aren't working out the way you expected with these tech tariffs, with these steel tariffs, with these aluminum tariffs, with all this stuff. If you come
Christy says crust is king. Yeah, crust is king.
Over here, no harm, no foul. We're not going to hold you to any kind of accountable. We want you to know that we will even redeem the dumbest, most evil of you in pursuit of ensuring that there is no kind of accountability for anyone for leading us into a second Trump term, because they don't want any accountability for themselves either.
Yeah, we saved your toothbrush. Doesn't matter. You've been cheating on us. Just come back.
I mean, it's also just a horrible message to send that we're embracing any billionaire. I don't even care if this is Bill Gates or whatever, somebody else. Not that Bill Gates is a good guy either, but just less besmirched by the political elements of that are present here.
Frankly, Pritzker.
Well, I mean, Pritzker has a unique opportunity to be a
when you need your 3D model animated, just call Matt Blender. Oh God, that's so good.
Class trader, and we'll see, right? I mean,
but you have to be very
well. He's endorsed.
Thank you, Legacy of Boom.
By every union in the state. So
good to see you as well.
I'm a little bit more pro Pritzker than I would, normally be. Although I was very skeptical of his billionaire stuff early on. I think it's
not ideal, is all I'm saying.
It's not ideal, exactly. And if he does the FDR thing and this says I'm going after them, we'll see how he positions himself in 2028. But Yeah, like Pritzker is really maybe the only edge case, but he would have to have a platform that is about
Chat. It nutted on me. Oh my god. Sploosh. Okay, god damn it. This is a wily snack here. This is a longanberry or longan. It's kind of like if you've ever had a rambutan or a lychee. It's a similar fruit to that, like, right? It's got like a seed. Like, see, it's got a seed right here. And it comes in it comes in like an eggshell, right? Like it comes in this like eggshell thing, and you crack it open and you eat what's inside. Unless it splooshes all over the place and makes a mess, which is... Am I saying it wrong? Lingonberry? Longan. I think it's longan. Lingonberry is something different, isn't it? Isn't that like a North American berry?
taxing the hell out of them and taxing them out of existence. That's what the Democrats should be coalescing around. Instead, we had abundance
We
fest.
should be making the argument to all these really rich guys that, hey, actually, we're the rich guy party. Like, no.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, Elon is not even just any billionaire. It's not just his giving money to Trump. He became the face of Trump's deregulatory and defunding campaign across tons of different agencies.
How do I do this without it exploding? Like, right? I just don't want to. There's got to be a way. You think everyone at Charlottesville was? You're tempting me to put the soy pill video on KRB. I didn't say everyone was neo-Nazis. That's a very specific description. I would say that white supremacist is probably a description that fits better than that. It's a very diverse crowd. So you had neo-Confederates. You probably had some. No, you definitely had some neo-Nazis too. I mean, what was that protest about, right? And also, if you were a Civil War history buff who just didn't want a statue taken down because you thought that it was important to have the statue of the bad guys in the Civil War up too for historical purposes, then I ask you the question, why then should Germany not erect statues of Adolf Hitler? It's historical. Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they do that? Right? And why is it okay to have statues of Robert E. Lee up, but it would be a bad thing for Germans to be like, oh no, this is just, it's history, right? Yeah, this is obviously a bad guy, but we got to have a statue of him to remember that he was a bad guy and he was the leader of Germany. And
like, you know, up on stage doing gamer salutes, goose stepping, like stuff like that. Like, it really is just a matter of proving to the wealthy. It's like a
Long and fruit, aka the dragon's eye. People call this the dragon's eye. I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess when you open it up, it really does. Let me see if I can open it without it exploding everywhere. Oh my God, you gotta squeeze it just the right amount. Okay, there we go. That was safe. That was safe. It didn't sploosh that time. All right, let's see if we can figure out why they call this the dragon's eye. All right, so look, I've got it kind of out of its shell a little bit. Yeah, it does actually look like an eyeball, right? Let's see if I can take it out of here. That chat. The dragon's eye. I wonder if this would be the texture. If I ate an eyeball, do you think this would be the same texture? There we go, chat. Now it really looks like an eye. It's tasty? Yeah. It's let's see. It's sweet, but it's not overly sweet. There's not a lot of sour in it, but there's like a little bit of sour in it. It's almost like salty, but not very salty. And then it's got the faintest taste of like pepper. It's got just like a little, it almost tastes like it's just like slightly flavored with pepper.
humiliation ritual for Democrats. They have to prove to the wealthy that there is no sin too great that you can commit against them or the rest of society that they will not be willing to take your money and hold you up as like the moral and intellectual pinnacle of society.
Yeah, that's right. All right, guys, I'm going to open up the phone lines here. The number is 646-257-39.
Yeah, that's right. It is more gelatinous than crunchy in terms of the inside.
Who is you says the only redemption acceptable for a billionaire is that all of their enterprises become.
RG Outdoors says I should try common sense for a chain. Wait, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying. Common define common sense. Because I feel like the nature of what people say when they say common sense is not something that anybody can define. Right? In fact, it means that you're too lazy to really think about it. And you're just like, no, common sense. Common sense, though. Common sense. Common sense. Like, I would love to see somebody try to apply like common sense to like a discipline like endocrinology. Like, well, that's not how the hormones should work. There shouldn't be a feedback cycle there. No, common sense.
Become worker owned and their wealth is appropriated to be used for public funding projects. Yeah.
Honestly,
common sense says that the DNA strand should be read from one end to another and fully expressed, right? Common sense. Because that's the version of genetics you learn first. You know why? Because that's the version of genetics you can understand. If we were to get into all of the morass of syndromes and and gene expression and epigenetics, right? In 6th grade, you would never get like the basic dogma that we start out with, which is the idea that the genetic code is read from one end to another. But when you start to get into genetics, you learn why that's not exactly true and why it's a little bit more complicated than that, and why common sense of how you think genes should work isn't exactly how genes do work. But please tell me more about this comment. I want to know about the common sense. I want to see somebody try to hazard a definition of common sense. And you can see just how empty it really is.
Billionaires?
Common sense is you tricking yourself into thinking that you know more than you do. And at this point, chat, we're not talking about intelligence. Chatter, I'm not questioning your intelligence. I'm questioning your wisdom. Intelligence is about what you know. Wisdom is about being aware of what you don't know, the limits of your logic or limits of your knowledge, right? And not assuming that you understand something that you really don't.
This could do way less than that and get a lot of goodwill. Like, look at how massive anti-Semite and control freak and not a good guy.
Funkmaster Ka says, not gonna lie, I tried to get into genetics and the lab work is so fucking boring. Oh my god, I never did lab. Wait, have I done labs on genetics? Seems like there would have been one in biochem. I just don't remember one. Jurassic Park lied to me.
Henry Ford is remembered.
Yeah.
Just because he's like, well, I guess we're going to put more money in these pockets because we want them to be able to also buy the thing that we're selling.
Algorithm says, algorithm, gotcha.
Algorithm?
Algorithm. I think it's algorithm and allegory together. Isn't Ezra Klein also the guy that started Vox? Chance the entire motivation behind the whole abundance thing is just money. Well, it's definitely a big part of it.
Well, that's more clear about abundance than it was with Vox. Vox was sort of like, I mean, it was taking money from all these corporate sponsors. But the funny thing about Vox is the whole point was supposed to be that this is simplifying the news. And yet on any issue that is actually needing simplification, like, say, Israel-Palestine, it's very nuanced and hard to have any sort of clear statement at all about it. It's very interesting how that worked out.
Right.
Well, I would also just highlight that Ezra Klein is the guy who like laundered Paul Ryan's into like mainstream, like serious thinker space. And that should tell you the kind of values that he has. Like Paul Ryan was transparently, neocon, a hard right, like Tea Party.
I gave up the modern school because of how they lie about things like genes. What do you mean? What's the modern school?
Party kind of guy, but he spoke with the kind of language that appeals to technocrats, like tinkers with the numbers. And that was enough for Ezra Klein to paint him as a good faith art, voice on the right, only for like, how that turned out. But like, that's the kind of values that like.
Yeah, I would love to see, like, I hear people talk about common sense. I would love to know what the fuck they mean.
Ezra Klein types have. They're pushing neoliberal slop.
Yes, no, 100%. That was like the sort of Obamacare push era, 2007, 2008 was when I started paying attention to politics, putting things like Ezra Klein's wonk blog in my RSS feed. And he got to where he was, not because he's a fierce, fighter for economic justice or whatever. It's because he's willing to take people like Paul Ryan and Kent Conrad seriously as they talk about austerity.
Yeah. CLM says abandoning the narrative that Elon is a bureaucracy-wrecking billionaire is in itself image rehabilitation. I don't know why you would abandon that. You're not losing it. You're just giving up. Democrats are so frustrating. Ryan from Rochester. Elon did a Nazi salute. If the Democrats look past that, we are so fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, like Ro Khanna.
Afrikaner shit. Like what the fuck are we doing?
Richie Torres is all about anti-Semitism, apparently.
Well,
give me a break.
He's not.
Yeah. But like...
Well,
that contradiction is so obvious, right?
Yeah.
It should be.
Well, I think anyone who's not bought by it.
Yeah.
I mean, in this case, they should be doing is that opposite. Elon is very unpopular broadly. He might have a high-ish approval when it comes to like Republicans and people on Twitter, but who can even say when it comes to those people how many are just like literal bots that he's personally paying for to like promote his own agenda? But like the Democrats should be tying him around the neck of the Republican Party in Trump administration and letting it sink into the sea. That's what they should have done to the Republican administration and Trump to begin with back in 2016. But they are always looking to like extricate the worst elements of the Trump administration or Trump himself from the
People
Republican
like us
Party
would say,
and put
okay,
them in
this is
little like black boxes that they either try to reincorporate into their party or reintegrate into society broadly, or just pretend like it's an anomaly. And I don't know, it really does make it feel like they are just controlled opposition, that they need the Republican Party to be a certain level of bad to, get people upset enough to vote for Democrats, but just not quite so bad that it puts pressure on the Democrats to do like real meaningful changes.
But I mean,
they want to win a certain way.
Yeah. And it hurts their politics when they continue to separate Trump from Republicans, because actually, maybe it was last week, Democrats I are think, really Matt. unpopular.
Republicans are really unpopular
too. And part of why Trump won this time around is the elevating of him outside of the Republican brand, MAGA trickle down, whatever the hell. You didn't associate him with Republicans in this.
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats had a longing. They missed the neocons, and they looked for a familiar phrase, a familiar face, and they found one in Liz Cheney, right? It made them think of a simpler time. Right, back during the War on Terror, which they'd entirely forgotten the problem that they had with the Republican Party. Because, chat, in reality, the Democratic Party did not have a problem with Republicans in the War on Terror era, right? When Bush came along and, proposed the axis of evil and, we're going to invade Afghanistan, Democrats were like 100% behind him. We salute you, Mr. President. We are patriotic. This was the loyal opposition, right? They went along. They voted for his bills. They signed off on that shit, right? Then he goes in and invades Iraq. And not only do the liberals and the Democrats, like the corporate liberals, right? Not only do they fail to fight back to stop the Iraq war or call out the fact that Saddam Hussein and Iraq have nothing to do with an attack plan, from Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, et cetera, but they also persecuted anybody who did. This is when Phil Donahue got fired from MSNBC because he's like the one anti-war voice, right? That's how bad it was. MSNBC, you weren't allowed to be anti-war on that network, because it's not about supporting, it's not about supporting Democrats. It's not about opposing Republicans. It's about financial interests, and the financial interests of MSNBC at the time were literally the military-industrial complex, and they wanted their payday. They wanted their buffet of funding, right? So you could not oppose the Iraq War, and people like Hillary Clinton didn't. They gladly voted in favor of it, right? They remembered what happened to the Democrats who opposed the original Gulf War, right? So it wasn't until 2006 that the public got sick of George W. Bush, got sick of the lies of the war on terror, got sick of false claims of weapons of mass destruction. And the Democrats, rather than standing up for principle, they eventually followed the people. And that's how you had the 2006 Democratic House of Representatives. That's where Nancy Pelosi got her start, right? So in other words, chat, the Democrats have warm memories of the Bush era, and they want to bring it back. But what they don't realize is that people like Liz Cheney, people like Dick Cheney, people like George W. Bush no longer have a constituency. Everyone, Republican, Democrat, liberal, and conservative, looked at what they were doing, looked at how they were lying, and decided they didn't want this anymore. That ideology died out, and what remained were politicians like Liz Cheney, who had no base of support. That's why it was so damn easy for Donald Trump to take over that party. That's why all he had to do was say, you guys fucked up on Iraq, which half the time the Democrats are too much cowards to say. But all he had to do was say, you guys fucked up on Iraq, in order to take the party away from Jeb Bush, right? Who was the, kind of the Hillary Clinton of the Republicans that year.
Same way. So people think it's why you had those AOC split voters, people that voted Trump and then AOC in her district, because they both saw them as anti-establishment of both parties.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
Oh my God, chat. I do not want to watch a third Majority Report video, but I feel like that's actually what's called for here. I feel like they covered this pretty comprehensively today. Maybe I should look at the poll. We haven't looked at that in a hot minute. See how the poll is doing. Ethan Klein still in first place. So 115 of you have voted so far. This poll, by the way, is available on I'm always so confused about how to say this. It's available on the horizontal stream of YouTube. So if you haven't voted yet, make sure to go over there and make your voice heard. Leave me a like while you're over there, because it helps me out a lot, and I do appreciate it a lot as well. So yeah, 115 of you have voted so far. Of those 115, 44% want to see the Ethan Klein gets corrected by the H3 crew. This is another example of the crew and Hassan correcting Ethan about something that should be obvious, but it's not, because Ethan has rocks in his head, right? Ethan is out of he's out of his lane when it comes to talking about politics, right? So that's at 45% now, actually, right? Second place is Matt Bender's discussion on the Palantir scandal, right? That's Matt Bender, who was around for the first Palantir scandal, giving us the lowdown on what Trump is trying to do with Palantir right now. That's in second place, right? In third place, we have Taylor Lorenz's new video essay on Elon Musk. And in fourth place, we have Hassan on Doomscroll. So that's what's going on right now. We're at 43% out of 100. I don't want to get your hopes up too much by mentioning bonus content, because again, that bonus content only gets, it only gets watched if we get to 100. So we're at 43% now. We're not terribly far off, but we are 57% from getting there. Remember, that number goes up every time you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, which is a great thing because we need more weasels in chat, right? If you get a membership, you can post emotes, including the weasels. Yes, chat. Even the weasels. You can post the weasels if you get a membership. Just like on Twitch, if you sub on Twitch or if you get gifted a sub, you can post all the emotes, including the jellyfish, right? And when we have weasels and jellyfish in chat, I feel like it's a good thing. So, I'm just going to put a word into making more weasels, because we kind of fell off on the memberships a little bit lately, but probably because I'm doing the super chat goal. Anyway, memberships advance the bonus content number that's now at 43. The other thing that does that is supporting me on Throne. Right now, I am trying to crowdfund for my Thai visa, which is going to be an educational visa. Only problem is I got to pay upfront for the Thai language school or the Muay Thai classes. Either way, it's something you got to pay upfront for. So if you want to help me fund that, we're 65% of the way towards me being able to, sign up for one of those long-term visas, so that I don't have to just constantly bounce back and forth between countries. So if you want to help me out with that, that's on throne.com/nocommentchick. You can also, if you sign up for my Patreon, that also puts more points on the board, as well as if you support me on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate, because we've been demonetized on Twitch. So thank you to all of those of you who are getting yourself subs or gifting bits, because it really helps me out, and I do appreciate that a lot. Magenta Dinosaur says, I am manifesting my weaseling. But anyway, we're at 43% right now. We'll see if we get bonus content. We are kind of winding down at the moment. But I do want to at least watch. Wait. Do we just have an unbelievable display of skill in chat today? Oh no, I can't put it. It's happening on the mobile stream. Oh well. I don't know why it's not showing up on the other. Anyway, Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted membership. Magenta Dinosaurs. Wait a minute. Here, I was under the impression. Oh my God, Callie A, you are really a reference to Splatoon. I didn't know that, but I respect you even more now. Because like Callie is one of my favorite characters from Splatoon, honestly. Delia Carmen, you got weaseled. Oz Rotten, you got weaseled. And M, you got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I just want to know, how did you do that? I don't think there's any... That's insane luck, Narwhal. Look, chat. Magenta Dinosaurs was like, I want to get weaseled, and Narwhal by Nature was like, I'll try. And then 5 gift subs at the first gift sub is to Magenta Dinosaurs. Like, how the fuck did that happen? That is insane luck or skill. I don't know.
Eastern.
Maybe we've got some people with really, amazing coding skills. I don't know.
For about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Okay, what am I doing? That's not what I'm looking for right now. Okay, one more majority report. Segment. So do you remember when I don't know, maybe I still have it up. No, it's not there. Yeah, here it is. All right. So without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House, and Republicans, and we'd never have dark MAGA. USA, right? We'd never have the my heart goes out to you. Let me do a Nazi salute, right? We wouldn't have the memes, chat. We wouldn't have we wouldn't have Doge. There might be there might be starving children that would still be alive if not. Wow. So apparently Trump is ungrateful for this, but wait, where is it? Wait, did we just watch that? Oh my God, I'm so confused now. Track says Democrats. Did we somehow already watch this, chat? How, I feel like I don't remember watching this.
New York Times had this report on Elon Musk's drug use, and it noted within the first 2 paragraphs that Elon...
Oh, I remember this. I put this on, and because she starts talking about the drug use, I immediately clicked off of it because I was like, that's old news. We all know about the drug use. That's not what we're trying to watch. But yeah, I think she's starting off on this. But yeah, this is eventually about this tweet.
And it detailed a lot of like things that happened in the White House, and then noted pretty quickly that Elon Musk has not made good on his promise to give $100 million to Trump organizations for the 2026 midterms that he had said he was going to do. And I found that to be like, oh, it's still 2025. It's early. The fact that they said that in this article, and it was like,
dinosaurs and narwhals got to stick together. Why is chat so wholesome? Why is chat so unbelievably wholesome?
Likely Trump people who were sourcing.
Like, that's my dream, chat. That, like, a world where dinosaurs and narwhals have got each other's backs. That's amazing.
It for the Times just made me raise my eyebrows a little bit. And then we get into this week, and Elon Musk is just like all out criticizing Trump's bill that's being currently negotiated in the Senate. And Axios spoke to some other Trump people there, and they said that the issues that Elon has are as follows, is that the bill cuts EV tax credits. We talked about this before. Tesla is in free fall. They need some of these EV tax credits if people are going to be even interested in buying those things anymore.
That's how it's still a company. It's
Yeah.
not because of all the cars they're selling.
And so he's pissed about that. The other thing is that Trump had wanted Starlink to be used for the FAA, and the administration was a little uneasy about that. In part,
Trump or Musk wanted Starlink.
Musk, did I say?
You said Trump wanted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Musk
yes.
wanted it, yeah.
Musk wanted Starlink to be used for the FAA, but planes are crashing all over the place, and
Already.
there's so many difficulties. I'm sure they were just like, maybe we back off of this. We'll give Starlink some other goodies, but that wasn't enough. And then Axios reported that the final straw that broke Elon Musk's hunchback was.
Are you sure, chat? We haven't watched this. Maybe I'm not giving you repeat content, am I? Oh my God, chat, I'm so out of it.
Over the weekend, when Trump withdrew the nomination of this guy, Jared Isaacman, who is somebody that Elon Musk wanted to head NASA or be a top official at NASA. Now, again, Starlink is dependent on the privatization of NASA to give them more contracts.
Starlink wouldn't exist if we hadn't been privatizing NASA like we started after 2008.
Right. So this is what sent Elon on the warpath. I'd also say that, like, generally capitalists and rich people don't like this bill because because the dollar has weakened significantly since the tariff announcement, and when you compound that with it exploding the national debt, that actually creates like financial precarity for the entire United States economic system. And that's why Moody's said that, like, they started downgrading the United States credit rating. It wasn't just in response to the tariffs. It was the tariffs and then this bill, which would exacerbate the problems that we're already seeing with both like economic uncertainty in terms of the job market drying up. There's some really concerning private sector job reports that are the worst they've been in years. And then also just like what this does to the national debt and the interest that would accrue for the United States to continue to borrow. So with all of that context, Elon and Trump are going at each other on social media. Matt, can you explain how this has been going down here?
So this is the newswire_US, which is not an account I follow, and I wouldn't recommend it, but they have a pretty good update here of what's been going on. So first was, looks like this morning, Elon Musk retweeted a dozen-year-old tweet from Trump saying, "I cannot believe the Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I am a Republican and I am embarrassed." And Elon Musk quote tweeted that saying, "Was words."
Oh, you don't want to do that to show that Donald Trump's been a hypocrite in the past. I mean,
We did watch it. That's what I thought. Like that, like all of this, like, but that. Oh my god, I'm so confused, chat. I'm so fucking confused. Here, let me give you a wild elephant to watch instead.
เอาเลยเอาเลยต้นจะถอยออกแล้ว
I think she's saying, "Let's go, let's go." Aroy.
ถ้าไม่ต้องตีตูดมันข้างหลังอ่ะ
Wait.
อย่าพึ่งเดี๋ยวมันออกมาเบียงถอยออกเลย
I think she said something about hitting him in the butt. There's rangers there, chat. They called the park rangers, right? And they're gonna come after this elephant with slingshots.
ถอยไปเลย ไปเลย
There he goes. So this is earlier, I think. They're trying to scare it away. But the elephant smells something good. I wonder if we can see what he's eating. It's a little blurry. I know he gets like a sandwich at some point. It looks like deli stuff, maybe? Look at that. Oh, are those... Wait, so like, they kind of looks like oranges, but I think they might be eggs. I remember hearing the elephant ate some eggs. Wait, what is that?
ออกไปเบียงถอยออกไปไหมออกไปไหมเอาเลยเอาเลยออกไปเอาเลยต้นเฮ้ยไม่ออกถอยถอยถอยออกนะออกไหมไม่ออกถอยออกเลยถอยถอยออกไปเลย
Yeah, so those are the Rangers, I think, with the slingshots, just trying to. I guess that's the one way. Like, right? So maybe if you hit an elephant, I don't know elephant psychology, chat, but this is a long tradition in Thailand of doing your best to understand how to deal with elephants, because yeah, especially if you live in a rural area, you know, or in this case, an area adjacent, I think, to a national park, right? You're sort of sharing territory with these elephants, right? And you know, elephants are generally pretty chill, but if they're not chill, they can cause a lot of damage and death and destruction, right? But yeah, I'm guessing that if you hit an elephant maybe with a stick, then the elephant might realize that you're the one that's doing it and be like, I'm being attacked, let me attack back. And maybe with the slingshots, right, the elephant is just like, ow, is that a bug? What is that? You know, like that. Maybe the elephant doesn't. Maybe that's a way to annoy the elephant, make the elephant want to leave without it like fixating on you. That's just a guess, chat. Like I said, I am no expert on elephant psychology. Okay, so let's finish this video, and if we get to 100 by before then, I'll cover some more stuff, and if not,
with the Donald Trump life in a very meaningful, in fact, profound way. These guys kind of made each other.
And Donald Trump is obviously...
Yo. Thank you for becoming a member, Amy Komori. Amy Komori, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Very sensitive about this relationship now.
Completely. Actually, when interviewed Trump at one point, and, you know, they sort of, the people around him ask you, you know, just give us an idea of the topics. And I gave a whole bunch of topics, and including Epstein. And all of the other topics, they said, fine.
Wait, 46? I thought we were on 61.
But if you ask about Epstein, he will end the interview and you won't get anything.
Have you ever spoken to him about Epstein?
I said once to him, oh, we know someone in common.
There's the one person you don't want to have in common.
And he froze.
Right. So, I mean, you predicted that this would happen. And 2 or 3 months ago when we spoke, and I said, if it comes down to it between Elon and Donald Trump, who will win? And you said Donald Trump. What's fascinating here is they've both got their own social platforms that they can go after each other on. And as you said, we've got the richest man in the world now going after the most powerful man in the world. And one of the things that we have talked about, and I find so puzzling, is that nobody seems to stand up to Trump. And finally, we have Elon, which may turn out to be his gift to the world, standing up to Donald Trump.
Nobody goes after Donald Trump because he'll kill you. Because he has the ability to do, well, just think about Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis tried to stand up to Donald Trump in a very procedural electoral way. I'm going to run against you. Boom. He destroyed Ron DeSantis.
And in a somewhat timid way, if you remember, DeSantis did not come out full bore against Trump in the beginning, right? It was always like a I think Donald Trump was the best president that we ever had, but I feel like I can do even better or something. Like it was very very meek approach to. It was only towards the end of the election that DeSantis even tried any sort of meaningful critiques of Trump.
Well, Ron DeSantis arguably also destroyed himself. I mean, he went after Disney. He's not a charismatic politician, though he's an able politician.
He's certainly not a charismatic politician, but he's a perfectly ordinary politician who in the scheme of things was a plausible contender. Certainly his numbers in Florida and virtually everyone up until a certain point regarded Ron DeSantis certainly as a potential Trump killer until Trump killed him. I mean, he just literally went out and pulverized him. And all of this, I mean, what we understand now as Ron DeSantis' lack of charisma, more than lack of charisma, the worst politician in the history of bad politicians, is all Donald Trump's doing. So, and he will now, I mean, two things will either happen. He will go after Elon in that same.
Oh my God, chat. I just, Asmongold reacted to this. Did you know this? There's an Asmongold reaction. Who gets custody of Asmongold, chat? Who's he gonna say based to? Based? Yeah, based. Is he like he can no longer say yeah based to Trump and to Elon. He's got to pick one now.
We will see if Elon then can, has the chops, the fortitude, and the gift to go after Donald Trump, and then it's a game. Or this is both guys going to the nuclear brink, and then they will back off, and there will be some negotiation and settlement.
Yeah, I feel like nukes have been fired at this point. I don't see any negotiation or settlement.
Right. It was pretty interesting that Elon said he would never have got elected without my money. The Democrats would have won the House. There should be a third party. Maybe I'm going to finance a third party.
Totally. Just extraordinary. I mean, we are possibly walking through a new portal into something that we have never seen before. And it is then, and, I think we have to say this we've always talked about the power of money in politics, but this might really be the power of money in politics.
And the fact they've both got their own social platforms. You said literally on the podcast that we dropped today, yes, he's the president. He's also running Truth Social. And this is the perfect vehicle for him.
Perfect. And again, remember, part of Trump now stepping forward to go after Elon is that Trump is saying, fantastic, bring it on.
Right.
This is what I live for. This is what has made me. Give me an enemy.
This is a way for Donald Trump to expunge some of the animosity that is developed towards him, even from his own base, and especially from his own base, right? Elon has he kind of got Elon to take the brunt of the blame for the early mistakes in the Trump administration. And now if he can, play off of Elon, play against Elon, he can kind of externalize the problem. Right, he'll present the image that I shouldn't have trusted Elon Musk. Okay. But we got rid of him. I'm against him. And so, I don't know, getting the rest of his, he has lost some support, especially particularly from younger voters, particularly from now understand about the younger voters, right? When we're talking about younger voters, this is not to say that Donald Trump has overwhelming support from younger voters. His support is still in Gen X and boomers primarily, but he did better with younger voters than previous Republicans, and than he did in his first two runs at office. So that's the thing. He's improving, just like same thing with black voters. He improved with black voters slightly. He improved with Hispanic voters maybe more, he improved with Latino voters maybe more substantially, right? And it was all from that catchy song that is available both in English and in Spanish. That song was just too good. No, it wasn't because of that, right? But so when you hear like Trump is gaining with certain groups, there's a tendency to translate into that into Trump is supported by younger people. That's not true. Trump, in other words, that if only this contingent voted, that they would elect Trump, right? That's not true. That's not true about black people. That's not true about Latino voters. That's not true about young voters. What is true is that he made some gains, and he gave those gains largely away in a lot of cases, right? So the question is, if he can put all the stink on Elon and then kick Elon out, ceremonially, like ritually humiliate Elon Musk, maybe does he bring some of those voters back, and does he stem the bleeding? I don't know. It's possible.
Okay, what's a bigger enemy than Harvard?
I was
Elon.
just going to say, Alan Garber, president of Harvard, must be exhaling that the attention spotlight from Donald Trump has moved swiftly onto Elon Musk. Also hard to know with Elon's unpredictable behavior what he does now and who's advising him, and whether or not his Tesla board or his big Tesla.
I love that she pronounces Tesla correctly. Yeah, chat, it's Tesla. It's Tesla.
The shareholders are going to say to him, Elon, you need to back off. This is not a race you can win.
Well, and would he listen to him? I mean, Elon and Trump are in that sense evenly matched. Who advises them?
Wait, he got Stephen A. Did Stephen A. actually vote for Trump?
Well, nobody really.
I thought he was just a very conservative Democrat.
They advise themselves. It occurred to me when Elon started to go after the big, beautiful bill and call it an abomination or whatever. I thought, oh my God, Elon is Zelensky. And this is exactly what got Zelensky into trouble.
That's what I was just saying. This is the same kind of ritual humiliation with that was done to Zelensky. Now, Zelensky kind of came out of that fairly well. Zelensky was able to sort of reverse the dynamic there to a large extent
in the Oval Office. And I think that that's true. I think somebody coming after Trump in that way cannot be ignored. He's going to go after that person. He's going.
Oh, you mean like the Stephen A. type?
He's going to go to try to kill that person. And that's obviously what's happened. But again, the issue is, has he ever gone after someone with the resources of Elon Musk?
And also, is there a diabolical possibility that Elon is doing this to win back all those Tesla customers that...
This is what I thought about earlier. I don't think so, though.
Walked away from Tesla. We know that Tesla sales have dropped by 50% in Europe. If you were a conspiracy theorist, you might think, oh, Elon is doing this on purpose. If you were a smart Democrat, you would immediately start courting him. You want the money.
Okay, thank you for telling me you're not a smart Democrat. Thank you for making that abundantly clear. If you're a smart Democrat, you would start courting Elon Musk, the guy that does the Nazi salutes. We want him in our party. The guy that's got negative aura. We would really, the guy that put fucking hundreds of thousands, was it millions? However much money into the Wisconsin elections and lost them because he also went to Wisconsin for rallies and associated a candidate with himself. The guy that single-handedly could not buy an election in Wisconsin, even though it's an election that most Wisconsin voters don't vote on, right? This should be an easy election to buy. But Musk couldn't do it because he's so uncharismatic. And she thinks that like a smart Democrat would be courting Elon Musk. Try to get him in your quarter. Maybe agree with him on something that goes completely against your stated values, and throw a marginalized group under the bus while you're at it. Let's do a transphobia bill, and maybe then Elon Musk will support us, the Democrats. Yes. Oh my God.
his support, and he can somehow absolve himself of all the work he did at Doge.
Well, I think it's also that Elon is like Trump. He understands the value of an enemy.
These people are breathing fumes. Like, what the fuck?
And Trump is a pretty good enemy.
Well, we've got two extraordinary...
Okay, I'm sorry. You people don't know anything.
Dinosaurs fighting each other now. It's like a Triceratops and a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And you're like, well, they've both got different powers.
Now, one of the things I've just getting email after email after email about people asking me if in the Doge data collection, they have gotten a hold of Epstein material maintained by the government or the FBI.
Has Doge delved into the FBI? I thought it was more concerned with sort of USAID and the education department.
I think the point is Doge is everywhere.
Doge is all powerful. So if you're Elon, you could have left all sorts of little tech bombs.
See, I don't know that you gotta look. You can research this, right? If you want to know, you got to do a little research, right? You got to find out, like, did Doge do anything at the FBI, right? The information is out there, but you know, they didn't pick up, like, I don't know what FBI information is, I guess, where they would assume. Look, I don't even know. I feel like this is like I said, chat, they're breathing fumes here, because I don't know if you get, like, you know, top secret documents from what Doge was doing.
Waiting to go off. I'm straining at the edges.
In other words, chat, it's an interesting idea, but if you really want to put this forward as a if you really want to advance this theory, you need to do a minimal amount of research to see if Doge did touch the FBI in any meaningful touch the FBI.
My imagination here to try and think what could have been in that safe that would be so damning to Donald Trump, because there is still a sense that he could stand, as he once predicted, on Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and nobody would care.
Well, I mean, I think that is the point. I mean, I remember Steve Bannon's.
Yeah, she said little tech bombs. Yeah, you got to code a little tech bomb.
Me, if there were ever photographs, and this was specifically related to the Russian investigation, Trump would merely say, "That's..."
Who is this woman? She's from the Daily Beast. I do see a non-zero number of British pundits pontificating on American politics and being utterly out of their depth. That's not to say that everyone is, but I think it's to say that there is an appetite for commentary on American politics from the British public, from a lot of publics, right? Because what America does affects everyone, and they are not maybe using the correspondence that might be familiar enough with American politics to have, to say something cogent. Does she think Elon is still competent? Well, they wanted to, if the smart Democrats would be courting Mr. Musk and trying to get him on their side.
It's not me. That's somebody else.
Fake news.
And I think that is probably true. I mean, why? I mean, this hasn't been pinned on him yet. Why should it now be pinned on him? But who knows?
Elon could have a whole team at Grok AI now just working on imagery, convincing imagery of Trump, and how would we know?
Yeah, no.
AI is not that good, remember? They could make a fake AI Biden, but they couldn't make him not senile. That's how we know.
Oh, and listen, I have seen these pictures. I know that these pictures exist, and I can describe them. There are about a dozen of them. The ones I specifically remember is
who is he, and how does he have access to pictures?
Is two of them with topless girls of an uncertain age sitting on Trump's lap, and then Trump standing there with a stain on the front of his pants and.
I didn't need to know that.
3 or 4 girls kind of bent over in laughter. They're topless too, pointing at Trump's pants.
God, it's the old.
This is like the fucking piss tape all over again, right? Somebody just being like, oh yeah, there was a piss tape where Trump was getting peed on by Russian prostitutes, or maybe he was peeing on them. I don't know, but Vladimir Putin, even though we can't produce this evidence, like, trust me, bro, it's out there. And this is what Putin is obviously using to this is the compromat that Putin is using on Trump.
It's in toxic masculinity, this row, isn't it?
Well, it would be interesting if toxic masculinity on this side kills or cancels out toxic masculinity on this other side.
Yeah. I think we need RFK Jr. to the rescue with a vaccine, with an anti-vaccine.
He'll just give you some beef tallow.
Michael, excellent to check in with you. We'll be coming back to you the minute this escalates. And indeed, as you say, they've both deployed the nuclear option. Who knows what's happening next?
Nice to see you, as always.
What a weird ending. What a weird ending. Nice to see you, as always. Okay. Wow, that's kind of amazing. Chat, I don't know if I should risk it. Asmongold has become a Kick streamer. My understanding, though, is that he dual streams, meaning that
so this is Trump. No one predicted this would have happened. No one could have predicted that.
I think we can watch at least like an Asmongold clip. Yo, Joel Siverud with the 10 gifted out of nowhere. Hype train. Just making those hype trains appear. Let me read off the jellyfish here. If I can. If I can manage that. All right. Joel Siverud with the 10 gifted irate lamp. You just got jellyfished. Serial Killer 9691, you just got jellyfished. Ivy Maid, you just got jellyfished. And Prina Rena, you just got jellyfished. Cat Hostage, you just got jellyfished. Dr. Draith, not Dr. Dre, not to be confused with Dr. Dre. Dr. Draith, you just got jellyfish. Is Dr. Dre dead? Why do I think that Dr. Dre is dead? Oh, merge the chats. That's a great idea. Flo B, you just got jellyfished. Daphne, definitely, you just got jellyfished. And XMats12, you just got jellyfished. And Super Lifter, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. Yo, so many jellyfish in chat. Damn. 121. Okay, we are doing some bonus content. We are doing some bonus content after all. Let me merge the chats real quick. So if you're watching me on... Shorts, no, you're not. You're about to be... Oh, wait. You're about to be merged. We're going to merge you over into the... other stream. He's very alive. He performed Not Like Us last year. Who died that I thought was Dr. Dre? Somebody else must have died. I don't know though, Chad. I wouldn't think that I'd mix up. Dr. Dre's a pretty, like, you know what I mean? He's a pretty unique figure, pretty well known. I feel like, why did I think Dr. Dre was dead? Oh, maybe because of Eminem. Eminem said that that he killed him, but that was a lie. That was a lie. Anyway, this is let me merge the freaking chats. All right, so how do I do this again? I go here, I grab this, and I give you the, I think this is the right URL. Oh my God, URL, come on, pin the message, there we go. Okay, so I've pinned the message of the URL that you should click on. If you're watching me on Shorts, the stream will continue, but it will not continue as a short stream. It will continue as a regular YouTube stream. If you want to join us, then follow the White Rabbit into the horizontal chat, and I will see you over there. We're not ending the stream chat. We're just merging the YouTube chat. So here we go. Ending stream, and that should just that should raid you into me. I'm gonna raid myself. Hopefully, did it work? What? Okay. I don't know, chat. Tell me if this works. He's very alive. How the fuck did I think that Dr. Dre was dead? I remember I thought I saw him dead and be like, oh, he's not that old, is he? Like I was thinking it was weird. I was thinking, no way. Okay, did it work? The raid worked. The raid was successful. All right, there we go. We got chat merged back into one. Yeah, serial killer. Very thankful for getting that gift sub. Thank you, Joel, for raining gift subs on people and getting us to what is it? 121? I think we're at 121 now. Oh my God, chat. We got Ethan Klein tent. Should we watch the Asmongold thing really quick? I just want to know who gets custody of Asmongold, right, chat? That's my curiosity.
Elon Musk and Trump would eventually have a falling out and a crash out on each other. I'm going to be real. I'm surprised it lasted this long.
I'll be real. I don't think that Donald Trump really crashed out on Ethan Klein. I don't think that Donald Trump crashed out on Elon Musk. I think it was a one-way crash out. I can see there's one person who very clearly escalated, right? I mean, what did Trump do? Not give him his treats in the spending bill? Not he still supported the bill, even though the bill didn't have like an absurd amount of the bill didn't kill enough people for Elon's desires, right? I don't think you can really come at Trump for, I mean, he did say some stuff about like, try to give some more information about like, well, I had to fire Elon. He was getting kind of stale. Everybody was tired of him. Everybody was sick of him. So he did sort of like let some more information. It just feels like Elon is clearly the one that's escalating here, not Trump.
Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up and campaigned for me. Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here.
Wait, he had no teeth? Trump wants sloppy toppy, and with that, I'm leaving?
He only developed the problem when he
Wait, who has no teeth? Asmongold. Oh, I got it.
Found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate because that's billions and billions of dollars. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next.
Oh, jeez.
I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
And then Elon said, without me, Trump would have lost the election, the Democrats would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude. Now, I think that, like, really doing the you owe me thing, I think this is, like, I've never seen a time where telling somebody that you owe them something because they helped you, I don't think that that's ever been a beneficial thing where it's going to put that person against you, it's going to alienate them and make them mad. So this is the post. Trump just made this post. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do. Yeah, I thought, by the way, I thought this was public information. I thought he said it, and I'm pretty sure even he said it with Elon in the room.
And he just went crazy.
The Elon tweet is huge. Is there another one? Let me see. Time to drop the really big ball. Donald Trump is in the Epstein Files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald Trump. Oh, man. Oh, boy. And, yeah, what an interesting
like
day,
chat.
Guys.
This is like if Hassan brought me on for, I don't know, a segment, like I had some expertise that he wanted to tap into, right? I did content with Hassan and, I was really positive towards Hassan. And then, I don't know, like I defended Hassan against Ethan, and then Hassan didn't raid me one night, which like I don't think he really raids. And I crash out and I'm like, actually, you know what? he is an anti-Semite, and he's a terrorist, and that guy was a pirate. He was a pirate, and he was a Houthi, and he was a terrorist, and Hassan is a terrorist, and like, and Destiny's actually really good. Like that, you know what I mean? What kind of credibility would I have? What kind of credibility would I have at that point, right? If like I am positively disposed towards someone, and then them not doing one little thing that I want makes me go just and endorse like every like accusation. Like, chat, I actually had a friend do this to me. I don't know if anybody in chat remembers her, right? But it was kind of a sad thing, like, you know, a sad story, right? So somebody, after defending me against accusations, then goes and endorses, is like, no, actually all those accusations that I had defended her against, I endorse those now. Those are all true. Those are all true. It's not credible. It's not credible. This is a great way to lose your credit. What little credibility that you have. Like, what does this guy stand for? What does this guy even stand for, except for singing Heil to Hitler and you know, spreading lies about white genocide? What does he even stand for? It makes you iDubbbz for Ethan? Wait, it makes me iDubbbz for Ethan?
And take a look at Tesla stock. Tesla stock is going down massively. Yep, big surprise. Wow. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, I forgot there's a Hank Green video, too.
Jesus. Holy shit.
How did that not make it onto my playlist?
This is all today? So it's gone down $40 in one day. I am so glad that Elon made this tweet, because I love accelerationism. And him saying that Trump is in the Epstein Files will move us one step closer to them releasing the Epstein Files to either contextualize that or respond to him. I'm a big fan of this.
Oh, he's in the Trump camp. He thinks that Trump is going to just, well, here, you want to see the Epstein Files? Here they are. Here they are. Look at that. Bill Clinton's in there. I'm not. Look at that. The Epstein Files say that Trump was actually investigating Epstein. And he, like, that, he turned state wit. I don't know what the fuck the files would say.
I think this is great. Read Kanye's tweet. Bros, please no.
Yo.
We love you both so much. Oh, God.
That's what Asmongold is thinking.
What is this? How is this real?
Although, remember, Chad, if you remember, like, Asmongold probably, okay, no, I see why Asmongold is choosing Trump. I 100% understand it now. I 100% get it. Do you remember the conflict? Okay, so Asmongold was getting, there was the video showing that Elon's Path of Exile gameplay was not him, right? The video basically demonstrating like he's paying somebody to level up these accounts, right? He's not this good. He doesn't understand the game. There's no way he would have gotten to this point. There's no way he'd be ranked so high if, you know, considering how little he knows about the actual game, right? So Asmongold, people were like, hey, Asmon, you got to watch this. You got to watch this. And Asmongold was like, no. Like, he always had an excuse. And finally, he can't give any more excuses. He's like, all right, I'll watch it. He watches it. And he's like, yeah, that's actually pretty convincing. Yeah, no, there's no way that he's, and Asmongold, you know, if he knows anything, it's video games, although there's a question as far as how much he really knows about video games either. But yeah, so he, made what I think was a pretty mild and innocuous, you know, statement about it was just the you know, you couldn't deny it, right? You couldn't deny you know, what people showed in those videos, right? And Elon came back at him showing DMs with Asmongold, where Asmongold talks about his editor, and Elon tries to portray this as like, oh, look at this, he's got an editor, so everything that he says is controlled by this editor, right? And it's just such a misunderstanding of streamer culture, right? That like, if anything, like the, you know, maybe in Chud Logic DK, right? That's the one example I could think of where you've got an editor that maybe like outclasses, whose skills outclass the streamer, right? Like DK's edited for some pretty big people. He got fired because he acted sus as fuck, and then he ended up with Chud. There's, you know, allegations that he blackmailed people. Some people think that he's blackmailing Chud, and this is why Chud has become transphobic. I honestly think Chud is just transphobic because he got, canceled and criticized, and he hates trans people because some of the people that made accusations against him were trans. I think it's more simple than that, but like a lot of people. Anyway, chat. The only example I can think of an editor having any kind of leverage on their streamer would be like with DK and Chud, right? Other than that, it's the opposite way around. The streamer, especially someone like Asmongold, who's really big, is providing a great opportunity for the editor to be able to make money. And editors work long and hard hours for kind of a fraction of the take. So yeah, he's got it backwards, right? In terms of like thinking that somehow Asmongold's editor was controlling him and telling him what to say. So, everyone had a good laugh about that, but I'm sure Asmongold has not forgotten that Elon crashed out on him before he ever did this Trump thing. Okay, well, what the fuck? Republican chemtrails. All right, so chat, we did get some bonus content. Let's do that bonus content now. What one? And hopefully I don't have to do any math. Do I have to do any math? It's Ethan Klein. Oh my God, it's Ethan Klein.
He sucks so bad. Oh, what a clown, dude. Apparently, there is for the drama-obsessed, pathetic losers out there, Ethan takes my... Does Israel have a right to exist as a Jewish state? Ethnicity is an insane question to answer the New York primary. Take it in, friends. The dumbest tweet of all time. No state has a right to exist, so Palestine doesn't have a right to exist? Question mark? Further, why does it even matter?
Do people get what no state has the right to exist means, right? Do people understand what that means? It's not like saying no state has the right to exist, so Russia, go ahead and invade Ukraine, right? That's not what you're, no state has the right to exist, so Nazi Germany, go ahead and invade Poland, right? That's not the statement that's being made, right? It's that it's a fundamentally ridiculous notion that a state has the right to exist. States exist, or should only exist for the benefit of their populations, right? If a state is legitimate in as much as it is advancing the interest of its population, and that's a complicated thing. And obviously there's going to be kind of people whose interests are left out from time to time. But if by and large a state is advancing the interest of its population, it holds some kind of legitimacy. It is able to, sort of justify its existence by the benefit that it provides for its people. Now, obviously, it's more complicated than that, but it's a basic reductionist explanation for what Hassan is saying here.
Matter of an ethno-state if it doesn't have the right to exist at all. 24K pathetic brain-dead losers like this. At least we know the radical commies looking for a revolution are debilitatingly stupid. The status quo is secured. To which overzealous reply with no state has the...
And the reason that you can't make that argument for Israel is that there are people in Israel proper, as well as in the territories that Israel administers, that Israel is very much not only not advancing the interests of, but very much going against the interests of in a genocidal way.
Inalienable right to exist. It just needs to justify its existence. That's what I mean when I say this, of course, as I have said time and time again. Human beings have the right to exist. Again, something that I have also said, repeated time and time again. Furthermore, Israeli law explicitly assigns hierarchical distinctions predicated on ethnicity. For example, the 2018 nation-state law, the fact that 93% of land within the Green Line is exclusively reserved for Druze. The High Court saying that there is no Israeli nation separate from Jewish people. And then the 1950 Law of Return, which stipulates that any Jew born anywhere in the world has a right to occupy Palestine, yet Palestinians are denied their right to return. As affirmed by the UN General Assembly Resolution 194. What else do you call a state that codifies ethno-supremacy if not an ethno-state? Common Ethan L. To which he, again, he's in his feelings here, I think, as everybody understands that the horrifying genocidal ethno-state that he has actively defended in the most cowardly ways possible, because on the one hand, he'll claim that it is actually an ethno-state. On the other hand, you know, when his wife is not around, he says that. But also will turn around and only attack those who criticize the genocidal ethno-state with terrorism. Terrorism, they're terrorists, at a time when the unprecedented moves from the fascist administration declares anyone an enemy of the state for even saying the things that I'm saying, hoping that maybe one day the manager will come and pack this up so that Ethan Klein can feel good about himself from his multi-million-dollar Bel Air mansion, as he constantly talks about how he's victimized by everyone online. Oh my God, they're so mean to me. They're so mean to me. A pathetic loser, okay? Not worth the words that I'm currently using to even describe how much of a pathetic loser he is. Turns around and also posts this. Epic bro. Except I never said it's not an ethno-state. So who are you arguing with? I said Hassan is a fool for describing it as he did. As an ethno-state? Interesting. He's like, I agree it's an ethno-state, but I think Hassan is a fool for describing it like
it's an ethno-state, but it has the right to exist. And it has the right to defend itself, even if defending itself has to go through innocent children.
He did. But you guys always show your ass by rushing to defend an imbecilic scumbag for whatever small amount of clout you get from a retweet, who is turning your entire movement into a joke by making you all look like terrorist supporters. It's so funny to me that Ethan, I think, genuinely believes that if he keeps saying that, like, everyone who's pro-Palestine online, like everyone who he has declared enemies in his mind, if he just keeps saying like weird jokes, that in his little hug box, all the Nazis that are now rushing to defend Ethan will also then keep saying that, and that the average human beings that encounter those gross scumbags won't immediately go, no, Israel is doing a genocide, and you guys are really weird and gross for constantly attacking these random people. I'm pro-Palestine, except I never talk about Palestinian victims. This is the funniest Ethan has ever been.
It's so pathetic, this activism.
What is this?
That's a great point. How much do prisoners...
Wait, he said it's so pathetic, this activism? Wait, what? He has smoke for my California wildfire prison fighters coverage?
It's so pathetic, this activism. That's a great point. How much do prisoner firefighters in California make?
Chat, the stuff that you have to do now with your videos to be able to put a video of Ethan Klein up on Reddit to keep his lawyers from taking your clip down, it's ridiculous, right?
Oh,
that is some funky editing. I think I know what those transitions are.
So I mean, they make it sound like they're being paid 2 cents. I mean, in a lot of places in the country, I mean, $5.80 to $10.20 per hour. I mean,
per day.
Oh, per day,
bro.
That's not good.
Yeah, no, it's not good at all. Straight up slavery.
So hold on, what does that come out to? Let's say they're doing 10 hours out there.
10 hours? 10
So wait, that's the crew correction? Is that Ethan saw that and he was like, 580 to 1024? That's a pretty good wage for risking not even just risking your life, chat. If you do this firefighting work, you're taking years off your life. You're inhaling unhealthy amounts of smoke. You are harming your respiratory system through doing this job. That is why they get, prisoners to do it. And the people that do it that are not prisoners get paid way more than that. Get paid the people that do this like privately for developers and stuff get paid an insane amount of money. And yet these prisoners here doing the same job, getting $5.80 Ethan thinks an hour, $10.24 he thinks an hour, and he's like, that's okay. That's not too bad. That's pretty good for a prisoner. Yeah, no, you're getting a skill and you're getting this. And he's like, he's totally down with it. He's totally fine. Yeah, no, we should split the fuck out of these prisoners. Yeah. Right? And it's like, and then the crew is like, no, Ethan, that's a day. That's a day. Even if it wasn't a day, chat, even if that's too low of an hourly wage, but that is not an hourly wage. That is a daily wage.
Divided by 10. That's what's happening.
Straight up slavery.
So hold on, what does that come out to? Let's say they're doing 10 hours out there. $10 a day? Jesus. $10.
This is old. No, this is Hasanami Productions. I'm pretty sure they're not one of the channels that puts out old Hassan content. Wait, 9 hours ago. Yeah.
Divided by 10. I mean, it's $1 an hour.
What? Oh my God. I've heard of this. I've never seen it. The Ethan clip is pretty old though.
$10 a day?
Well, actually, I don't even know. Let me just say the recording of what Ethan is doing right now on H3. I mean, you can even tell by looking at his hair, right? How old the H3 clip is.
Jesus. $10 divided by 10. I mean, it's $1 an hour.
He had to do the math. He'd have to put that into the calculator. What's 10 divided by 10? Hey, chat, what's the number for 911? Like, right. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's so pathetic. This.
He sucks so bad. Oh, what a clown, dude. That was okay. To be fair, I know we joke about Ethan being maybe not a comic, but he claims he's a comedian. But that was pretty funny, unintentionally. This is what happens when you're so horny to just like disparage me at every step. Where the was the other? Where was the other thing that we were reading? Overzealots. Oh yeah. But you guys always show your ass by rushing to defend an imbecilic scumbag for whatever small amount of clout you get from a retweet who is turning your entire movement into a joke. Our movement? I thought you were pro-Palestine. I thought it was your movement too. Interesting. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if some of y'all were later revealed to be Mossad agents. That's the only way to explain a self-sabotage that we're seeing on a daily basis. If you wrestle with pig...
Wait, that's Ethan claiming that Hassan's a Mossad agent.
Get some shit on yourself, okay? That's it. That's enough wrestling with this pig. Gross. Genocide-supporting pig. Mr. Pro-Palestine. I wish you would admit he hated you. It would be so much more interesting. Wait, he has. On numerous occasions. He has. So toxic.
Wait, he said.
What? We're talking about kindness?
Yeah, are we doing? What?
We're way past that, Hassan. We hate you.
Yeah, no, it's.
Did you not get the memo?
Not dodging the sexual obsession allegations, Ethan. What? I think he's just like trying to make jokes in between, like how seriously pissed he is. I don't know if that. Oh, that's fake. Okay. Just FYI, I think that one is satire. Yeah. Regardless,
Sorry, what was satire?
He'll every now and then like post like my feet or whatever, and he'll add in a couple jokes, which doesn't make sense, right? Because it's like, am I a that needs to be killed instantly, or am I like your op online and this is just drama? And that's what's so funny about it, where you're just like, it doesn't make sense. Because if you're talking about how like my fans are going to come after you or whatever, if you're talking about like how truly terrified you are in the comfort of your Bel Air mansion, right? Like, oh my God, it's the Holocaust 2. The real Holocaust 2 is already happening in Gaza, not in Los Angeles, California. But if you're claiming that like it feels like a Holocaust is about to happen in Los Angeles, then like what is like, why are you cracking jokes in between? You know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense. Anyway, good luck. Good luck on your schizo posting, Ethan. I'm sure there will maybe inevitably at some point be a supporter of yours that isn't like an active sex pest and a threat and can't be around schools, you know? Maybe one day people will be like, yeah, this guy who spent
President
19 months of live stream child holocaust attacking every single person in the pettiest, stupidest ways that actually dared to criticize the beautiful nation state of Israel that you have claimed is multifaceted and so diverse.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip.
Oh wait, chat, it's June. Are they doing that?
And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
Maybe you'll have a normal fan at some point, you know, that isn't like a Keemstar orbiter. Watch the cutie clip. I already reposted. I watched it. Second one has 80K likes too. Nice.
Anyway, chat, I am going to thank once again my Patreon, because I do truly appreciate you people for supporting me month after month. And so I'd like to give you a shout out, everybody at the $5 level and above that supports me on patreon.com. nocommentchick gets a shout out. So let me shout those out now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zero Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. I will be back tomorrow with more content for you, chat. What are you feeling like? Wait, is it a GG? Wait, is what a G, like a website? GG? What are you feeling like tomorrow? There's some Ezra Klein content. Mehdi Hassan debated Ezra Klein's partner in crime, partner in abundance, Derek Thompson. Brianna Joy Gray actually did a panel, dunking on abundance. So there is some more Ezra Klein content if you're interested in that sort of thing. I never know, kind of what to do, what people will be interested in. You're about to get rated if you're watching me on Twitch. So fly my pretties, and have a good night, and go say hi to my friend Tofu Ghost. I mean, are we ending the stream? Yeah, it's got to be a GG. It's gone on for wait, how long has the stream gone on for? Can I make this? No? Oh my god, I can't even tell. Everything is a computer. Shrink that down, and then maybe... Oh yeah, it's right at 6 hours. So yeah, I gotta go before I turn into a pumpkin.